Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Space-wise, that would be no good, if it's unclear. How beautiful to see you, Space Fams, here on this Friday. This Independence Day.
I thought this was America! Huh? Is this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America!
Yes, indeed. It's almost the 4th of July, but today's still a federal holiday. July 3rd, Independence Day. 250 years ago, a bunch of old guys in wigs signed some document. And supposedly that document is to grant a bunch of people freedom. Not everybody, but people. More freedom than supposedly they had before. We're going to talk about it, as well as maybe, depending on how this all goes, get into some other stuff. Almost forgot shoutouts. Randy, Terpstra, HBX, Young Chris, 123 in the YouTube chat. Manda, The Pivot, Close Fourth, Sweet Chewy, MST Wash also here. Ricky Said, and Ducky, and Omega Star over on Twitch. Boy, oh boy. Well, United States. Hasn't been good. Debatable. Depends on who you ask. Let's ask these two old guys. Founding fathers.
Welcome to a very special episode of Ceasefire, where we look to bridge the divide in American politics. I'm Dasha Burns, Politico White House Bureau Chief, and the United States is celebrating its birthday this weekend. So, joining me now on either side of the desk, two founding fathers who have agreed to keep the conversation civil even when they disagree. President Thomas Jefferson and President John Adams. Thank you both for taking time out of your very
Yeah, there you go, Space Fams. We got two of the actual founding fathers here. I don't know how they got them out here and brought them back to life. I was certain these guys died a long-ass time ago, but here they are, looking old as ever.
lives to join me here today.
It is a pleasure.
My pleasure indeed. Thank you, Miss Burr.
Now, this show is about making
Of
friends out of
cryosleep,
political
exactly.
rivals, and you two are one of the first examples in history of putting political differences aside. But you joined me today after a bit of reconciliation. You have recently started to correspond after about 12 years of silence. I want to understand what split you two apart. We'll start with you, Mr. Adams.
Well, I would contest the premise slightly, and the fact that Mr. Jefferson and I believe that our friendship has not abated over the years. Benjamin Rush, actually a fellow member of Congress, wrote, I do not know if he wrote you as many letters as he wrote me, trying to encourage us to begin our friendship anew. I informed Dr. Rush that where there had been no war, there could be no room for negotiations for peace, which is to say, I did not believe our friendship had ended. It had simply been placed in a bit of retreat for a slight moment.
Mr. Jefferson, do you agree with that?
I would entirely agree, Mr. Adams.
Ah, yes, indeed, Mr. Adams. Thank you. Okay, I think that's enough from those two old stuffy guys. If I had to pick, I have to go John Adams. since of course Thomas Jefferson owned hundreds of slaves in his time. Whereas John Adams never enslaved a single person, at least according to him. So, there is that. Just on that alone, I think we gotta go on Team Adams versus Team Jefferson. Sure, Jefferson had some good ideas in his day, and he was part of the founding of the country, but he was a flawed man. Something we must recognize, I think, on this 250th anniversary of our country. Here, I'll let them wrap it up. I'll take it to the very end. See what these... See what the final words from our founding fathers were.
Which is provided for with the eventual inclusion of amendments. I truly believe that, in many ways, that what I would have preferred, rather than adding to it indefinitely, that we could have begun the document with a Declaration of Rights, rather than actually continuing on and adding to it later. When I wrote the Massachusetts Constitution, I included a declaration of over 30 rights that were preceding the actual Constitution itself, so that our foundations and principles would be embedded within the document from the beginning. That is something that I think, over time, when things become necessary to add to, things that we might not be able to fathom and imagine in our own lifetime, that we should be able to add to. But I do believe that the document itself should be something that should be held to as a foundation.
Ah, yes. Oh, we must hold the document, but unfortunately, we did not enshrine enough rights in our document originally. John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. You'll be shocked to find out those were not the real guys. Those are play actors. Those are a couple of nerds. That's a couple of old nerds. They're dudes in their, at least I want to say 50s. This guy is certainly beyond that. I want to say maybe in his 70s. I mean, these guys sticking to it, though. What I'm wondering is, do they keep the hairstyles throughout the year, you think? Like, because I get the sense from these two guys that this is like a year-long thing for them. Like, they just happen to be on C-SPAN right now for our enjoyment. But I get the sense that year-long, these guys are just, like, dressed like this. I just like to imagine that they just go around looking like this every day. And they're like in the supermarket, like, oh, what is this? Strange contraption. And people like, oh, like, what the fuck? I just think that's more fun. Am I wrong? This country loves our slave masters. That's right. But just a reminder, for those just tuning in, John Adams was one of the few founding fathers who did not own slaves. Unlike old Tommy Boy there. He had a lot of... Oh, boy, yeah, Mr. Jefferson. Long sordid history of slave ownership. Anyway, let's keep celebrating America by talking about some of the shit that happened this week. Oh! Like the horrible edifice of the Supreme Court, which was enshrined into our Constitution, which is now dismantling those rights James Madison was just talking about. Sorry, John Adams was just talking about. James Madison. God damn it. CNN. From Tuesday.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed down two key decisions on presidential power and the firing of people from government agencies. Justices ruled that President Trump does not have the constitutional authority to fire Lisa Cook a governor from the Federal Reserve Board.
But the court backed the president's power to terminate Rebecca Slaughter, a Democratic appointee to the Federal Trade Commission. This ruling grants more presidential power over federal agencies that are considered independent.
It's also completely inconsistent within their own ruling, right? It's like it's technically two separate rulings, but it's falling on the same day. Two different rulings that completely contradict themselves without any explanation for why. They just arbitrarily decided. They arbitrarily decided that Trump can fire basically anyone unless you work for the Federal Reserve, which is just nonsense. It just doesn't make any sense legally speaking, logically speaking.
Right, Schmeitz.
Right, Schmeitz. Thank you, Omega Star, for the biddies. But it wasn't just this. Supreme Court also decided that Donald Trump and the federal government the president himself can just sort of terminate the temporary protected status of anybody, as well as effectively ruling that the government doesn't even have to attempt to give asylum to asylum seekers, right? Refugees fleeing war and oppression or whatever else, something that is basically the international standard. That to some degree we had a hand in creating and are now completely dismantling. But when it comes to the Federal Reserve, hands off, Donald Trump.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
The Supreme Court has granted President Trump the power to fire and replace commissioners at independent government agencies. Monday's 6-3 ruling overturns more than 90 years of precedent that insulated regulatory agencies set up by Congress from presidential control. The case focused on the Federal Trade Commission, where two commissioners were fired by President Trump in March of 2025, Alvaro Bedoya and Rebecca Slaughter, who was the lead plaintiff in the case. In a separate ruling announced Monday, justices ruled 5-4 that Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook could remain in her job as she challenges Trump's efforts to fire her as well.
Writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts argued the Trump administration's efforts to end the Federal Reserve's independence is, quote, an interpretive leap out of step with the statute Congress enacted and our nation's tradition of central banking protected from political interference, unquote. Alvaro Bedoya, former FTC commissioner who was fired by Trump, responded to the ruling, quote, they're making clear that the street bankers, the central bankers, they deserve an independent, above-the-fray regulator. The rest of us schmucks get stuck with the loyalists, Bedoya said. He's now a senior advisor at the American Economic Liberties Project, co-host of a weekly podcast, The Fair Fight with Alvaro and Max. He's joining us now.
Yeah, no, the hypocrisy inherent in these two rulings is so stark and so blatant in who it is intended to help and who it doesn't help. It's like, yeah, if you're one of the big banks, if you're some like hedge fund, some multi-billion-dollar hedge fund or something like that, yeah, you get special treatment. You get actual government regulations. Everybody else, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Just everyone in America, everything in America. The plants, the animals, the water, the air. Basically, everyone who can't pay their way to, prosperity.
From Maryland. Alvaro Bedoya, welcome to Democracy Now! You're former commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission, fired by Trump last year. Talk about these two Supreme Court rulings.
I think the key thing here, Amy, is to follow the money. Because on the one hand, on Monday, you had the regulator that's most important to those central bankers, most important to those billionaire Wall Street bankers. Why? Because they want a nice, steady ship with interest rates, with other interventions in the market. the Supreme Court reaffirmed, surprise, surprise, that those regulators should, at least for now, remain above the fray and independent. But then you have this whole series of other agencies that keep your toys safe, that keep health insurers from robbing people blind, that keep supermarkets from merging to make milk, eggs, and beef even, to keep it from being even more expensive. The court said that all those regulators can report directly to the president and be entirely beholden to his whims, and at the end of the day, his donors, his billionaire donors over his shoulder at the inauguration. That's what this is about.
And Alvaro, if you could...
Exactly. And like I just mentioned before, like, this is only one of multiple rulings, or two of multiple rulings that came down in this last week from the Supreme Court, including a ruling on temporary protected status and how the government is expected to even deal with temporary protected status. Basically suggesting that people on the other side of the fence are being given the opportunity for asylum without having spoken to anyone, just by existing on the others. Like, it's like if like a government official can see you, like, that's good enough. That's effectively what they said. I'm being a bit whatever, but like, that is how I see what the ruling states. It's like, oh, if the government like knows you exist, that's technically your opportunity for asylum, even if you're not actually being given the opportunity. Even if they force you to stay in your country and don't give you, like, don't actually give you the opportunity to do it, that's still technically the government meeting its obligations. But maybe I'm explaining it wrong. Mark Wayne Mullen, maybe he can explain it for everybody. He is, of course, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary.
Give me a joke.
If the 350,000 temporary protective status holders right now start applying for permanent status, start applying for visas, will they not be deported? Is that a way for them to stay in the U.S. legally?
Well, it depends on if they qualify or not. Underneath some visas, when you overstay your visa, when you have to go back to the country you came from. Underneath TPS, while it is still in order, you're able to apply for different status. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be accepted. There's a lot of things that take into consideration. First of all, have you been here and been charged with a felony, or do you have a criminal background? Do you have pending charges against you? Those won't be accepted. If you've been here and you've been living off the taxpayer dollars, meaning that you're part of social programs, those won't be accepted either. If you've been here and you've had a full-time paying job, underneath some circumstances, those would apply, but you have to go through the regular steps that every other immigrant that wants to come to the country legally has to go through. So I can't say that everybody's going to be accepted, but you are eligible to apply. Nothing prevents you from applying, filling out the application, but nothing's prevented them since they've been.
Nothing's preventing you from filling out the application, says Mark Wayne. Although, if you've ever been the recipient of any sort of government assistance, which, of course, many people fleeing, genocide, ethnic cleansing, gang violence, whatever, extreme poverty, climate change, whatever it might be, those people tend to need a little help at the beginning. So even if you do have a full-time job, like Mark Wayne Mullen said, even if you haven't committed any crimes, you're still probably going to get deported, right? You have an opportunity to apply, but you can tell by the way Mark Wayne is talking, they're not accepting. They're not going to be accepting any. They're not planning on accepting any fucking any any of these. I mean, he's literally describing people helping society. He's like, even if you have a job, you've done no crimes, and you're benefiting America, like you're a contributing member of society, we still might think you're, too brown or something, or too foreign, too Muslim, or whatever else. Chat is a bit dry tonight. Aw. Well, we're only a half hour into the show. People are still congregating. YouTube is being weird? Is it being weird? That's no good. Yeah, he's basically saying, like, if if you're in the country as a refugee, you're leaving. Like, everything that he just described, like, basically, just to any reasonable person interpreting everything that Mark Wayne Mullins just said, is they don't care how good of a person you are. Like, they don't care, like, how good of a member of society you've been. Like, if you are from the wrong country, right? If you're of the wrong country, wrong ethnicity, wrong whatever, wrong religion, you're gone. That is literally what they're doing. Like, because he just laid out a whole bunch of shit that should be reasons to let somebody stay in the country, and he's like, actually, that's all still not good enough. Which is like, it's just proof that they are, in fact, they are not looking at any of the normal measures that a government might look at as whether or not somebody deserves or belongs here. These words are very fucking... but, like, I'm just trying to describe what we're talking about here, and this is exactly how it's framed all the fucking time. And, like, he is still saying, actually, that's not good enough. Like, we're just so racist. Like, our agenda is just purely based on hate and racism and Islamophobia or whatever else, right? We have to completely ignore all of the normal metrics that we use as a country to measure whether or not somebody belongs in America. Now, what's interesting is that one group of people who we said had to go back are Syrians. Now, Trump's been saying that al-Jilani's been doing a great job there. However, it's still not the safest place. 3 days after Mark Wayne was making that statement, this happened this week. This is from yesterday. Actually, I think Wednesday.
Let's return now to some breaking news from Damascus. There's been an explosion near the Central Court complex, also known as the Palace of Justice. The Syrian state news agency says at least 5 people have been killed. Obeida Hito joins us now on the line from the scene of the attack in Damascus. Obeida, you have just arrived at the site of this explosion. What can you see?
Well, Anna, we've been here for over half an hour now. There has been a very tense security situation. The police, as well as military intelligence, have been here on the scene, creating a security zone around the scene of the attack. It's actually just inside this neighborhood. This big white building is the central courthouse here in Damascus.
Does this seem safe? Like, we're literally claiming that it's safe to go back to Syria right now. Earlier this week, Monday, Mark Wayne saying that. By Wednesday, this is happening. Yeah, just send all the people back. And the vast majority, I don't know about the vast majority, but like a lot of people who are living outside of Syria in the United States are the exact sort of people who have concerns probably about their safety in Syria for whatever reason, like I like ethnic identity or otherwise, right? And like The government's like, actually, I don't care how good of a citizen you've been. You're going back. It's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Go back to Syria. It's just blatantly like wrong. It is lively on Twitch. I agree. Oh my god. There's also, people are slowly turning up on YouTube. It's a national holiday. I'm like, the holidays are always like this. For anybody who's shocked by the slowness of today's stream, getting going, 30 minutes in. This is exactly the sort of thing that happens on holidays. It takes a while for people to even notice that we're streaming because they're just they're already on autopilot, just enjoying their day off, at least in some cases. Or whatever, right? But eventually, we'll all be enjoying this, or trying to enjoy this time together. But I'm not ready to get to the America 250 stuff fully yet. We're still going to talk about the state of immigration in the United States. Let's go to Texas. It's a fantastic story. I'm sorry, did I say fantastic? I meant fucking stupid story.
We're learning that Sister Leticia Ugboaja, a Nigerian national, was arrested and detained by immigration enforcement while walking to Mass. It happened last Sunday in McAllen, Texas. Bishop Daniel E. Flores of the Diocese of Brownsville calling her a source of goodness and hope in their community. Just a few hours after her arrest, DHS later releasing Sister Ugboaja, who's been in the U.S. for at least 10 years, but her immigration status is unclear. The department has not responded to our multiple requests for comments and information about her arrest and her detention. Ugboaja's detention was even condemned by a Republican lawmaker, Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, writing, "Our immigration enforcement should target violent criminals. A Catholic nun on her way to church is not a threat to our community." The administration has repeatedly pledged to go out.
How do we decide that?
Definition of totalitarian.
Monica, how do we decide that? I mean, that Catholic nun, oh, God, never know. I mean, what if it was an imam instead? Oh, would they be as less of a threat to the community? Because that's what I'm wondering, right? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think this woman was a fucking criminal or a threat to her community. I just find it interesting that a Republican rushes to the defense of a Catholic nun. And I just wonder whether or not Republican Representative Monica De La Cruz of Texas would go and take this stance publicly about an imam being grabbed up, right? Or someone of another faith. Day off, what's that fair? That's fair, Tony. That's fair. That's what I said for some. I ended it with for some. Because I know inherently that not everybody gets the day off. I don't know if you noticed, I'm one of those people. I'm working right now. But, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. ICE arrested and detained this woman and then released her, giving no comment on why she was released or detained, for that matter. I wonder what about this woman walking around looking like this could have led them to think she was a threat to the community. They probably thought she was going to, like, take off flying like that flying nun. It's a threat. It's a threat to the airspace of Texas.
Illegal.
Yeah. And, I don't know if you realize this, but in, like, the last year and a half, Republicans have put a boatload of money into these efforts to tackle nuns in the streets of Texas. Nearly $250 billion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by offering my deepest condolences to you, Mrs. Gorman, and to you, Mr. Abraham, for the loss of your children. As a parent myself, I can think of no greater loss, and I appreciate you being here to share their stories and their lives with us. Unfortunately, this hearing is, it's the fourth time in this committee that we've had a hearing on sanctuary cities, the fourth time. And there's many other things that we could be doing other than this. I would have loved to have had some hearings on the unconstitutionality of the president's executive order on eliminating birthright citizenship. This is something that the Supreme Court just ruled today in a 6-3 majority was unconstitutional. And yet this was an executive order that caused so much fear and trauma across the country. We could have been discussing that, but we haven't. Instead, we have had this series of hearings that are designed to attack the very trust policies that research has shown over and over again have actually saved lives and kept communities safer by maintaining the necessary and important division between the enforcement of federal civil immigration laws and the enforcement of local criminal laws. This division ensures that people don't fear law enforcement who try to enforce immigration law, and that community members will actually come forward and be witnesses in these prosecutions to report crimes when they happen. The Trump administration, however, has ignored decades of research and has done the exact opposite. They've blurred the lines between immigration enforcement and law enforcement so much that they essentially no longer exist. They've destroyed trust in communities and created fear and even deported witnesses to important crimes so that then those crimes cannot be effectively prosecuted. On top of that, the Trump administration has diverted over 28,000 officers from their critical law enforcement activities to work on immigration enforcement instead. This has led to non-immigration criminal prosecutions falling to their lowest point in decades. Gun prosecutions have fallen more than 10%. Investigators worked 33% fewer hours on child exploitation cases. Nearly 1 in every 5 FBI agents has been reassigned to arrest immigrants instead of conducting complex criminal investigations of corruption, espionage, terrorism, cyber attacks, and transnational gangs.
Wow. Fascinating. That was Gorilla Jayapal speaking at the House Judiciary Committee about the incredible waste of government resources under the Trump administration for tackling nuns in the streets of Texas and other sorts of crimes. It's almost like a defunding. I almost want to call it like they've defunded the police, at least the local police forces, and like the upholding of the regular law. In lieu of that, they've chosen to do immigration instead. They've like kind of defunded police forces by appropriating resources and officers, agents, FBI. Local offices to immigration enforcement efforts when they could be solving actual crimes. Not just people just existing on the wrong side of a line, but, like real crimes, like murder.
Illegal.
It's quite a shocking number, though. All those numbers are quite shocking. Doesn't seem like they care very much about that law and order thing. It's just the racist agenda of getting rid of non-white people from the country. That's not the only sort of government spending waste that has existed. Did you know in the last 6 years, the U.S. government has spent $1.2 billion on quote-unquote anti-China influence that government watchdogs cannot trace.
A what now?
China!
NBC Montana on this story.
Where did the money go? That's a question government watchdogs are asking about a program mandated by Congress to try to diminish Chinese influence on a global scale. The Government Accountability Office is out with a brand new report that is full of questions about how more than $1 billion in taxpayer money was spent. Christine Frizzell breaks down its findings in tonight's Waste Watch report.
It was supposed to be an answer to what lawmakers on Capitol Hill called a generational threat, the Chinese Communist Party's growing power and influence around the world. It's the central reason why
I love this
Congress
story.
allocated money and
Okay, I love this story from NBC Montana because, like, I don't think they see how this is actually a self-owned. Like, NBC Montana has got to be the most right-wing local NBC station that I subscribe to, but like, they're trying to blame the government for not being good enough at being anti-Chinese. Like, that's actually how this entire story is framed. They're like, the horrifying scourge of China. We should be spending $1 trillion on our efforts in this every single year. But the government can't even do it right.
Forces to counter Chinese influence, including its economic coercion,
China!
its efforts to expand its authoritarian system of government, and military sales and development of military technology. The U.S. State Department and now defunct U.S. Agency for International Development reported funding 470 projects costing about $1.2 billion, but with very little accounting of what specifically the money was spent on.
Oh no, money used in like clandestine operations, anti-China clandestine operations that every single viewer of NBC Montana absolutely fucking, like, if Trump himself came out and said we're going to spend $1.2 billion on anti-China efforts, but we're not going to tell you what it is, they would fucking cheer, right? I just find it fucking hilarious. What this proves to me is that maybe we should stop spending money. Maybe we should stop trying to do covert, operations and or open operations of anti-Chinese efforts, right? Maybe we should just work on global getting along efforts. How's that sound? How about we work on friendship efforts with other countries rather than this nonsense? Okay? Because you do that, you don't have to hide that money, right? You don't have to hide that money when you're setting up a time for hugs or whatever. Or, I don't know, re-signing trade deals with other countries, like, I don't know, our neighbors.
And we're building Canadian, with Canadian workers, Canadian steel, Canadian know-how, Canadian values.
Turi Isri reports on the new level of uncertainty around CUSMA.
An unwelcome message from the United States delivered on Canada Day. The Trump administration declined to extend the agreement underpinning North American free trade.
Now we're really going to get into the hard discussions and the bluster.
After a virtual meeting with trade representatives from the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, the White House said it did not agree to renew the USMCA, or CUSMA, in its current form. The decision does not kill the deal. Instead, it triggers annual reviews and a 10-year clock to its possible expiration. The Canada-U.S. Trade Minister declined Global News' request for an interview.
There you go. A deal that Trump signed in his first term, if I recall correctly, now refusing to re-sign in his second term, causing something of a shakeup in our neighbor countries, Canada, Mexico. People, I mean, Over the last year and a half, as we know, people have been learning lessons left and right about counting on the United States under Donald Trump's leadership, but I think that this was still disturbing, concerning to Canada and Mexico alike, as they are our two biggest trade partners. And we both mutually benefit from it, including having lower prices on a number of different goods. Because we have things we can share, like friends. Like I was saying, we could do friendship stuff, like cookouts. Unfortunately, those cookouts are getting more expensive for those trying to celebrate this 4th of July.
Not just fireworks booming for the 4th of July, food costs are heating up, which could kind of change what you're planning and how you're doing.
Yes, in fact, the American Farm Bureau Federation reports that this is the most expensive 4th of July since it started tracking costs a decade ago.
The most expensive 4th of July since the tracking of 4th of July costs began.
No! Come on! I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah, rather than making things less expensive, Trump making things more expensive this 4th of July. And now I'm not saying that the canceling of that deal, which is not actually technically canceled, but I'm not saying that the non-renewal of that is having some immediate effect. But of course, this is just the tail end of Trump's war on the planet. Trade war, I should be more specific, since he's now been doing actual wars since then. I'm glad we've escalated from trade war to real wars. I'm sure there's no way that goes awry. Is Trump giving his speech yet? Or has he given the speech? Oh my god. He still hasn't given the speech yet? You're shitting me. Wait, is it 10:30 Mountain Time that he gives the speech? Tell me it's 10:30 Mountain Time that he gives the speech. Oh my god, I think it is. Oh my god, it's only like 9 p.m. there right now, isn't it? Okay. I was gonna do alright, I have to. Let me think. I'm gonna switch to this next video, and then I'm just gotta I gotta move a video around because this is not. Trump is giving a live speech at Mount Rushmore.
How do House Republicans make the case that you're fighting for affordability when you go back to your districts?
Affordability? What are you talking about?
Well, affordability is the big.
I'm going to go to
for affordability when you go.
Trump is giving a speech. If you don't know, Trump is giving a speech at Mount Rushmore at like 10:30. I thought it was Eastern Standard Time. I think I was completely wrong. It looks like it's gonna be because everybody's just standing there waiting right now. I think it's gonna be in like an hour and like an hour and a half or a half hour. What time is it in Montana? It's 9 p.m., right? It's Mountain Time. Or is there two different time zones in Montana? I always forget.
How do House Republicans make the case that you're fighting for affordability when you go back to your districts?
affordability. What are you talking about?
Well, affordability is the big.
I'm going to go there tomorrow. Over the 4th. I'm going to get me a couple big lobster tails. I'm going to get me some nice ribeyes.
You think that 60% of Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck can afford lobster tails and ribeyes and all of that?
Maybe not. Maybe the 60% of America don't work as hard as I do either. I mean, I don't know.
This week, Trump was forced to file his personal financial disclosure forms. The figures that have come out about his corruption are staggering. Trump added around $2.2 billion to his net worth as president in 2025.
Okay, hold on. But this is not why we're watching this video. We're doing this one for this ridiculous fucking clip from this guy. Like, it's unhinged. Like, it's the worst response I could imagine. Somebody like affordability is like the number one issue right now for Americans. You got a goddamn holiday. The Republicans are supposed to love. Like, this is supposed to be a Republican's number one holiday. This is Flag Day, basically, right? This is the day of flags. Like, this is the day when you bring out all of your flags. Like, I know we have another day that's called Flag Day, but we might as well just call this Flag Day because they all bring out flag shorts, flag shirts, flag hats, flag sunglasses, actual flags, babies tattooed with flags, right? Like, I mean, it is an embarrassment of flags. I mean, there's no other word for it. And it's the one time where it's basically socially acceptable to look like a Republican does on most days. And this is supposed to be their fucking day right now. And this answer is just so bad.
You don't say Trump, and that's fine by me. Keep the Trump name out of your mouth, Mike. And so he just said the president, coward, quivering in his little boots.
Oh, right. Yeah, Mount Rushmore is not in Montana, is it? It's in Dakota, South Dakota. Yes, thank you, Chewy. Is that Central Time? I think that's Central Time, isn't it?
Contrast, this is another Republican, Representative Nels, who's a bit more honest, I think, about where the Republicans are on this issue of affordability. This is the reality of what Republicans, how they actually feel about public service, what they feel like where they feel they are in the hierarchy of American life. And they're essentially just kind of spitting in voters' faces at this point.
And I would just say Nels was previously a cop, so it's not like he made like a whole bunch of money in private industry either before this.
Oh,
so.
Of course, right.
I think he's a vet too. So.
Well, that's why they go to, I mean, truly, that's why they go to Congress, to get rich.
Actually, real quick, how do House Republicans make the case that you're fighting for affordability when you go back to your districts?
Affordability? What are you talking about?
Affordability is the big...
I'm going to go there tomorrow. Over the 4th. I'm going to get me a couple big lobster tails. I'm going to get me some nice ribeyes. I'm going to sit in my backyard with my family, my neighbors. And we're going to be enjoying the 4th, celebrating 250 years, the birthday. We're going to be celebrating the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. Maybe watch some fireworks. Won't be up here. It's going to be too hot, right? And I'm in bed at 11 o'clock. I heard the fireworks ain't going off till 11 o'clock Eastern on the 4th of July. I probably have to sleep through that one.
Riffing.
But listen, everybody understands. You're going to see a little increase in energy prices because of Iran. I mean, come on. People aren't stupid. You realize that when you have a conflict with Iran. But I think in the end, this short-term increase in some of the costs of energy, gasoline and stuff, is temporary. But President Trump has made it very clear to these companies, don't be gouging. Don't price gouging.
All right. Everything is a... Oh, wait, did he say that? Yes. Okay, I forgot about this part. Keep going.
Price gouging. I mean, energy, what? Oil was at $69 the other day, 72 today. It's freezing. The prices got to come down.
One's for the mistress.
One's for criminal.
You think 60% of Americans...
So we got to do that. We have to do that. And I think that the overall goal and objective is to make sure Iran never has a nuclear weapon. So I'm okay with the increase in fuel because you knew it was going to happen with oil and the Strait and everything, but it's a temporary issue.
You think the 60% of Americans who...
Whenever anybody says nuclear, all I can think of is this guy.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
We can't let Iran have nuclear, okay? And the nuclear is like, I mean, that is not how it's spelled. Why have we not solved this yet? Like, that was fucking like 30 years ago now. It's like 30 years ago you got him saying nuclear. The nuclear weapons are coming. Saddam Hussein, weapons of mass destruction. Jeb, you see what you hear what I said?
We're living paycheck to paycheck, can afford lobster tails and ribeyes and all of that.
Maybe not. Maybe the 60% of America don't work as hard as I do either. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I guess. It's a meritocracy up there in Congress. That's why the Trump boys are so rich.
Another ad for Tallarico.
They work so hard at finding the right connect for Coke.
Illegal.
Yes, indeed. Well, clearly Congress understands what it's like to be a regular human being. This guy eating 2 lobster tails and a ribeye on July 4th. Who eats lobster tails on ribeye and ribeye on fucking July 4th, by the way? Hot dogs, hamburgers. That is the normal answer. This guy, like, answers the most, like, unrelatable fucking thing you could imagine. A couple of lobster tails. Yeah, I'll be thinking about nuclear, but I got a couple of lobster tails, a couple of ribeye with me, and, I don't know, I'm not be thinking about affordability at all, actually. It's gonna be great. When you think about it, it's gonna be beautiful. Now, unfortunately, some people are foregoing expected normal holiday traveling, road trips and such, as high gas prices continue to persist. This is News 8 WROC, Rochester, New York, from 5 hours ago.
All right, Eric, thanks so much. It is one of the busiest travel weekends of the entire year, but with gas prices at a 4-year high, a road trip may not prove as popular as before. As we found out around town today, many are choosing to spend the 4th right here at home. An estimated 72 million Americans are expected to travel for Independence Day, up 5% from last year. But that's not on everyone's agenda.
I got everything right here. Outside of gas prices, it's beautiful up here.
Whether it's a day spent at Durand Eastman Beach or across the street on Irondequoit Bay, many are making the most out of what's familiar.
We're really lucky that our city has all these, waterways and parks and spaces to enjoy and have the day off, so figure we'll do something good with it.
Camp Eastman in Irondequoit is also a busy spot. The Kyler family of Rochester has made 4th of July cookouts a long-standing tradition there.
It's a family tradition that my grandparents started, and so now it's coming to the point where the grandparents' great-grandkids are taking over.
Wanda Kyler says she debated taking their plans elsewhere, but decided to stick with what they know.
We were thinking of Hershey Park. The family getting together in written cabins, but once again, because of the gas prices, that's out of the question.
Yep, once again, because of the gas prices, that's out of the question. Good God. Holiday is stolen by the war in Iran. Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Tennessee does too. What Tennessee says nuclear too. Nuclear! You didn't buy any fireworks this year? Oh. Aww. Well, there's other ways to celebrate. However, this is gonna suck. Do we do this now? Honestly, I'm kind of... I don't want to get into the next topic. Then interrupt it with this Trump speech. Mount Rushmore, 9:14 p.m. 16 minutes until this Trump speech happens. You can see the Mount Rushmore monument where Donald Trump has suggested that his face should go as well as a deranged megalomaniac. What should we expect? We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. I'm not just gonna sit here and stare at the faces of our founding fathers. It's weird. That's weird.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Let's have a debate about America, the future of America, perhaps. The debate being sort of triggered by all the winning going on. So much winning. Donald Trump did promise us unprecedented winning. I don't know if this is what he meant, but what I'm, of course, talking about is all the winning going on vis-a-vis democratic socialists in these primary elections. So much winning.
These are not social democrats. These are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless communists.
Godless
All communists are godless. They don't believe in God. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence, in my opinion, 250 years ago. This is a major threat to our country. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing.
There will be nothing.
No nothing.
There will be no
You'll be a
nothing.
third world.
Because of the double negative, it's like he's saying there will be everything and not there will be nothing. Even though I know what he means. There will be no nothing could also be interpreted as there will be everything. There will be everything, actually. Free healthcare. Free social housing. Daycare for your children. And affordable groceries.
Inhabitant in every way, and everyone will suffer or die. You'll suffer or die. That's what happens.
Trump was making that pitch to Christian conservatives at the Faith and Freedom Coalition earlier today, just days after New York's primary elections, where we saw 3 self-proclaimed Democratic socialists win their races. New York City Mayor Zohran endorsed all 3 of them.
President Trump's going into these midterms with a significant advantage.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized I think we missed it. I think we missed the Trump speech, didn't we? Where did it go? Oh, shit. Did it just get taken down? Oh, no, I moved it. That's right. Son of a bitch. Go back. Go back. No. This one. I think we missed it. I was trying to catch it live. It was supposed to go off at 10:30. I just realized I had a Twitter notification because I follow the goddamn White House on Twitter. Yes, I do that. These are the things I do for you. Oh, wait. This is live right now. Isn't it? Is this live?
Explorers, doers, and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition.
Is he wearing a hat? Is that Trump? Oh, no. No, I think he just went live just now. Hold on. This is like seconds ago.
Well, thank you very much to the men and women of the South Dakota Air National Guard and those beautiful F-35s. We love them, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. This is a lovely crowd. And what a sight it is.
Can we get a pan out, C-SPAN?
I want to thank Senate Majority.
I really wish C-SPAN would have panned it out. Like, just for honestly, historical purposes, when you think about it. I mean, the president said it's a huge crowd. We should see it. Like, instead they pan in. Not helpful, C-SPAN. Come on.
Come on!
John Thune, a good friend of mine and all of us. Senator Mike Rounds, great guy. Governor Larry Roden, thank you, Larry. Lieutenant Governor Van Huysen. Oh, they're good. I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible, talented pilots. Thank you very much.
Great, beautiful, handsome,
Secretary
talented
Burgum,
pilots.
who's doing a phenomenal job. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Governor DeSantis, where's Ron? Thank you, Ron. Distinguished guests and fellow citizens, tonight we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it. In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one, the one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring constitution on earth. We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth. And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history. And it is great to be your president.
It's a perfect constitution that I'm literally trying to dismantle. It's really great, aside from some of the stuff in there I don't like. 14th Amendment, First Amendment, Fifth and Fourth Amendment, a bunch of them. They're very annoying.
It is great. For a quarter of a millennium, liberty, justice, equality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing
So much
like
flourishing.
what we are doing. The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet by human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever.
Ever, ever, ever.
No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of
Forever,
America.
ever.
And we give thanks for these extraordinary blessings. We remember that what we have created in this country is not the natural way of the world. It is not the norm. It is the exception. It is rare. It is priceless. And it is truly miraculous. Throughout the entire story of humanity, most people in most places.
Dude, this speech is such a farce. It is dystopian. This man is pretending to celebrate shit that he is actively undoing in the last year and a half. Great constitution that I'm undoing. Amazing, amazing democracy, unseen anywhere else that I don't like. I don't like it. Okay, we gotta do a bunch of stuff. Poll taxes.
Have lived a life plagued by suffering, poverty, exploitation, violence, and misery. But here in America, in this land, on this continent, we have written a very different story. It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves, the many uniting as one, the men and women rising by their own skill and talent to go further and reach higher than anyone has ever gone before. There has never been anything like this. The triumph of American independence was the result of the most extraordinary people in history, the most extraordinary culture in history, and the most extraordinary ideas in history, all creating the most extraordinary republic.
I can guarantee you Stephen Miller wrote this fucking speech. The most amazing culture in history. Which culture? I think we know which culture he's talking about.
Ever in history. It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776. That was a big year. 250 years ago tomorrow, what a big day that is. I consider this a big day because I'm with you. I like that too. And by the way, we won big here. We won really big. Each and every time. But 250 years ago tomorrow, the words of our Declaration of Independence sent an earthquake through all of the coming time. They sparked a revolution that has never ended, but still continues to this day. And tonight we come to this beautiful mountain, and it is beautiful, to express our gratitude to those who made it possible, starting with the four men most responsible for reaching this milestone more than any others. We salute the father of our country, George Washington.
The way he says it, the way he says George Washington, it's like George Washington's about to come on the stage. He can't help himself. Why does he always sound like a goddamn like a carnival, like someone be like a carnival barker, and trying to think like a world like literally like a WWE announcer. It's like George he's dead. He's not coming out on the stage right now, Donald.
The author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson, he's also here.
The great emancipator and savior of our union, Abraham Lincoln. And the man who built America into a global superpower, Theodore Roosevelt.
He really
These
loves
are the
Theodore
men who
Roosevelt, doesn't he?
declared the freedom, and won
Got a
our
problem.
freedom, and saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition, men of daring, men of destiny, and men of truly great intelligence. Above all, they were great men of history. Tonight, on the threshold of our 25th year, we stand beneath the monument of these heroes, a true group of unbelievable people, and we rededicate ourselves to being a nation as big, bold, noble, and as great as these American giants. And that's not easy to do, but we're going to do it. These men could only have
be
been
just as good.
made in the USA.
Maybe better.
Their faces are engraved on these bluffs, not only because of what they did, but to remind us forever who we are. These heroes exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity, and it'll never change. It's the ultimate source of our strength.
Hold on, I need to hear that sentence again. What in the fuck did the president just distinct?
Exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique
Something very unique about our character. Distinct. Dude, yo, Grandpa is having a fucking breakdown, dude. Unique about our character. Very distinct. Distinct. Different from distinct.
distinct and unique. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity.
Truly unique.
And it'll never change.
That's actually the word.
The ultimate
Not unique.
source of our strength and the bulwark of our freedom. On this anniversary, we must remember, we have to remember, we can never forget that American liberty has not endured for 250 years merely because of words on paper. Liberty has prevailed here because of the culture and character of the people who declared it, defended it, and preserved it. These are very, very special times, and this is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congratulations, everybody.
Congratulations, South Dakota. That has to be an ad lib. You're very lucky, South Dakota, for living here, because you get to meet me. Wait, whoopsies. Hold on, what did I just do? Oh my god. This is a disturbing fucking dystopian. Hold on, I lost it. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Great job, South Dakota.
Thank you.
Where is it? I lost my place.
We love that rodeo of the West. America.
Ah.
Microchip, the personal computer,
microchip,
the internet, the GPS.
What is he just? What is he doing? He's just randomly listing shit now. Where were we? Oh my god.
In character, a new breed of citizen. That's you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're not that new a breed. You're a really good breed, but I'm not sure that you're that new a breed. Americans did not bow before a king or a government, but kneeled only before Almighty God. That's right. These were the people who founded our republic. These were the patriots who fought for.
He is literally a televangelist. Do you hear the things he's saying right now? We did it all through God. You know which one? You know which one, South Dakota? Clap. Please clap.
Independence. This was the spirit that demanded freedom, and this was the culture that built America and carved its heroes into Mount Rushmore.
He has said the word culture now like a dozen times. And it's getting real weird at this point. Like I said before, Stephen Miller had to have written this. Because it is like clearly obsessed with Western culture. Western culture did it, nobody else. Just us. Go check the Smithsonian, we deleted all the rest. We deleted all the rest of the history. It was just Western culture.
For generations, it was understood that the core of patriotic duty of every American was to pass this culture on to our children and to preserve the nation for centuries and centuries to come. But in recent years, there's been an undeniable attempt to change this exceptional character.
I should have...
To beat the American spirit out of us.
I guess I should have changed the title. Not from Donald Trump celebrates himself, but the Donald Trump celebrates fascism? I don't know. Like, so celebrates the worst parts of America? Like... Celebrates the Confederacy, all the great jobs, all the stuff they did, I guess. I don't know. It's like the whole thing is weird. Like Donald Trump celebrates a very specific part of American history. Like, because he's actually not talking. It's shocking. Like, this speech has gone on a while. He hasn't been talking about himself a lot. But he sure has been celebrating white Western culture a hell of a lot. He might not be saying white Western culture every time, but it's implied. It's quite clearly implied.
Alienate us from our history and to make it impossible to even answer the question, what does it mean to be an American?
Yeah, but what's up with all these people asking us to question what it is to be American? Stop asking. You're American. Like, be American or leave. Like, this is fucking white supremacist talk. This is more, let's delete all of the uncomfortable exhibits out of the Smithsonian. Only the ones that celebrate our great are great white patriots of old times. They might have had slaves, but they actually maybe they had some good ideas too. Like this is, I mean, are you hearing what he just said? He's like, they're making us not celebrate certain parts. They're making us, like, listen, I just gotta hear that again. This is insane.
Out of us, alienate this exceptional character, to beat the American spirit out of us, alienate us from our history, and to make it impossible to even answer.
Alienate ourselves from our history and make it impossible what it is to answer what it is to be an American. He's basically like, he sounds like a fucking Confederate.
The question, what does it mean to be an American? As we march into our 250th year, incredible, beautiful year it will be, we must never forget there is no American freedom without American culture. And there is no American founding without the American people. Many nations have paper constitutions and legal systems, but the citizens live in fear and squalor. A constitution is only as strong as the people and the culture responsible for upholding it.
And the culture.
But as long as we remember
He keeps saying it.
Who we are, we have to always remember who we are.
He keeps saying the word culture, the people, and the culture. Like, what? Where in the Constitution does it say and the culture? Hold up the Constitution. He just inserted the word culture is just being uncomfortably inserted. It's like Stephen Miller was feeling lazy and like outsourced this speech to AI and said, make sure to use the word culture 100 times during this speech. And it just didn't even belong there in that sentence.
And what we're all about, the United States of America will forever be the land of free men and women, and we will never, ever fail. So tonight, let us say clearly and proudly what makes Americans so unique and extraordinary. We're going to give our country its identity back. Above all, Americans love freedom. We cherish independence, and we know that we are the heirs to the most beautiful land, the most thrilling story, and the most precious legacy on which the sun has ever shined. In America, we do not need anyone's permission to say what we think and to live as we please, to worship as we choose, or to keep and bear arms. You know that.
What now?
And for almost 6 years during my presidency, I've saved, almost single-handedly, but working with John and some other great people, we've saved your Second Amendment, and I will continue to do so, I promise. Our rights here, given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that some people are envious and some people are not. We are not, but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it.
We earn our money.
We're incredible, good, kind, and generous people.
We earn our money just like me, a guy who inherited hundreds of millions of dollars. I earned it just like everybody else. Totally normal. And we don't envy people who have a lot of money, okay? Just like the billions of dollars I've earned since I became president. I earned that too, okay? So everybody stop envying people, okay? It's almost, I feel like this is almost an ad-lib, I can't tell.
And we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it. Thank you. So true. Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before. And that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem and we will just solve it. Show us a task the world calls impossible and Americans will get it done. Americans are strong and always ready to stand firm for a good cause. We treasure justice, fairness, family, honesty, and human dignity, unlike societies based on class, clan, or tribe. We see every citizen as an individual, equal under the law and equal under the eyes of the Lord.
Bullshit, dude.
Give me a
In
joke.
America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years...
There it is. There it is.
That has been the
That is
language of
That is
freedom.
an incredible. That is an incredible dichotomy. Those two statements juxtaposed against one another, one after the other. We see everybody
This
as equal.
is the very definition of totalitarianism.
We see everybody as equal under the eyes of the law and stuff. But also, when you think about it, if you don't speak English, you're really not an American. English is the only language that we respect. If you speak Spanish, you're basically a second-class citizen. Like, up at those two statements, like, juxtaposed against it are incredible. The hypocrisy of it is just and the fact that these morons, these cultists are cheering for it just shows you just how racist they all are. They just cheered for one of the most racist statements you could have made. You think everybody's equal unless you don't speak English. Okay?
That is the language of our equal under the eyes of the Lord. In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years, that has been the language of freedom. An American always wants peace and order, but we will never shrink from danger or threat. We will always fight, 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 and win, win, win. We got to do that. Because this is our culture, this is our character. Not every American knows all of these things, but every American knows these are the traits that...
I need to put up like a culture counter on the goddamn screen. Like what? How many times is he gonna say the word culture at this point? I thought they was gonna ease off, but at this point, it's like 24 times that they've said the word culture. Is this a Klan rally or a celebration of America?
Make our country exceptional, and exceptional it is. You do not have to be born here, but you do have to love what we have built. You must love our country.
You have to love it. If you don't love it, we're going to send you away.
There's never been anything like us anywhere on earth, and we are not going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor.
All of the wars.
Or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us.
Wait, what the hell does 9/11 have to do with communism? Why is he all? What in the hell just happened? They just went from we fought the scourge of communism and 9/11. Okay, they're actually the same thing. Al Qaeda, Al Qaeda is actually communists. The communist scourge of Al Qaeda.
To our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th.
It's the enemy of July
76. It is the enemy indeed.
That was the funniest way you could possibly say that. I'm sorry, please hold. This is I need this sound shot. It's the enemy of July 4th. I'm sorry. I do need that sound shot. You can't blame me for this, okay? It's my job. Okay, this is what you come for. This is future. This is for future valuetainment, okay? Just think of it like that.
You're about to be valuetained.
Okay, when you think about it like that, actually, isn't it worth it?
Come on!
When you think about it like that, it's actually probably really sort of a great, perfect deal. The very best deal you could imagine when you think about it. Everybody's saying it.
Is the enemy of free people everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself because it never worked.
The enemy of
Thousands
July
of years, if you look
4th.
at it.
Enemy of July 4th. Oh god, that's my new favorite. That's my new favorite Trump quote. Communism, the enemy of July 4th. God damn it! Watch out, July. You are on notice. Communism coming for you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh god.
This is ridiculous.
Enemy of July 4th, 17.
Okay, hold on. I almost got the sound shot clipped. I went a little bit too far. Oh god. I'll finish this later. I'll just save that sound shot. I don't have time for this.
Different names under somewhat
Enemy of
different
July 4th.
ideologies and systems. That system has led to more death and destruction than any system ever tried. It killed 100 million people just in the last century alone. Communism is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil.
It is tyranny.
The godless
The
communist
pursuit of
morality
evil.
states that
I love how he keeps calling the communists godless. Like, and first off, there are like no communists, right? There's no actual communists, but he's of course talking about like, democratic socialists. But Fox News and other sorts of like right-wing pundits have been calling all of them political Islamists. So there's like a real, there's something of a paradox between these two statements. I don't know if anybody can pick up on it, but if you got political Islamists and godless communists, those two groups might have some things to disagree on, if they in fact exist at all. I mean, there might be some disagreements inherent in those two groups, but I'm just pointing out probably the obvious.
Anything is justified to bring about inhuman visions and to really propose what's good. They don't want good. They don't love God, and they don't want God. They don't love religion, and they don't want religion, and they won't have it. But we will not let them win. They have no chance against us. They have no respect for law, justice, principle, tradition, or your God-given rights.
They have no respect for law or tradition. All of the things that I am personally tearing apart. Even the crowd looks confused. Because they know, I think they all know that Donald Trump is literally subverting all tradition. He's been murdering people in the streets, enriching himself to the tunes of billions of dollars. Like, unlike any other president before him, he has done things. We've used the word unprecedented so much that it no longer means anything. Like, people I don't think people even know what the word unprecedented means anymore because they've heard it so many times in the last year and a half. And he's like, tradition. We love tradition and the law. Big lovers of law.
I'm being repressed. It's an ideology of mass theft, mass control, mass lies, and mass murder. Such doctrines can be given no quarter in a democracy because the first thing they do when they get into power is turn around and destroy it. It always is destroyed, just as communists have done in other countries all over the world, no matter where you look. Very simply, communism represents the worst ideas and abuses in history by the worst people. The American founding represents the best ideas and traditions in history by the best people like you. You can be loyal to Karl Marx or you can be loyal to America.
Wow! I didn't realize Trump was going to start a new Red Scare here today on the America's 250th. But that seems to be what he is initiating. You can either love ideas or you can love America, but you can't love both. Okay? You can either love the flag or you can love thoughts and healthcare. But not both. Americans love not having healthcare.
You can be a communist or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, tell our children that we live on stolen land.
Is this still about our birthday?
That our heroes were oppressors.
It's a good question, man. Doesn't feel so much like it's about our birthday so much as some new what do you want to call this? Agenda that Trump is launching? Like, I gave him props for like the first 15 minutes of this, not mentioning himself or any of his own political agenda at all. And then it took a hard, maybe the hardest right turn that you could have possibly taken. And he's like, we're starting a new agenda. We're starting a new McCarthyist era. In the memory of my former lawyer, Roy Cohn. If you don't love America enough, you're going right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
They're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future.
Oh, God. Oh, they're slandering and attacking our future. Like saying we might in the future have decent public transportation and a greener economy and, I don't know, healthcare and affordable housing and childcare. That is the future that is slanderous and terrible, and you're not allowed to say that anymore.
Illegal.
Illegal.
They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and who conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh. midway in
They
Normandy,
didn't fight.
just so that a band of thieves.
They didn't fight the Civil War for communism, okay?
Radical.
What did they fight the Civil War for, Trump?
Midway in Normandy.
I love how he went from Gettysburg to Normandy. Like he switched, he switched wars in the middle of that. Like I think there was, I think he named multiple wars in there. I got kind of lost in it because he just started rifling off names of battlefields. But I'm pretty sure he named at least the Civil War and World War II. I think the Revolutionary War too, if I'm not mistaken. Now that I'm just trying to replay the list in my head. It's just like, they didn't fight all those wars for communism. Okay?
Could come in and loot, pillage
People
our
didn't fight
nation.
for healthcare.
Our heroes died to...
They didn't fight for healthcare. They fought for landowners to be able to continue to make profits. All right? Like me. People fought wars for people like me. Billionaire landowners.
Build and to save and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world. So on the eve of this 250th anniversary of American heritage, we resolve and swear for all to hear that the citizens of the United States of America will vanquish communism quickly. Don't let them take too much of your time.
Don't let them do it.
Wasting your time, don't you? But we're not going to let them take too long or too much of our time as they play their games and send them into exile. We will send them quickly away, and we will continue to build our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before. America will never be a communist country. We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster, as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose.
If we just disenfranchise. If we can just disenfranchise enough people. And then we won't, then the communists won't win. Do you hear what he's saying? Because this is an admission that Donald Trump thinks that the ideas of the quote-unquote communists are good enough to win elections, so much so that they need to pass these voter suppression efforts. What I love is that we've now fallen on this one shot of a Trump voter just sort of looking stone-faced and sort of confused with an upside-down Trump hat. The hat itself isn't upside down, but the word Trump is written upside down. I don't know why you would buy a hat like that, because it truly does speak to the world we're living in right now. Does he know that? Is he aware of that fact? It's not clear to me. But it's like, yeah, we're living in the upside down right now because of Donald Trump, stupid.
For 100 years, we do that. We're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work. Communism is a loser. It always was.
We're going to get rid of all the criminals and the losers who don't want to work. Except for me. Except for me. The criminal who doesn't work. Like, when has Donald Trump ever worked a day in his life? And he has literally been convicted of 34 felonies. And there was a bunch of other crimes he was accused of that we never got to see through because the Supreme Court decided to go unconstitutional on us and declare him and all presidents technically in the future, if we ever get another one, kings and unimpeachable for anything, basically. Well, not unimpeachable, but unprosecutable. But he's still a felon. He's still a criminal, fucking do nothing. He's always just made money on his money. Just on owning capital and in land and property. He's never worked a day. He could not turn a wrench if he wanted to or swing a hammer. You know, like lay a foundation, or like I'm just thinking of all sorts of tasks he couldn't do. He couldn't change oil or a filter. He couldn't change your fucking windshield wiper fluid or the windshield wipers themselves. He can't even drive, aside from a golf cart. I don't think he even has a driver's license. He's never had to drive himself anywhere. He's always been in the back of a limousine. People who don't want to work. Criminals and lazy communists. But we're not going to prosecute me or the people in the Epstein files, of course.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
No, actually, I think we're going to give those people as many benefits as possible.
No, it's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had. We are the nation that dreamed and created the modern world. We laid the railroads.
We did it.
We raised up those big,
And by
beautiful
we, I
skyscrapers,
mean,
harnessed electricity, and invented
Chinese immigrants and black people. Yes, by we, I mean definitely not my ancestors who weren't even here by the time the railroads were already built.
the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane.
Right? Because Donald Trump's ancestors didn't get here until what? Like the early 1900s? Like, I don't think the Trump family's been here for longer than 100 years.
Assembly line, the television, the microchip.
When he says
the
we, he's
personal
not talking about
computer,
us, right?
The internet.
Like, his family really didn't, you know? They certainly weren't even the ones, the billionaire oligarchs that built the country. They just the ones that showed up in the 20th century and started leeching off of everybody.
GPS, the smartphone, and almost everything else that has ever been invented, including, especially over the last few days in certain areas, a thing called air conditioning. We invented it all. We charted the human genome to cure diseases. We powered entire cities by splitting single atoms and planted our flag on the moon. Americans fill the airwaves of the planet with our music and our culture.
Our music and culture. There's culture again.
Basketball, football, volleyball, NASCAR, and the road.
How many times I'm gonna have to go back through this and like painstakingly count the number of times the word culture is used in this. But it has to be like approaching like 50. He's been speaking for how long? When did he first start speaking? He's been going for like 20 minutes, and he's said the word culture 50 times.
We love that rodeo of the West. Americans have won the most Olympic medals of any country in the world by far, the most Nobel Prizes. Well, they haven't given me one.
Wait. He's celebrating Olympian.
Still 8 wars. I still haven't gotten it. That's okay.
We've won the most Olympic medals. Let's celebrate the Olympians. Let's celebrate the Olympians, everybody. Let's not forget how great our Olympians really are. Okay, write that down. What's this? What's this story? What does this say? Huh? A former Olympian was indicted at the reflecting pool. What?
What? Would you drum up?
Yeah, this is to the AP from yesterday. Former Olympian indicted on felony charge in what Trump called reflecting pool vandalism. Yeah. Horrible vandalism of the pool. Former Olympian indicted Thursday on a felony charge. Where a renovation project that Trump launched has been riddled with problems. David Hearn, a former Olympic canoe racer, was indicted on a single count of property destruction in Washington, D.C. court. So many great, beautiful Olympians. We're celebrating the pool by putting them in jail.
Right to jail, right away.
The most world records. We publish by far the most patents. We produce the best movies. We make the best music. And we raise up the greatest entertainers and strongest athletes the world has ever seen. So true. We built the biggest and most dynamic economy. And by the way, our country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it. With, as of last week, $19.2 trillion pouring into the United States right now from all over the world.
Give me a joke.
That's the investments being made, and the record was 3.
Anybody here see a piece of that 19.2 trillion? Let me just really quickly. Let's just do some math for fun. I know math is everyone's favorite pastime. What do you say? 19.2? Say it again. Let me just make sure. I want to make sure I quote the president correctly.
4 years.
Wait,
in 4 years,
please, sir,
the
shut your
last
mouth.
administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.
Wait, please. Thank you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it. With, as of last week, 19.2 trillion.
Yeah, 19.2. That's a lot of money. Boy, okay, that's 19, right? That's the 19.2. That's 200 billion, right? So that's billion. That's million. Thousand. Right? 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah. Divided by, how many people we got? 350. Let's just call it 350. 350 million. Anybody see any of that? That's $54,000 a person in the last year. Anybody? That's $19.2 trillion. Anybody see any of that? Because I am not. I'm feeling like I didn't see it. I don't know about you guys. $55,000. Definitely not anything even close to that. In fact, when you add on like some of the other things, I feel like I lost money in the last year and a half. Certainly didn't see $55,000. Where's my cut of that 19.2 trillion he's talking about? Of course, it's a fiction, right? Just so everybody understands. This is a joke, right? This is a complete fiction. $19.2 trillion has not come into this goddamn country. No matter how much the president wants it to have come in. There's been maybe 19.2 trillion in promises made to him in public and or in private. But there's no fucking way that $19.2 trillion of investment have come into the country by any metric. You can add a bunch of metrics together and still never get to that fucking number.
Dollars pouring into the United States right now from all over the world. That's the investments being made, and the record was 3. 4 years. In 4 years, the last administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.2 in 12 months. And thanks to our great election win, November 5th, and the tariffs, plants and factories are being built all over the United States right now, and they're being...
And the tariffs. Can't forget Liberation Day. I can't believe he's still trying to talk about how good the tariffs were. Oh, he's such a moron. He is really just a massive idiot. He's still holding on to those goddamn tariffs. Oh, it's incredible. Nobody liked the tariffs. Nobody liked the tariffs. Not a single person thought the tariffs were a good idea. Even Republicans thought it was stupid. But they were too scared to really go against him. And it's just incredible. He's like, thanks to me getting elected and Liberation Day, we're doing really great when you think about it. It's like, dude, that is why everybody is paying way more today than they were this time last year for literally everything. You add in Operation Epstein Fury, and like, you know, help, I'm being the next 6 months are gonna be fucking garbage. And he's like, because of all of my great decisions, the economy is doing really great. Everybody knows
This is
it.
the very definition.
The jobs are pouring in.
Totalitarianism.
The investments are pouring in. America is thriving. Right?
So hot right now.
Affordability. You can all afford groceries now, thanks to me.
At a number that we've never, ever seen before. So much more. We're breaking records by double, triple, quadruple. We created the strongest and most powerful military. We won 2 world wars, the Cold War, and left America's enemies in the depths of history. We beat Venezuela in one day.
We beat Venezuela.
We knocked the hell out of Iran. They're dying to settle. They want to settle so badly.
Did he just admit that the war's not over?
Because we're nice.
He just admit that Operation Epstein Fury is not over? Haven't they been trying to sell that, like, there's a ceasefire and they already got the deal? So no deal yet, is what he's saying. They're still dying to settle. He has been saying that for 4 months. They are dying to settle, everybody. They're dying so much they've waited 4 long months to settle. Sometimes you're dying so much you just gotta wait a little longer. Because it just increases the enjoyment. Right?
For 250 years, the entire world has looked to our country and been inspired by the leaps of progress, feats of strength, and acts of selflessness, faith, and hope that could only have happened right here. 2 years ago, we were laughed at, mocked, and a nation in decline. We were in very serious
You are
decline.
not funny.
Last administration, what they've done to us, we can never, ever forget that. And today we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Hot.
Everybody respects us.
Everybody respects us. Everything we're doing it. We're doing it. Oh my god.
So hot right now. So hot right now. So hot right now. So hot right now. So hot right now.
So hot right now. Everything is so hot. I think he's confusing the heat wave with the country's reputation. Because the country's reputation is in the fucking toilet. The country is physically hot as shit thanks to the, climate change and El Nino heat wave that's been obliterating most of the country.
Like no nation, remember this, we're respected like no nation in the world is respected like us.
So respected.
Every king, every prime minister, every president, they respect us.
Please
more than
don't list
any
them
other
all.
country by far.
Please don't list them all.
2 years ago, they laughed at us.
I'm so glad he didn't decide to list all the people who respect him now. Oh, God. Was anybody else concerned? Because I was like, oh, God, he's going to list them all. He's gonna stand here and list all the people who respect us now, who didn't respect us before. Thank God we've been spared that.
Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come.
The best is yet to come. They're still using that phrase. Oh my God, please hold. Oh my fucking God. How is it that they are still using the best is yet to come? Oh God, I can find this, right? Please. Please. Oh shit, I gotta put her fucking name in. Fuck. No, that's not an... Yeah. This is from like 10 years ago, isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet
Omega
to
5-star
come.
just cheered 100 bits. The breast is yet to come.
The breast is yet to come. It's true.
Leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
Wasn't that was like I love
Columbia _9 505 just cheered 100 bits.
Thank
Got
you.
to love how delusional our president is. 25th Amendment needs to happen as soon as possible. Folded hands emoji.
Seriously. I just love that they're trotting this out early, right? Because they did, like, I mean, and I guess it makes sense when you think about it. But, like, that was the vibes. That was back in 2020, like, when, it's back in 2020 when they were trying to run for re-election, right? That was Trump-Pence 2020. An election that, of course, he lost. But they're like, look, you had the last 4 years, but you get 4 more. The best is yet to come. Now, mid-presidency, they have to come out and be like, the best is yet to come still. Actually, when you think about it, the best is yet to come.
Laughed at us. Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come.
There's only a little bit of better left.
From the roaring waters of Niagara Falls to the shimmering gushers of oil and fire from our beloved Texas, from the magnificent fields of corn and wheat and
It's
barley
not the way it is
of our
anymore.
farms in the Midwest, to the vast canyons of finance in New York City, from the billowing stacks of steel now being produced all over our country at record levels, to the car plants that are rising like we have never seen before.
Does Donald Trump think people are just, like, sticking, like, pickaxes into the ground in Texas and getting, like, oil? Like, it's whatever year. I'm trying to think of when the oil boom, what was that, like, early, like, 1900s? Like it's all fracking now, right? Like there's like all this technology, gushers, big gushers of oil in Texas. Like, what, like, dude, that is just not like that. Those days are like long gone of finding like just like crude oil sitting in the ground, gushing. I'm pretty sure like it's all fracked natural gas mostly, under like in like shale oil left. Like we went through all of that oil, most of it. I think there's still a little left. You got no oil? Oh yeah.
Columbia _9 505 just cheered 100 bits. Okay, Bob the Xenomorph needs to abandon Texas and head to DC. He needs to be like Oprah and give everyone a freaking face hugger.
And you get a face hugger, and you get a face hugger. Good point.
We have more plants under construction than we've had ever before. Automobile plants, something you didn't see of at all for 35 years. To technology from the minds of geniuses that is being brought to life in all corners of our country. From the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies to the white sand shores of the Gulf of America. And to right here in the Black Hills of the Dakotas, after 250 years, American freedom still rings, the American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before over the people who will not quit, the nation that will not fail, the country that will not fall, no matter how hard the enemy tries. We cannot be beaten. Tomorrow we reach a milestone like no other and celebrate with joyful hearts and soaring spirits, because after 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America. And together we will make America bigger, better, and stronger.
So, like, halfway into the speech, Trump apparently just decides to switch to a fucking a Trump rally. That's like launching of a new McCarthyist, like anti-communist agenda. Apparently, this is a crazy, unhinged 250th birthday for America. I mean, this isn't a Trump rally. It's not supposed to be. But I mean, look at this fucking display. It's insanity. It's just as unhinged, if not more unhinged, than any other Trump speech. I think it honestly is more unhinged than most Trump speeches, because it's like I think Trump and Stephen Miller and everybody sees this as a special opportunity to be as unhinged as possible. They're saying some fucking crazy shit right now.
Than ever before. I promise you that. It's an honor to be your president. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day to all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
For him to be like, it's about to be a lot better.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. The psychotic pedophile old man is giving an insane eulogy for the US.
Seriously, for him to be like saying like the golden age of America is just starting, like, is it more of like him, like his self, like centering of abso-fucking-lutely everything? He is deranged. I gotta say though, it was not lost on me that he spent at least 5 minutes like raging against communism and the scourge of communism, and how they needed to pass a bunch of legislation in Congress to prevent it from happening. Which, once again, seems to speak to some concern that these supposed communists could win elections or something. I don't know, telling people maybe we shouldn't have the healthcare system that we currently have. And a number of other things, somehow appealing to people. It's weird. It's really weird. Why is that happening?
These are not social democrats. These are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless communists. All communists are godless. They don't believe in God. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence, in my opinion, 250 years ago. This is a...
By the way, this isn't the same speech if you haven't figured it out, even though I think it's got the exact same backdrop. Actually, no, it doesn't. It's very similar looking backdrops, though. This was from like 5 days ago, 6 days ago.
It's a threat to our country. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. There will be no nothing. You'll be a third world inhabitant in every way, and everyone will suffer or die. You'll suffer or die. That's what happens.
Trump was making that pitch to Christian conservatives at the Faith and Freedom Coalition earlier today, just days after New York's primary elections, where we saw 3 self-proclaimed Democratic socialists win their races. New York City Mayor Zohran endorsed all 3 of them.
President Trump going into these midterms with a significant advantage because of his performance, right? And we see him do this. He's just going to kind of like replace the caravan scare that he does at every midterm with the DSA, right? But I don't think it's going to work when you have gas prices as high as they are. I don't think it's going to work when you have Mamdani showing people that he can fill potholes with that same socialism that Donald Trump is trying to scare people out of engaging with.
I also think it hasn't really worked that well. I mean, they've been claiming that they would run Mamdani is a socialist and Democrats are socialist ads all over the country. And I don't know that it's really changed the dynamic in the special elections that we've seen thus far, and certainly not Trump's relationship with Mamdani. He has embraced him practically at the White House.
He has, and vice versa with Mamdani. I mean, he's been 2 times, I think, and frankly, I've watched the president treat Mamdani better than I've watched him treat members
Oh, God. She's so sad.
of his own party, like
Oh, God. Poor Marco Rubio.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
But you know what? The reason why they can't run scary attack ads against Zohran is because he got into office and he just succeeded. He just, like, achieved the things he said he was going to achieve that voters wanted. And then they voted him into office for. And so it's really hard to run an attack ad against a guy or start an entire... It's like devoid of whether or not Donald Trump said nice things about Zohran. It's pretty hard to run attack ads against a guy who's succeeding for the people that put him in office. It's like, oh, God, people elected a democratic socialist. And he did all the things he said he was going to do. Like, it's not scary. It's not scary. It's like, it's also not scary to tell people that a democratic socialist gave, you know, kids from 2 to 5 free, what do you call it? Like nursery, right? Like childcare. Yeah, like that program was open, I mean, so many people signed up for it, and he filled all the potholes. He cleared the streets of snow and the sidewalks, you know, as best as can be done on what is essentially like a bunch of peninsulas with nowhere to actually put the snow, really. I mean, really good job on that. And what am I missing? I mean, so many things, honestly. I'm missing a bunch of things, but that's the point, though. It's like, the scourge of public toilets. Like, it's not scary.
Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey.
That is actually true.
And I think that on a personal note there, I think the president likes that Mamdani's a New Yorker, and I think in a weird way he has respect for how hard it is to win the New York City mayor's race, and he respects him as a showman and the way he practices politics. Funny enough, the president views AOC in a similar way. He always says she's like Evita. It is true, right? She's young, like shining face of socialism. Eva Peron, right? I'm one of you. Look at me. You can see yourself in me. But the president, I do agree that I think communism is absolutely the most pressing threat facing our country. And I'm glad that he sees that, because this country will die by suicide from electing socialists before Iran ever launches a nuclear weapon at us. So I do think we're on the right path with that. But it's going to be an age thing. The word communist is a dirty label to people over 60. Americans under 40, not so much.
I mean, we're just picking a new scare tactic as far as I'm concerned. This is getting insane. He's up there saying you're going to live in squalor with no food and no housing and no law and order. We have that for many people right now. That's why people are voting for democratic socialists, because they want government to look out for them again. They want affordable housing. They want to have groceries that they can afford. And I keep thinking about like that old expression that's like, capitalism, only a few can be rich. Communism, nobody can be rich. And democratic socialism is anyone can be rich, but no one should be poor. And I think that's what they're trying to go for here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, for too long, it's been socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. All right, special benefits if you're rich, and all the punishment if you're poor, right? Like, and somewhere between being like there's also this huge gap of people that are effectively I guess you could call it the middle class, anybody living over the poverty line, right, who aren't able to qualify for certain programs, right, but are being faced with just insane bills and a government telling them that they don't deserve any help, as well as people who are currently living below the poverty line also being told that they too don't deserve any help. Right? Like, it's just a compression. Like, it's like a top-down compression. Capitalism is eating itself right now. The oligarchs are coming for everyone at this point. You know, honestly, their desire for AI, like the amount of money they spend on AI, is proof of how just far down the road we are on capitalism. How many ideas they've run out of ideas on how to make more money. Right? There's plenty of innovations still. Right? There's still plenty of inventions to happen, but when it comes to like new fancy ways to come up with like profits, extra more unreasonable profits for shareholders, they've run out of those, right? And so they're just doing everything they can to protect the status quo, protect their their ill-gotten gains, essentially. So we haven't been taxing like most of these companies in ways that we should be, right? Arthur Adela, though, we gotta listen to this guy have a fucking meltdown real quick, and then we'll move on from the CNN clip since we already watched part of this yesterday.
Look, 7% of people who could vote in those congressional races voted. Wrap your brain around that. 93% of people who are eligible to vote did not vote. So saying that the message is resonating or it's not resonating, what's resonating is people aren't voting. People don't care.
What's resonating is people aren't voting. So rather than talking about the people who did vote, Arthur Dela, this random fuckwit, is over here to tell us actually what's more important is the people who didn't vote. Right. So I mean, I know that he doesn't want this, but like maybe we should make voting a national holiday, just across the board. Spend some tax dollars making it easier for people to vote. But that's not what guys like Arthur want. There's a massive amount of copium happening over here. We've seen all week from guys like Arthur. We're not gonna stay on him for very long, just because we got other shit to talk about today. We've already talked about this at some point this week. I have geared this stream heavily towards the July 3rd Independence Day situation. What? What is the what? What are we whatting about? Hopefully not something I said. So give them something to vote for. Arthur doesn't want that either. He just wants to talk about all the people who don't vote in primary elections. Which, yes, historically people vote less in primary elections because they're closed. Because they're closed primaries in the United States. If you're a Democrat, you vote in Democratic elections. If you're a Republican, you vote in Republican elections. And if you're not registered to either party, you don't vote in either of those elections. And nobody talks about you. Here's the majority report. A little bit more on what's going on right now within the narrative in the sort of corporate Democrats space, how they're handling all of this. Hint, it's not good.
Here is the spirit of the moderates. This is what they're going to do.
He wrote the book, whether he was going to think about this or not, because he has a story to tell and he wanted to.
The lady just agreeing that communism is the greatest threat. That's what's great about this. This is so it's so fake. Like at some point, this is all just going to come crumbling down, right? Because nobody's suggesting communism. Nobody's suggesting a one-party state. Nobody's suggesting, like I said earlier, like doing like the four cultural pillars of the cultural revolution, right? There's not gonna be like some like government, right? Like there's like instant like no one's gonna make you start flying pride flags on like in Pride Month, right? You cannot fly a flag, right? Like none of these like like, it's still going to continue to be the United States. It's democratic socialism. They've just refused to accept the democratic part of that. Like the fact that these are all people winning in a democracy, in a democratic primary, right? They're winning by vote within a democracy. This is not some sort of revolution, right? This is not some insurgency. There's no coup happening, right? Like, you know, like you don't have, you know, like you don't have some plot to overturn the Constitution or something, and the government by any means, right? And it's just about changing the status quo. It's just about doing government. It's just about maybe we could have some changes by a completely democratic method. And that's the scourge of communism to these people. Yeah, like maybe we could have healthcare. That's communism.
China! Out there, he's a guy who grew up in the projects and was self-made. He worked his way through college. He went on to build a great company that did the right thing by the folks who worked for it. And now he wants to continue to serve. In terms of what his big idea is, it's that politics is broken. And maybe we need a solution to it that risks the imagination of a new kind of possibility.
Wow. Will you go back over that again? Because I think this is the so-called moderates, really the conservative democratic manifesto can be summed up right here.
And now he wants to continue to serve. In terms of what his big idea is, it's that politics is broken. And maybe we need a solution to it that risks the imagination of a new kind of possibility.
Risks the imagination, and that was he was literally reading that off his hand. Risks the imagination of a new kind of possibility.
Man.
Do we have a bald eagle sound that we can put out in the background just so...
I've got goosebumps.
Me too. Me too.
I want that Michigan fist!
I mean, it's utterly absurd that billionaire Howard Schultz wants to tell us what was broken in our politics. A guy who couldn't get elected for his life, who spent millions of dollars literally trying to win an election that he lost, and is now trying to tell everybody it's like, man, you are so out of touch. Like, you have no idea what the fuck is going on. Okay, you are like Mr. Michigan Fist. It's true. It's true.
That's a manifesto.
What, Cory Booker's manifesto?
Number 2 from the Communist Manifesto. A heavy progressive or graduated income tax. Is there anything as definite as in the Promise to America about that? How about abolition of all rights?
Well, here's the thing with the Communist Manifesto. It doesn't risk the imagination of a new kind of possibility.
You're right. That's true. It doesn't. I mean, I would argue maybe it did, but okay.
But did it risk the imagination of a new kind of possibility?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Risk the imagination of a new kind of possibility.
I think that's exactly what Mark Sniggles did.
You need to send me that as a link, because I think I'm going to use it as my ringtone.
Yes. We shouldn't be afraid to risk the imagination of a new kind of possibility. The old kind of possibility, that's old. We need a new kind. Well, here's a new kind of possibility. From earlier this week.
Stunning losses in Colorado. State Attorney General Phil Weiser upsets Senator Michael Bennet in the Democratic primary for governor.
People want to know that they're electing someone who's in this work to fight for them, who they know.
Oh, wait, that was from 2020? Oh, that makes more sense, actually. Because, he's so irrelevant right now. Why would he be telling us anything about new possibilities? A guy who, even at the time, in 2020, had no actual ideas. Like, certainly no good ones.
Cares about them. And the goal of our campaign was to break through. We broke through a lot of negative ads. We broke through a lot of noise because I believe in the power of people.
And then you had Mila Kiros beat a nearly 30-year incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette last night. Kiros, the latest Democratic Socialist to win their primary.
We believe that fundamental change can and will happen if we fight for it. If we organize and show no fear in standing up for what's right. That is the message that Denver has sent to both parties, to Donald Trump, and to the entire country.
Zohran, I want to start with you because back a few months ago when there was infighting in the DNC itself.
Okay, that's all I'm taking from CNN on this clip right now, I think. It's just, I mean, this has been the week. I just want to go really quickly. This is my favorite picture of the week.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Michigan fist for the real Dems. 2026 is ours, y'all.
It's one of those songs that gets me somehow ironically pumped up. Like the music itself is good, but it's just like it's out of irony that we listen to it. Like, it's a banger, but it's only funny because we're making fun of a guy. Oh, it's complicated how I feel about that song. But this is my new favorite picture of the week. That CNN posted this for us. And this isn't the only big win that we've seen, of course. But every single one of these, aside from Texas, because we didn't cover the Texas election. I need to actually add that into my, for the midterms. But, every single one of these people are on the galactic list. This is why it's my favorite, this is why it's my favorite photo of the week. Because if we just go down, where does it start? Mai Vang, California, 7th. There she is. Chris Robb? No, Angela Gonzalez Torres, Mila Kiros, Adam Hamoui. All these people are up in here. Angela Gonzalez Torres. Adam Hamoui. Who was it? Mila Kiros, right, over here. Bam. Right, these are all people that we were that we wanted to win. Every single one of these. Claire Valdez, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, Chris Robb in Pennsylvania. And once again, the only reason we probably didn't cover Frederick Douglass Haynes the third is because we didn't cover Texas's primaries. We covered all the other ones. My new favorite photo. My new favorite infographic, really. It's a combination of photos. But it's just something about it incredibly cathartic for CNN to be like, hey, look at the galactically endorsed list of winners. It's like, yes, thank you, CNN. I will look at them. Yes, I will take them. I will take this moment to revel. The fact is, there's a bunch of other candidates you might have noticed in green that also won their races that were galactically preferred, endorsed, whatever you want to call them. So many now. So much winning. More winning than ever before. Everybody's saying it. Okay. Wait, hold on. I just gotta check something really quick. How's this?
Well, it's the enemy of July 4th.
Enemy of July 4th. I'm sorry, enemy of July 4th. The communists, they hate it. They hate July 4th. Let's go to another enemy of July 4th. Democratic Socialist Bernard Sanders. He had a message for us posted to his YouTube channel yesterday with a question.
Thank you all for joining me. In the midst of these really crazy times in our country, I wanted to say a few words about the political situation as I see it. As I think all of you know, our political revolution, our grassroots movement, was never ever about electing one person to become president of the United States, not Bernie Sanders, not anybody else. We are a movement to elect progressives at every level who will fight for a government that represents all of us and not just the 1%. That's what we are about. And last night, I'm happy to tell you that Melat Kiros, a candidate who we supported, many of you contributed to financially, won a huge upset victory in the Denver, Colorado area. She took on a 30-year incumbent member of the House of Representatives, and she won by a 10-point margin. Her opponent had millions and millions of dollars in super PAC funding and greatly outspent her. But Melat did what progressives always do. She ran a strong grassroots campaign with many, many hundreds of volunteers, and she won. When I look at Melat's victory, when I look at the election results in New York City that made Zohran Mamdani the mayor of that city,
Zohran
when I look at
Mamdani.
recent primary victories in New Jersey, Montana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, California, rural areas, urban areas, when I look at Abdul El Sayed's lead in the polls in Michigan, when I look at Graham Platner running a fantastic grassroots campaign and defeating a sitting Democratic governor in Maine for the Democratic nomination there, when I look at Peggy Flanagan's dynamic and aggressive campaign in Minnesota, when I look at the huge turnouts for our Fight Oligarchy rallies and No King events, I mean, millions of people all over the country coming out to these events. When I look at a billionaire's tax qualifying for the ballot in California, which is no easy task. When I look at worker organizing campaigns sprouting up and succeeding across the country. When I look at public support for trade unions at an all-time high, I believe that it may just be possible that this country is on the verge of the political revolution we have fought for such a long time.
There we go. Bernie Sanders, senator from Vermont. Are we at the verge of the political revolution we have fought for such a long time? As a question we should ask ourselves. Perhaps we are. Bernie seems to think we are. Why should any of us doubt it? Let's take a quick look at a map. Two maps, technically. Here, first map. Senate seats most likely to flip, supposedly, according to CNN. Although it could happen anywhere. I would point that out. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Supposedly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. I'm not counting right. 3, 6. Right. Oh, I am counting right. 6 are red. 3 are blue. That could be a big change in the Senate. Not enough for a 60-seat majority. But Like, they are suggesting that in Michigan, they're going to lose. It's going to go from D to R. That somehow Abdul El-Sayed's going to lose to some Republican ghoul. And they still have fucking Nat and McMorrow included. This is still a primary, by the way. Right? But it's just ridiculous. Because they're conflating multiple things. They got a Democratic primary. They're showing Democratic primary candidates here. This is Republican versus Democrat. That's Josh Turek. He already won his race here in Iowa. He's a fairly good candidate. I mean, if it's affordability wise and some of those other issues, like just sort of social issues, he's good. Although I do worry a little bit about some other things we talked about with him regarding being rather vague about his position on Israel and stuff like that. But like, you could get, I think, in some of these cases, not what they're suggesting with the second map, right? Like, there's no way that, in my opinion, Republicans are going to win in this seat here in Michigan. That would be crazy to me. That'd be real weird. But it could happen, I suppose. But I think you could see more than 6 seats go to Democrats in the Senate. As long as they bring their A game. We still have a lot to talk about with the primaries. I'm going to be trying to get on top of that very soon. So got, I think, like 20 different states worth of primaries left to get through before the actual midterms even start. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, like button too. Still haven't completed the galactic content goal yet. We made a little progress on Twitch. Few bits. But we still got to pay the bills around here. A lot of great ways for you to support the stream, of course. Things like Twitch bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. And, of course, Patreon memberships. All very helpful. Keeping the stream alive. Every dollar is very important. All right, let's go back to, let's talk more about the freak out over the wins happening in the Democratic primaries.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Here's another dono. I support our new DSA member, Bob the Xenomorph.
Oh, wow. Bob the Xenomorph, dues paying member of the DSA, apparently. It's very exciting. Very exciting, Bob. Okay.
AIPAC is freaking out now.
Yep. There was an item this morning in Politico about AIPAC spending, and this is just the tip of the iceberg because, you know, Israel money is not just going through AIPAC, it's going through other vehicles. But Politico has tracked that they've spent more than $38 million this cycle. They spent $26 million in total in 2022, $46.3 million total in 2024. So they're well on track to exceed their spending from 2024, and they're doing it through this United Democracy Project. And because the tag of AIPAC money has become so toxic, through AIPAC into United Democracy Project, they're funneling it in 2 times through other PACs, and they're doing it so close to the election too that the filings that would report where this money is coming from, in many instances, aren't going to come out until after the primary.
No,
that's how broken our campaign
they do it in the final
system
quarter.
is.
They do it in the final quarter, so you never know. I mean, this was always the argument that Anthony Kennedy would make about Citizens United. Well, they'll be reporting, so the people will know, but
they're not
going to
know until
afterwards.
Right. That is such an anti-democratic fucking like impulse. It's like, people don't deserve to know until after they've voted for people who it is that's backing them financially. Like, what? Why? In what world does that make sense?
And so they're saying it's ridiculous to speculate, but we know that DMFI is also propping up Espiat in New York 13. It's a little less clear in New York 7 because Reynoso is more progressive than Espiat, but both have DSA candidates running in those races. And it's, in my view, most important to build up the institutional power of DSA right now as a way to, one, advance Mamdani's agenda, but two, also to make DSA a national force that the party has to listen to, and that starts here in New York.
So Mamdani gave a speech. Should we show that speech, the original?
Yeah, it's in this.
Sure. Mamdani's been going hard for particularly the two candidates that need it most, Valdez in the 7th and Daria Lisa in the 13th, who has, as I mentioned to start the show, been...
I'm just realizing this is... My brain just broke. Just realizing this is from before the election ever happened. Just the reaction to... I said this was the reaction to the wins, but this is really the reaction to the existence of these candidates who won in the last few weeks.
Leftist members of Congress with some of his PAC fundraising as well.
Monsters, dark money, a hidden hand turning us against one another.
No
Swap AIPAC for Jews, and it's the oldest anti-Semitic conspiracy theory in the books. That's not criticizing it. Like, first off, you can't switch AIPAC for Jews. That's the whole point.
Why is he playing Mad Libs? He didn't say...
Exactly. It's just like, if you just swap out one word for another word, this turns into the oldest anti-Semitic conspiracy theory in the books. Well, that's why they're not using that word, because that's clearly anti-Semitic and not what we're talking about.
Jews. He said AIPAC.
AIPAC is a lobby. Jews are a people.
There's that old meme that says, I hate Space Jam 2. Now switch out Space Jam 2 with women. You see? Not so funny anymore.
Exactly.
Yes, Brian has pointed out the horrifying truth. If you just swap out Space Jam 2 with women, you are a horrible misogynist. It's fascinating to watch those individuals like Josh Gottheimer, all these talking heads on CNN, not only recognize the state of the current state of reality, but like having such bad reactions to it, right? I mean, sure, there's a few that are left denying reality and they're trying to craft their own realities, like Josh. But mostly what I feel like we've seen is people recognize the reality and then trying to turn it into like a horrifying, like nightmare. It's been strange reactions, but like the fact is they're recognizing reality in a way that I don't think I've ever seen them do, right? But then having bad reactions to it, like, because they never want to talk about the existence of people like Melak Kiros, like Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, like Chris Robb, like Adam Hamawi, like any of these fucking people that we're talking about. Like, and if anything, they've been spending time demonizing all those people in the fucking media, like with Abdul El Sayed in Michigan, right? Like, and it's just fascinating to actually see them have to pivot Like, this is
Don
actually...
James 1676 just subscribed for 19 months. Other than saying happy 4th of July every wabdi, I have nothing substantial to say.
Well, happy 4th of July to you, Donald James, and thank you for the resub. On a 3-month streak, 19 months, currently on a 3-month streak of subscriptions. Much appreciated. That helps us with our galactic content goal. I'm just realizing I didn't reset it for today. I should have reset it. But like an idiot, I did not. Let's talk more about the changes we are seeing right now.
DSA is already plotting its 2027-2028 power grab. DSA NPC member Sidney Carlson White was on tonight's DSA difference call, telling chapters to start preparing now for 2027 and 2028 elections. DSA thinks in years and decades, not news cycles. DSA is not resting on its laurels. Its national leadership is already thinking about the next campaign cycle, the next slate of candidates, and how to use national infrastructure to make those candidates more disciplined, more fearless, and more aligned with the DSA's Workers Deserve More program, which I exposed last month. Like,
should be thinking about
can you,
your
dude,
chapter
when
should
you
be
present yourself in opposition,
Right.
if you are someone whose job is to like expose what the Democratic Socialists of America are working on, and your expose shows that the goals are to highlight the needs of the working class, and that's your North Star, that's what your advocacy is about, or maybe that's your Red Star, okay? You don't come across like the good guys in this story. Not only are a lot of these positions objectively popular, but when you try to present it as though this is like some sort of secret grand conspiracy, and what the conspiracy is, objectively popular policies that have broad popular support across the board.
Exactly, but this is why, like, I know we didn't rewatch it today, but we watched that Arthur Adela. Like, he went on and on about all this fucking nonsense. And it's because they don't want to talk about this stuff, right? Like Medicare for all, right? Or college, or housing, right? Or less work. They're just like having to work less and taxing the rich more. The only thing they can worry about is like taxing the rich. Like he was like fear mongering about like Zohran Mamdani like taxing the rich and wanting to give buildings to tenants when landlords refuse to do the bare minimum of upkeep. Like you can't, like, you know, like, and the fact is, like, they're so afraid of talking about like almost any of the policies because they know how popular they are. Like they'll try and like find one that sounds like outlandish, but even of the most outlandish things, like when you unpack them, you actually realize, no, this isn't outlandish. This is actually something that I support, and I think most people probably also support. Because most people are renters, and it's becoming more and more so. And therefore, people are dealing with landlords who aren't necessarily doing their part. Charging them more every fucking year.
Party lines, then all you're doing is highlighting. You're not exposing anything. You're highlighting. You're promoting. There's polling that suggests that every single one of these policies that's being highlighted on Fox News is objectively popular across the board. Okay? So this argument falls flat. Your expose turns into a promotional tool. And they
again, I didn't mention the Free Palestine one because they will mention that, but they'll only mention it. They'll only just in the sense that they'll call everybody anti-Semites, right? Like in that framing, they'll accuse people of, you know, being anti-Semites for believing in Palestinians deserving rights or Israel not deserving bombs or any other number of fucking like fairly reasonable policies.
Will never understand this. They can try to negatively frame it. They can try to frame it as like more democracy is bad, actually. But I think most people, especially when, you know, I'm here as a media platform that can combat against this misinformation, as plenty of other independent media outlets, TikTokers, people on social media, and also some sympathetic or more open-minded figures in mainstream outlets as well exist. then we can push back against this narrative. And when we continue doing that over and over again, people end up understanding it. People end up internalizing it. The more people learn about the platform of the Democratic Socialists of America, the more you call democracy radical, the more you call calls for healthcare for all, for housing for all, radical and scary communism, the more people actually think maybe it's not so scary. You end up diluting the salience or the significance of this accusation.
Exactly. And this is what I've been saying to some degree. I've been saying, look, we don't need to argue for socialism. All we got to do is point out all of the flaws of the current system that we have. Like, we live in this supposed capitalist system, getting freer and freer markets by the day, according to the president. I mean, they are rescinding, repealing, rolling back, dismantling, or lighting on fire every fucking regulation the businesses supposedly hate. And how is that benefiting you in your life? Tell me. Like, are your housing costs, what are your housing costs? Are those going well? You're paying less for things or more for things? Are you affording stuff, or are you having to work 2 jobs? Are you having to, are you taking time off, vacations, or are you desperately hoping to be able to pay the bills at the end of every week, right? Like looking at your bank account and dreading having to pay your steadily increasing electricity bill, or rent, or childcare, or transportation, right? Like insurance. Like, are these things going well for you? Do you feel your tax dollars are being used well? Because under this current system, they're all just going straight to war, and rather than improving any of that stuff, right? Rather than lowering your healthcare costs, which are skyrocketing to the point that 5 million people dropped off of their health insurance this year. I mean, it's a system that's not good, that takes almost no time to dismantle in terms of, be able to pick apart all the bad shit everybody's experiencing right now, financially speaking. There's an alternative, right? Like, we start using the tax dollars we already have in a better way, and then consider, who we're taxing and at what rate, right? Because if you're making over, a couple $1 million a year, you should be paying more into society than everybody making less than you, right? Like, if your family at the end of the year is making $100 million a year, $2 billion a year, like Donald Trump just did, on his crypto investments and whatever else, you should have to pay more into society, not less. You should have to pay, way more into society. That's the thing that people understand is, they still don't understand what progressive taxes mean. Increasing the tax rate for the richest people making the most, doesn't increase your tax rate. Unless you're like literally planning to make $1 billion this year. Then yes, it's you. You're the one we're talking about. But some people are starting to crack in this moment.
Ah, wait, jump scare. You just went to
PBD.
PBD,
Yeah.
the future king of Iran.
Let's watch a little PBD.
Is
he your favorite? Who's your favorite?
Oh, out of those, I'm a secret.
Paul Davidson?
I'm a Tom guy.
Ooh.
Tom is so funny.
I didn't mean on the show, but your favorite on PBD is Tom.
Yeah,
the policy
the uncle.
Yeah, because
Tom,
he's
that's R.M. Brown. We called him like a grandpa or uncle.
He's the Ringo of the four.
I know.
Me personally, I think Rob is my favorite. He's the unsung hero of the PBD podcast, right? Like, yeah, they got Tom, you got Vinny, you got Adam, of course, you got Paul Bet Davidson, but Rob is the unsung hero. He's never on camera, and like just go back to that Medi debate, right? Like, how many times How many times during that debate did PBD or Mehdi go, "Hey Rob, bring this up for me really quick, Rob. Hey Rob, give me this." You got the, and it's like every show. He just sits there and he brings up graphs for PBD to misinterpret or use irresponsibly, and like it's just like a guy. He's like the glue. He like keeps the whole show together. It just but he's not he's not getting any of the credit.
Like he's the underdog.
He's
like
the wise sage.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's go to Tom. What do you think?
Okay, let's see.
It's got to be Grok.
Tom's
That's
a good time.
point.
Everyone trusts Tom.
Tom here.
I take it back. You're right. Grok is actually the unsung hero of the PBD podcast. That's actually doing most of the heavy lifting. Grok.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
This is them responding to Zohran Mamdani's success here and how Trump is the only Republican who takes it seriously enough.
Affordability.
I saw a clip of Trump saying like that these democratic socialists are the biggest threat that we've ever had.
But Zohran's so hot.
Yeah, but also he's very handsome.
Yeah.
Have to stop it because that's what it's about. That's what they want to do quietly.
Quiet.
And we ask that God will continue to bless the United States of America, and God will bless the United States of America.
I've told him to.
Because he's me.
He's right.
He's right.
And I am on this, and I have said, and I will keep saying, it's not. I mentioned the Democratic Socialists. I'm describing what they do. But the underlying effort is the eradication of the middle class to create the and the few elite. That is how communism works. Socialism,
the middle class is already eradicated in the United States. What is this guy talking about? If you look at any of the numbers, the middle class is just like a tiny fraction of the country, like an increasingly smaller and smaller portion. Under Trump, this is literally all we're doing. How can he even attempt to make this claim with Donald Trump giving himself tax breaks, him and PBD tax breaks, and taking away food stamps for everybody and healthcare? Like, this is literally the thing he's describing is literally the thing that's happening under Trump right now. Oh, Tom.
Workers and the few elite. That is how communism works. Socialism, communism. Socialism walks in the front door. Actually, communism walks in the front door.
Start over.
Try again.
Hold on. Wait, communism walks in the front door.
What door does socialism
Comes in the
take?
side door.
Yeah.
Socialism, it comes in the side door. Communism in the back. And libertarianism comes in through the chimney, steals all the presents.
Why hasn't Sweden gone full communist? I mean,
Well, they haven't walked through. We don't know the whole plan yet.
back it up. Tom, try again. We're not live.
That is how communism works. Socialism, communism. Socialism walks in the front door. Actually, communism walks in the front door wearing a disguise. Socialism.
Okay.
Oh, we're here to help you. We're here to help the workers.
The perfect disguise.
So wait a second. He's saying communism, socialism is good. It's just that
he's saying that socialism isn't as scary as they want it to be, but it's actually communism. But I would say like Marxists call themselves both.
And do you see how scared he is that working class people are going to include middle class people in class consciousness, which is actually like, him almost ceding the point on socialism, which is that it's about the people who own the means of production and capitalists, and everyone that pays a wage should be is paid a wage should be in solidarity with one another. He's almost kind of stumbling upon that here as well.
Well, let's go. I want to find out. They're wearing the communists are wearing a socialist costume, and they come in the front door that way.
And who's coming in the back door?
Nobody's going to recognize them.
Thank you. You've been sourcing people. There shouldn't be trillionaires. Can you please draw me a map of how elimination of a trillionaire gets me a better job and a middle-class life and a better wage? Can you tell me how that happens?
That's probably pretty easy. Yeah, Sam, why don't you do the honors?
Well, I would say it's a map. Maybe it's like a ledger.
It's not location based.
Right, like a Google spreadsheet,
Right.
maybe.
No, it's actually quite easy. You go up to a trillionaire and poof, they go away. But here's what doesn't go away: the trillion.
Mm-hmm.
$1 trillion. And so that $1 trillion you can put into feeding people, housing people, educating people. What was the other things you were talking about?
What about if I could put it into a
and if you're going to feed people and house people and educate people, there's going to have to be jobs to do those things.
Wait. You need people to feed people and teach people stuff? You can't just get AI to make food and teach babies things? What are you talking about?
The Bolsheviks are coming.
What if I want to put it all towards a data center that could maybe become computer Jesus in a couple of years?
Yes, exactly.
Maybe the cities, like big cities. I'm walking around New York. It's hot out. Maybe someplace that, like, maybe there can be like well-maintained public restrooms around the city.
Oh, we wouldn't gonna do that.
Shut up.
Actually, no. Didn't Mamdani like?
He's
He's already built, I think, 3. I think there's already 3 public bathrooms that have been built
Shieldman one
by
just
Zohran Mamdani.
subscribed for 11 months. What
Meat
you can't
Shield
eat information.
Meat Shield Man, 10 months. You've been subscribed for 11 long, beautiful, incredible months. Thank you for the resub, Meat Shield Man.
More. He is adding more, but
we're gonna
not in time for Tim.
Not enough for me.
An
Not enough
emergency.
for me. I need to go to the bathroom every 2 blocks.
We're gonna skip Tom's
That methylene brown.
communism thing. This is a PBD's prescription for what the right should do, especially with young people.
So he's a doctor as well as the future leader of Iran.
Being susceptible, to Zohran Mamdani.
Worse than a lot of these viruses, worse than COVID. When these ideas get into your, so what's my thoughts? If you're under 25 years old, you know how much of your time you should consume watching political videos? Less than 5%.
Okay.
You should watch Dan Martell. You should watch Alex Hormozy. You should watch Cody
Alex
Sanchez.
Hormozy.
Okay, pause it. I want to find out.
Who the fuck is Alex Sanchez and the Cody Samosi or whatever? You got to be listening to these guys, okay? People, look, listen. I know I do a political podcast, but you should actually be listening to these guys, okay? Like 5%, 5% PBD, 95% Alex Hormozy.
Okay.
You should watch Dan Martell. You should watch Alex Hormozy. You should watch Cody Sanchez.
Okay, pause it. I want to find out who these people are.
Are these like get rich at 10x kind of guys? Are these like make $1 million before you're 30 kind of guys?
Number one coach for founders and CEOs is Dan Martell.
Cody Sanchez, Main Street millionaire.
Alex Hormozy. I found him. He's an entrepreneur, a social media entrepreneur. A first-generation Iranian-American entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist. Oh, he's got thoughts in his head.
Aren't I a good guy?
Oh, he's thinking big thoughts. Oh, he's a big thoughts guy. Just like PBD, he's got big thoughts about business.
Extraordinary wealth by buying ordinary businesses.
Whoa, wait a second.
You figure he got paid for that plug? You think Alex and whatever that other guy's name was, I've already forgotten. You think you got paid for that plug? Yeah, I shouldn't be talking about politics. You should actually be thinking, listen, at least a little bit to Alex Hormozy, who paid me to say his name, who none of you have ever heard of before. He's an Iranian guy. He reached out to me. I thought, this is a good guy.
Dude is cut.
CEO and founder of.
He's got to know what he's talking about then.
Contrarian thinking.
He will cite somebody that you guys, I think, will recognize. So
Okay, keep going.
All right.
You should watch Cody Sanchez.
Dr. Oz.
You should watch
Cody.
Valuetainment Business Conference. You should watch Mr. Beast's interviews.
Yeah.
Not his clips. His interviews. Brilliant. You should watch these guys that are advancing in business.
Wait.
You should watch.
Did you say Beast interviews? Okay, first off, this is Cody Sanchez. She's a journalist, so don't talk politics, but listen to Cody Sanchez. Oh, but she's a... Oh, no, but she's unconventional. She's... You know somebody is unconventional when they specifically describe themselves as such in their Instagram profile? Run and starts a business called Contrarian Thinking? Because she's an out-of-the-box thinker, Cody Sanchez, apparently. I love that. like people won't know by listening to your ideas, but if you tell them that you're out of the box and you're thinking a lot of crazy new stuff that nobody ever, they'll be like, oh my god, oh boy. What? And then maybe they'll subscribe. Be like, oh yeah, 3.2 million followers, Cody. She's not even that small. Wow. She's not even a small content creator. She's quite large. It's interesting. But Beast interviews? Is that Mr. Beast? I'm sorry. What the fuck is Beast interviews? Oh my god, it is Mr. Beast. What the shit is... What is this? Why? Why is he doing this? I don't understand. It makes no sense.
You should watch these guys that are advancing in business. You should watch Billy Graham nonstop on repeat. Your heart should have a tender heart, some grace, toughness, but some grace. You should watch these business strategies to get your economy straight. That's what you should watch. Then when you're above 35, above 30 years old, start paying attention to politics a little bit more. It's become a little too cool for young kids to pay too much attention to politics, and their finances sucks. Get your finances straight first. Learn how to get your financial situation in the right place. Like a portfolio of what things you should consume. Some people are consuming 40, 50% of politics right now. Get it down to less than 5%. I'm even okay if you get it down to 1%.
All right.
And you replace it with business content.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing how threatened they are by civic engagement? They are so...
Yeah. Please stop watching my show, okay? Look, listen, I'm fine with it. Just so long as people stop engaging civically with their government. Because it's bad. I don't like that. As long as people stop electing people who want to tax me, a very wealthy guy, I'll be good. Because, like, let's be real. He doesn't actually need his show to go well. Like, he could like shut down shop tomorrow and be set for life. He already grifted like millions out of people before ever even starting this goddamn thing, and then he's made millions more continuing to grift the rest of the internet. And like, I mean, he's just, you know, at this point, he's just for the love of the game, that guy. Okay, let's see. Shit. I gotta keep this stream moving. Let's go here. Let's talk a little bit about the economy. Not the one that really, not your economy. Well, kind of. But let's talk about the economy of the Trumps, who've been continuing to enrich themselves in all sorts of fascinating ways, including Don Jr. who is apparently invested in an online gun manufacturer, seller. Sorry, online gun seller. I keep wanting to say manufacturer, which has been dubbed the Amazon of guns. A company which could directly benefit and is literally poised to benefit from a proposed gun rule in Congress. Here's Reuters from 15 hours ago.
Licensed dealers in the U.S. may soon be able to ship firearms directly to people's homes. And the shift could reap a windfall for U.S. President Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., who is a shareholder and board member at online retailer Grab a Gun. The proposed rule change at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives would allow licensed dealers to ship firearms directly to in-state residents. That would be after undergoing an online identity verification and background check, along with a 7-day waiting period after notifying local law enforcement.
And what's interesting is he has lost massive amounts on his investment into this company, apparently. Millions. I think they talk about it at some point here.
Currently, there is significant public safety and security risks. The change could benefit Trump Jr., whose shares in Grab-A-Gun are worth around $700,000, down from more than $5 million last year.
Yeah, so apparently Grab-A-Gun, the name of this company, is a publicly traded company. He owned enough shares for them to be worth $5 million at the time of purchase. Now worth $700,000. That's 1/7, I would like to point out. If anybody's trying to do the math, don't hurt yourself too much. That's 1/7 of what they were originally worth. Or something like that. Something ridiculous. Some ridiculous. Like, he's really had a bad time. It's a really bad time. Let me just find it. I pulled it up earlier, but I didn't add it to the list. I should add it to the list though. Where is it? Grab-A-Gun. There it is. It's called Pew. P-E-W, Pew. Look at this rug pull. I mean, oh my, this thing has been decimated with the worst investments I could imagine. Oh my God, no wonder he's lost millions of dollars. What's fascinating about it, though, is now Congress might pass a bill to help him recoup his money. Is that really what we're talking about? Because that's what it sounds like. I could be misinterpreting what's happening here. But this fucking stock took a precipitous fall. I don't know exactly when he got invested. But the high was back here in 2025, if you look at it. Started in 2024, so it was sometime between January, you would think, of 2024, a year before his father became president, and now, if he's lost $4 million on a $5 million investment, that's what, 80%? He's lost like more than 80% of his money, right? It's currently at $2.40. It got to be more. It has to have been somewhere around here, somewhere between here, like in July of 2025. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, for him to have lost that much money, or I guess it could have been back here, or like even as far back as maybe here, but for him to have lost over $4 million, I think it had to have been sometime during his father's presidency in the last year and a half. But pew. Well, get saved by Congress making it possible to just ship guns directly to people's homes on the internet with very little safeguards. However, his father's been doing much better financially. speaking, revealing earlier this week in filings that in the year 2025, he raked in billions of dollars from crypto, real estate, and much, much more. I'll be right back. Actually,
We begin today's show with the...
I think we might take a break. Yeah, I think we're going to come back to this and get to talking about the other celebrations happening around July 3rd. Because I have a bunch of stuff for us to keep talking about surrounding all of this. All over America. But, I think we're going to take a break. 3 hours into the stream. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Yes, indeed, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. And, we have not yet, talked about it this month, but we do have a galactic deficit to complete. Smaller than last month, but not by much. More than ever, we need your contributions. A lot of great ways for you to do just that. Still have a galactic content goal, of course, to complete as well. You can do things like Twitch bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Unfortunately, still on, monetized on YouTube. Hopefully we will get that back later this month. Be able to reappeal. So if we get like every 90 days we get a reappeal. But till then, got Cash App and PayPal. Throne and Patreon. So many great ways. How will you support the Galactic News Network? Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Buddy, we're back. That's right. Break is over, and the show is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Oh God. Sorry, I had a mouthful of food. I was trying to get in a couple bites before the stream. Before the stream had to start again. Okay. I'm back. Hope everybody's break was good. Still got a lot to talk about here. Let's talk about the corruption of the president real quick. The $2.2 billion disclosure that came out earlier this week.
We begin today's show with the stunning windfall President Trump has made during his first year back in the White House. New filings show that Trump made more than $2.2 billion last year, most of it fueled by cryptocurrency profits, but with a significant rise in profits across his real estate business and other family investments, and his legal settlements with media giants like ABC News, Paramount, and Meta. The mandatory financial disclosure report released Tuesday shows Trump made at least $1.4 billion from his family's cryptocurrency ventures. That includes $635 million for Trump-branded cryptocurrency meme coins and $590 million from the Trump family's World Liberty Financial crypto business.
Meanwhile, roughly 2/3 of investors in the president's meme coin have reportedly lost money as he made a fortune.
You know what's incredible about all this? Didn't the Supreme Court decide that the IRS, was it the DOJ of the Supreme Court? I can't remember who decided, because those are two very different things. But somebody decided that the IRS could no longer investigate Donald Trump, which I guess makes sense because he can't commit any other crimes. But I feel like because of that fact, there's no way that these are even accurate. He probably made way more money.
Backlash grows over Trump's windfall profits, including criticism from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, and Fox News, specifically Trump's defenders, usually. Trump defended how he's profited from the presidency while speaking to reporters Wednesday.
Critics say you're profiting off the presidency.
Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a 401k, how's your 401k?
This is still my favorite Trump quote of the week. I'm only making money because the stock market's going up. Look, you got a 401k? You should you probably made a couple billion too. Everybody's doing great. Just check it. I'll bet you are killing it right now. All right, let's go here to Voidzilla for a dive into this disclosure.
It's pretty hard to make money while everyone else loses money in a market. You either have to know
corruption. I don't believe it. I mean, look, it's not surprising that corruption exists, but it's the level of the corruption. It is staggering. And so that it's all been done completely out in the open is also somewhat incredible.
It's pretty hard to make money while everyone else loses money in a market. You either have to know something or there's something nefarious afoot. Like the best example I can think of is Michael Burry shorting the housing market in 2008, making tons of money while a lot of people lost money. In that case, he made an informed bet. But you can also think of other times, like when somebody scams a bunch of people, they make money while everyone else loses money. And my favorite example of that might be Safe Moon, where people were told, oh, you're going to go safely to the moon with this investment. In reality, all those people lost money while executives sold and made millions of dollars. And the question is, which one is this? This is a chart from Reuters, who calculated that investors have lost about $2.28 billion. That's on the crypto projects of the president, to be clear, while the president has made about $2.29 billion up to the current day. And I know that's pretty shocking, and even I kind of am a little skeptical when I see calculations, where are these numbers from, who's providing these numbers. So that's why I was really happy to see that the new financial disclosure for the president has recently come out. It's 927 pages, and I decided, great, we can get to the bottom of what the real story is, at least for 2025. We don't have to guess, we don't have to go off anyone else's numbers, we can just look at.
That number is insane. President Trump, 927 pages. J.D. Vance, 17 pages. Joe Biden, 11 pages.
I'm staying in the race.
Trump, 90 times as many financial disclosures.
For the president has recently come out. It's 927 pages, and I decided, great, we can get to the bottom of what the real story is, at least for 2025. We don't have to guess. We don't have to go off anyone else's numbers. We can just look at the raw data, right? And so I went ahead and I pulled up, the 927-page report of the president's assets. And, I started taking a look to see how much money was made in the crypto markets. And the answer that I came to, along with basically everyone else, like the Wall Street Journal, is it's about $1.4 billion. And in total, about $2.2 billion for the year of 2025 in total revenue, which is about a 3.5x increase from the prior year before entering the White House. Previously, they made about $622 million, and now they made $2.2 billion total. Now, you'll notice that most of that money is from crypto, about 63% actually, and that's odd because, as I said, crypto is down. It's a market that has lost a ton of value. You can see since 2025, it's gone from about 3.5 trillion or so to about...
This is an interesting point. This is an interesting point. Because Trump is saying it's because it's for his 401k. But the disclosures are saying, actually, it's because of his crypto assets. And crypto is down right now, but Trump is up. A lot of people in crypto are losing money. Crypto is down 50% from their highs in 2025, but Trump is up $2 billion.
$2 trillion, which is a giant loss. I mean, like most people who invested in crypto over that time period have lost money. So how is it that the president has not, in fact, has made most of his revenue for the year from crypto when everyone else is down? And this is where I want to introduce you to this market right here. This is the Trump coin. It's the official meme coin of the president.
I did everything
where we
right
actually
and they
changed the
indicted
SEC
me.
rules to, make some of this okay, by the way, some of the guidelines. And, you can see that it peaked basically right around the inauguration and has been down only ever since, essentially. Now the coin is worth $1.71. So, you would think that if the president holds a bunch of these coins, he would have also lost money, at least on paper. Well, actually, you can check the financial disclosures and to see exactly how much money he has made in the form of royalties. You can see it's $635 million. So how does that make sense? He's making money while his fans, the people who are buying this, are down.
That's fascinating. It's almost like the president did a rug pull. Ow. Okay. Yeah. Trump high-flying, money-making year for himself last year. I wonder how much he's made this year. But it's pretty disturbing just how much he has enriched himself so far. It seems like, as we've been saying for a long time, much of his wealth has been derived from, at least in the last, 8 years, a lot of it's coming out of his supporters' pockets. And or people looking to get influence with him. Just like giving him money. And don't get me wrong, he's certainly continuing to get money from all of his properties and his 401k, like he claims, but it's clear that the grift business makes the most money. And crypto has been a cash cow for him. It's disturbing. All right, let's go back to celebrating America. A nation of diversity.
250 years ago, the Second Continental Congress was meeting just north of here in Philadelphia. They were drafting, debating, and revising a document that would then go on to change the course of history. I'm Alex Marquardt in Washington. That was the Declaration of Independence. 13 colonies formally breaking away from Great Britain to create a new independent nation. Then, for nearly a decade, the newly formed United States of America fought Great Britain for independence. The leaders of the revolution gathered to establish the framework for this new nation. Written in 1787, the United States Constitution has become the world's longest living charter of government, affirming that the government exists to serve its people. That Constitution remains central to the country's identity today. Here's Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan with more on the ongoing effort to keep that document relevant.
This is the oldest remaining structure in Mecklenburg County,
where historians say in 1775, Hezekiah Alexander helped launch the cause of American independence.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this keeps the Constitution alive. Having an old desk in an old house, I'm not sure that really helps anything. I mean, it's good for historically, like, having it, but I'm not sure that's changing much.
Chosen with public input. But the framers knew the Constitution had problems. It was written by white men, some of whom were enslavers. Slavery was still legal. Women had no legal standing, and the government could still violate people's property and privacy rights. And so the framers included a process for amending the document. Now, after more than 200 years, 27 amendments have been added, guaranteeing free speech, religious freedom, and gun rights. Slavery is outlawed, women can vote, and individual legal rights are protected. The framers wanted to protect the Constitution from political fads, and so they deliberately made the amendment process a tough one.
The concurrent resolution is adopted.
2/3 of both houses of Congress and 38 states must agree.
They knew they were human. They were at the time writing about how conflicted they were about the direction of the nation, about how people might misconstrue their words in the future for their own political purposes.
Ultimately, the framers and many others, including Hezekiah Alexander, achieved a goal that has lasted for more than 2 centuries.
We hold these truths to be self-evident.
A government intended to serve the people, not the other way around. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Charlotte, North Carolina.
That Constitution was inspired by the Declaration of Independence, which was really a bold vision for a new society.
He is sweating so hard over here. Do you see him right now? He's like sweating so bad. Yep. Constitution. Unfortunately, we have a government where that Constitution is being put to the test, unraveling in front of our very eyes, being dismantled, blown up. They are trying to drag us back in time before some of those amendments got passed. Now, apparently, Donald Trump is planning to give a really long speech today, July 4th, at the event. I don't know exactly where it's being held. I assume it's at the Capitol, but I have no idea.
On July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out,
And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107.
That was President Trump previewing, maybe warning about this weekend's 4th of July rally that is set for the National Mall. It's an event that he has publicly promised will be the most unforgettable birthday party ever seen. Privately, sources tell CNN that inside the White House, there is some anxiety about this event that it could end up being a dud. There's tightened security measures for the mall. There's triple-digit heat that it's expected, as the president mentioned. And also, the schedule is set to run extremely late into Saturday night.
Yes. Oh, God. Stars are aligning against this July 4th event. God did that. I believe that. Triple-digit heat in D.C., where this speech Trump is claiming he's going to make, a very long one, forces us all to listen to another deranged rant. A man who demands our constant attention and devotion. It's really getting a bit much, don't you think?
When you look at the White House, it's a symbol of who we are as Americans. We rejected the gold leaf of the monarchy, and Donald Trump, he's so enamored with the pomp and circumstance of royalty and of dictatorships that he's going and trying to literally glue it onto the White House piece by piece. When you look at the Oval Office right now, it is stunning to see the facelift he's given it. It's like the Mar-a-Lago facelift. He's given it to the Oval Office. It's not real, and it's not authentic. It's Right.
not American any longer.
I thought this was America.
I'm Joanna Coles. This is the Daily Beast podcast, and today we have Trump chronicler Katie Tur on the show. She talks about his health. She talks about the grift. She talks about the state fair. Why isn't anybody there? And this is a woman whose first book, Unbelievable, sold millions.
Wow. I'm just noticing an incredibly generous frickin' donation over on Cash App from BG. BG, just the initials of the individual. They didn't put their name in the message, but for the cost of 20 subs, so Twitch gets none. My God, this is brilliant thinking that you've done. Brilliant, I say. Great job. Also, we're going to have to take a quick pause. Take a little quick pause. Got to go back. Hold on, Daily Beast. I have no sound. There we go. Yes, confetti party. We complete another sweet galactic content goal. Thank you so very much. All of you have helped make this possible. Ensuring that we get all the sweet content that I have planned for us tonight. And I still got a hell of a lot to talk about. Yes, there might be a couple of clips in here that we've watched so far that we've already watched today. And or issues that we've already talked about. But it is Independence Day. So we're going to be doing that. And then I've got, now that we've completed the galactic content goal, I set it up intentionally. So once we're going to have a transition at some point from talking about July 4th and all these birthday celebrations for the president. And we got other stuff to talk about. The environment, still terrible. Everything's on fire, or melting, literally. And other bad stuff happening across the planet. Alright, people, last chance. Take it in. Confetti party, it's ending. Let's go back to Donald Trump's obsession with the beautification. That's the wrong word. The Donald Trumpification of everything. The Mar-a-Lago-fication, as we've been calling it, of D.C. And his American State Fair, a hijacked bipartisan celebration of America's 250th. He's turned into a partisan celebration of himself.
No, I mean, there's a line you don't cross, usually. The financial disclosure I thought was most striking in the amount of money that he's making off crypto.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was like $2.2 billion total, but I have notes, $1.4 billion from crypto.
Right.
And so the White House, in trying to push back on it, says that Donald Trump has no conflict of interest, but he's proud to make America like the capital of crypto around the world.
Of course he is.
But they're revealing the conflict. They're confirming the conflict in the statement. It's like if Donald Trump said, I want to make America the washing machine capital of the world, and he was the owner of Maytag.
Right.
Like obviously there is a conflict there. Or like, I want America to be the soybean capital of the world, and he owned all the soybean farms.
Right.
So when he's saying this about crypto, and he has the power to loosen regulations, which he has, maybe it's good for America to be the capital of crypto, but it's certainly good and has been good for him.
I found that list where they detailed what he made from each thing really interesting, because it was, I think, $208,000 from the Trump Bible. It was, I think, $67,000 from fragrance and his gold shoes. And you're like, and who's buying this stuff? And I think 4 million from Trump watches, actually.
4 million from Trump watches, 250,000 from the Bible, the Trump Bible. It's demented.
I mean, it's just so. It's also the meme coin. I mean, what did he make $635 million on the meme coin? That's nothing. You are basically just putting money into Donald Trump's pocket to have this thing that doesn't even exist in real life. Who's paying for this? Maybe it's some regular Americans, but it also is. Are there also people who are using it to pay for access to him? Actual access to him.
Right. Well, let's talk about access to him, because obviously one way that companies are doing that and people are doing that is by donating to the which he ripped down, and now in theory he's rebuilding it as a huge 90,000-foot ballroom, which I still find incredible, and will dwarf the existing White House. I mean, that's what's so strange, that it's just going to look crazy.
I wonder, I think if the ballroom was to a better scale, and it was done tastefully, would the American public have such a problem with it?
No, I'm sure they wouldn't, right? Because actually, you could argue they do need a ballroom when they have their state dinners. I'm sure you've been to them. You have to go on a little.
I've not been to a state dinner, no.
Well, I've been to one.
All right, enough from these two over here. I forget which part of this I wanted. It's not this part. And the fact is that's not the reason people are complaining about it. I mean, that adds to it. The reason people have a problem with it is because he tore down the East Wing without asking anybody and then started building this monstrosity. Is it in its own right just this horrible monstrosity that just doesn't belong there and it dwarfs the White House and all these other things they're saying? Yeah, but that's not actually the reason I think most people have a problem with it. Right? It's because of A, how much money it's costing, but actually that's B. A is the thing I said before, is the fact that it's just not like it not being done democratically. It's being done in a unilateral way. The president's just decided on a whim to knock down the White House. It's against the law. He's getting sued for it by like multiple agencies. Or like groups. Meanwhile, of course, we are filing charges, federal felony charges against Olympians. This was Janine Pirro.
Today is about accountability for damaging a national resource, a national treasure, and that is the reflecting pool that runs from the Washington Monument to the Lincoln Memorial, which is, of course, a symbol of D.C.'s beauty and history. Now, it was recently renovated with significant funds and investments. Any tampering undermines that. And make no mistake, if anyone decides they want to damage that, whatever they think their reason is, or whether they think it's justified, or whether they think it's not important, will be held to account. This is a priority not only for the president, but for myself as well. So, today, a grand jury has returned a felony indictment against a defendant, David Hearn, for felony destruction of property, for which he faces 10 years in prison.
There's Janine Pirro drunkenly announcing that the guy who touched the pool liner is facing 10 years in prison for literal trumped up charges. On the reflecting pool situation. They really are obsessed with this fucking pool. It's out of hand. It's out of control. But don't worry, the Trump administration actually got a big plan. Big plan to clean up that pool. Basically admitting that it's not just this guy. Earlier today, with a whole new plan unveiled to denastify the memorial reflecting pool.
There is a new plan in the works to keep the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool clean. This, of course, after the severe algae, the peeling problems, the allegations of vandalism. CNN has learned that the Department of the Interior is now looking to hire a contractor to provide long-term maintenance and an annual purge. CNN's Selin Serfati has this story. I feel like you are officially our reflecting pool correspondent at this point, Sunlin. So they're also, as I understand it this time around, taking bids?
That's right. This is a very extensive plan, Erica, that will happen after the next round of renovations happen.
Okay, before we get to any of that, I just want us to go back to that. They're taking bids. They're no longer just handing it directly to Trump's friends and or former pool guys or whatever, like contractors. No, they're actually looking to now do it maybe the right way, seeing who can do it for the best price, looking over the options, rather than just letting some random guy spray a bunch of truck bed liner on a national monument for $15 million.
Stand it this time around, taking bids?
That's right. This is a very extensive plan, Erica, that will happen after the next round of renovations happen after the July 4th holiday. And the Department of Interior is reaching out to contractors that want to take part in this work to potentially win this this bid. And essentially what it is for the daily maintenance of the pool going forward. So after this renovation, and really the documents outline how extensive and how hard it will be on a daily basis to maintain this pool. If you check out the documents, it says part of their responsibility will be on a daily basis, removing debris, animal dropping, leaves in and around the pool, and reporting any dead animals in the vicinity. The contractor is also supposed to clean filters and
They're trying to treat it like a real pool that humans are supposed to go into. They are so demented. He is such an idiot.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It is not a pool for people to swim in. It does not need all of this shit. They're so obsessed with winning against nature and keeping the pool blue, American flag blue. Oh my god, this is so dumb. What a waste of taxpayer dollars. So now we're going to start treating the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Monument like it's like a pool for laps and waiting, when it is in fact not those things. And believe me, they're going to probably try and charge people for going into it, even though they're trying to make it literally something like, just leave it as is. Natural. It's a lot more cost efficient. Just leave it where, just, like don't fuck with it. But this is ridiculous. They're gonna filters and skimming daily. Manually disinfecting. We're gonna be checking the levels. On the pool? Really? It's not a pool. We keep calling it a pool, but that's not really what it is. It's a pond. It's a Lincoln reflecting pond. And we're trying to turn a pond into a pool, and it's not a good plan. No one's even going to be able to appreciate it because it's illegal to come near the pool now. It's just some weird vanity project for Donald Trump. Like, Janine Pirro's just trying to, like, win. To be, like, the most deranged Trump sycophant possible. Oh, I can arrest a fucking Olympian for touching the pool. Who can beat that? Everybody's like, I can make Donald Trump's birthday more special. Because that's really what this all is. All this stuff is just really just a way to celebrate the president. Not America.
Join us in honoring this incredible history, and together we will give America the greatest birthday celebration our country has ever seen.
America's 250th anniversary.
We're patriots, we're God-fearing folks that love our nation, and we're celebrating 250 years.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are the words written 250 years ago by Thomas Jefferson, perhaps the most famous lines in the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America, the founding document then, through which 13 colonies severed their ties with the British Empire on July the 4th, 1776, a huge anniversary that Americans are celebrating this year. An historic occasion that Donald Trump intends to turn into the crowning achievement of his second term, especially since this year also marks his own 80th birthday. For the occasion, he has changed the face of Washington and imposed his own image on passports. And then, above all, there is his vision of American history, which he would like to see take centre stage in museums, national parks, and on monuments. Fanny Allar with Fraser Jackson revisit the US 250 years after the Declaration of Independence.
In Philadelphia, the birthplace of US independence and the nation's first capital, history is all around.
The Declaration is signed here on August 2nd, 1776.
Or at least the history that isn't inconvenient. Until recently, an exhibition a stone's throw from Independence Hall told the story of 9 slaves owned by George Washington, the nation's father.
Here, this was the original executive mansion. So this is the first White House. Here you have the original foundations of the building. But you'll notice that there's some installation, there's some signage here missing. Here. This is missing. It's a place where some of them once stood. We're seeing that this memorial is not finished in the way that it's supposed to be. Hey, it was open. It was complete, and for 15 years, everything was okay. Now suddenly Donald Trump comes in, and suddenly there's a problem with telling the story of slavery.
In January, federal national park agents dismantled the exhibition on the orders of the Secretary of the Interior. It was a direct result of a presidential decree aimed at restoring truth and common sense in American history, which
We talked about this like multiple times this year, like on Juneteenth, and I can't remember the other time. Probably like when it just first happened, but it's just so ridiculous. Oh, God. This is what we've been talking about, though. They're just trying to erase any history that's inconvenient to white, rich men with a penchant for racism.
which says the past of the United States must not tarnish the image of its great national figures, an unfathomable notion for our tour guide.
George Washington, yes, was a great general. Yes, he's the first president of the United States. He was also what they called an Indian fighter. He was also a slave owner. He owned 316 people in his lifetime. We're telling the full story of this gentleman, that's all. Like many of the founding fathers, there are in the sense that there's a lot of contradictions. In fact, Ben Franklin himself would say we are all contradictions. And it's only by telling the full history, good, bad, and different, that we can build this better country and better world that we want.
Exactly. It's the history that they don't like that they just want to erase, right? Because it is inconvenient to the narrative that they believe that America is a white Western culture, a white Judeo-Christian Western culture that is intended to exclude the stories of everybody who that culture has repressed. And it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
On this day, a gathering has been organized to commemorate Ona Judge, one of George Washington's slaves whom escaped.
Like Donald Trump
an annual
literally just got done
celebration that has
saying,
taken on
Donald Trump literally just got done saying the word culture about 1,000 times during that speech. They're obsessed with molding culture in a specific way. One that leaves out the parts that do not fit their narrative.
significance this year, as only half of the 34 torn down information panels have been.
They honestly are. Their intention is to replace our existing knowledge with a knowledge that is lacking any sort of criticism of themselves or of anybody that they see themselves in. Because once again, Trump's not a founding father. He likes to pretend he is, but his family got here in the early 1900s. He didn't found shit. Just came here and stole everything from us.
Requested a full review of the content of all its museums, as well as exhibitions planned for the US's 250th anniversary.
It was clear from the tone of the letter and from what they called for that they wanted to go through all that material, looking for keywords probably about gender, about race, about slavery, about settler colonialism, all of the things which the American right wing thinks we shouldn't be talking about.
In response, James Millwood founded an organization whose mission is to catalog elements from the Smithsonian's 21 museums.
What was the one? Was it Wilson, I think? Let's see. That's Roosevelt. Where is he?
Here in the American President's Gallery, the caption underneath Donald Trump's portrait disappeared for a while.
Back in January, they changed the photographs and put up this black and white one, which Trump clearly likes. And at that time, they took away a longer biography and put the short text up.
Yeah. I mean, this is the great American cultural revolution, right? Like, yeah, like he's claiming everybody else is a communist, a godless communist, but like he is enforcing like his own worldview on the entire country. Like a dictator. Yeah, the country is getting a Donald Trump styled makeover for America's 250th.
Tonight, as America gets ready to celebrate a landmark birthday, House Democrats are accusing President Trump of hijacking the anniversary for his own gain. A new report claims the donors who intended to give to the congressionally approved and bipartisan America 250 were actually given bank information to the Trump-backed initiative Freedom 250 without their knowledge. Now, if those allegations are proven true, it could constitute wire fraud. Trump established Freedom 250 last year to organize July 4th events in a way that his allies could control. That includes the Great American State Fair, which has been dogged by low turnout.
Yeah, it probably is wire fraud. But can Donald Trump be convicted of any crime? According to the Supreme Court, no. Everything he does is an act of the president, which is the king now, and the king can't be prosecuted. So, like, Does it matter if he committed if it's criminal? I mean, everything he's a criminal. He's a criminal emperor. Right? He's literally a convicted criminal, and he's continued to commit crimes over and over again. At this point, if you were to actually be tried for all this stuff, we'd be in court for I don't know how many years, until he's dead, probably. Trying to convict him for all these fucking crimes. Because you'd have to do them separately. Some of them are in different states. Some of them are federal crimes, some are state crimes. He's a criminal. He's a criminal king, president, whatever you want to call him. But I mean, he's covered his face and name, like the entire Capitol in it, right? Like, he wants us to all to celebrate him, deify him. Anybody who doesn't is a horrible communist.
Despite the birthday blues, Trump plans to put himself front and center on Saturday.
On July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything.
I think the big question, Ashley, for me about this is, was there ever a world in which like this moment could have been what it should be, which is a moment to actually celebrate America in a bipartisan unifying manner? Or was it made worse by the Trump decision to create this sort of like parallel structure that was actually very partisan?
Yes. I think in this world, especially with Trump being president,
this woman is a moron. But I mean, of course there was a world. There was literally an organization that existed that Trump ousted, essentially, like circumvented to make it about himself. These people are living in a fucking alternate reality, I swear to God.
just saying in general, discussing if people are at a mall or not, and instead we should be celebrating the country.
But I think that I hear you, because I do agree that everything that Trump does it becomes political either from the right or the left. But I would also take it a step further, which you may disagree with, that everything Trump does, he takes ownership of, and it becomes about Donald Trump.
Yeah, he brings it on himself.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
and
it
so,
one word. Yes.
yeah, and so I think we're saying the same thing. I think that yes, if you compare the 250 festivities to the World Cup festivities, they're night and day. I mean, I was in Houston, Texas, when the Netherlands was playing Sweden, and watching the Netherlands having to come out and celebrate with Houstonians was just fascinating. Or being in New York for Brazil versus Morocco, and watching Brazilians take over Times Square, and watching people just enjoy. Or you see the TikToks of people enjoying Popeyes, right? And enjoying American culture.
And ranch dressing.
And ranch dressing, and all the things that we kind of take for granted in the essence of America. It's fascinating to see. And then I believe that if Donald Trump, which I don't believe he's capable of, but if there was a president of the United States that actually took this moment to wrap the American flag around all of us, exactly. I think that this moment would actually be what it should be, which is a celebration of America for its warts, its progresses, because I've always said we've made progress in this.
Yeah, this is exactly the point. Is that Trump is not here for everyone. He's here for himself. He's here for a specific group of people who he perceives as being his base, and then that's it. He's not a unifier. He's a demonizer. He's literally the sort of person who separates people, not brings them together. That is who he's always been. He does not accept all of America. He thinks part of America is not worthy of celebrating. Honestly, I think the part of America not worthy of celebrating is the part that showed up for this fucking festival.
What the God damn it, that's so awesome. Okay, they are having the time of their lives. This is extremely my content. This is like the perfect kind of hogwatch. I do feel like we've been too busy trying to get like socialists elected in the office to pay attention to this keynote, okay? let's do this crazy ass Freedom 250 shit. Aaron Parnas reports the stage is falling apart at the rehearsal for Freedom 250's July 4th celebration.
Oh my fucking god.
Bro, ain't no way they kept dancing through it.
They didn't.
Too.
They stopped. They stopped. That bitch
Someone could have
almost died just now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey. Did you hear the sound it made when it hit the ground?
No way they kept dancing through it too.
Look how it. Oh my. Oh my god. Look. Oh my god. They're so lucky that they didn't. That nobody just died right there. Oh my god. What a fucking disaster this thing is. Oh, this is horrifying. How do you keep practicing underneath that ceiling after that debacle? After you almost get decapitated while dancing. Oh man.
Someone could have died.
Master builder. Yes, Donald Trump, master builder.
This is incredibly dangerous stuff. Trump cutting safety corners with stage building is the kind of thing somebody can be genuinely prosecuted for if someone dies, which is not uncommon if you slap it together like this. This equipment is deadly when falling from those heights. You need Brace Belden, a report from the 250 Freedom Fair. What makes you think he's not all over that shit? Dog. You think there is a group, a coalition of freaks congregating in one location and Brace Belden's not going to go there? What are you, crazy?
Of course, on the National Mall. And here's the thing. We're celebrating, of course, all 50 United States, which is great, but the temperatures are also here to party. The current temperature outside right now, by the way, 101 degrees. You factor in the humidity, and it feels like...
Oh my God, they're going to kill boomers. Oh my God, on July 4th, something spectacular is going to happen. Or tragic. I think something tragic might happen on July 4th. Oh my God. Oh my God, Trump supporters, please stay home. Or go there if you want.
Or go there. Or go there.
Oh, buddy. Oh, baby.
Oh, man. He's right, though.
Oh.
They are setting up a real disaster.
Oh. Here's all the brace. Oh, God. Scott Lapido getting honored. Wait, why? Is he a veteran? Wait, what the f was that? Grandpa's advice and encouragement. Just ask. Now this asshole's standing.
By the way, if everybody doesn't know who Scott Lapido is, first off, you've been watching enough of the stream, but Scott is an artist who puts flags on things, mostly. So it's protest art. Sometimes it's protest art, other times it's flags on things. Sometimes it's protests by flag. He's got a seriously diverse catalog of art.
Without a doubt, the worst bullshit I've ever seen. Northrop Grumman. Brace Belden chatting with the baptism guy.
Is that what that's there for? They have a baptism pool? That's the pool? I think I heard about this pool. This is the pool. So they set up like a above ground pool. And like they're doing live baptisms. It turns out I think they did more what do you call them? Cooling station like medical alert situations than actual baptisms from what I hear. But wow, what a setup.
With the baptism guy. This shit sucks. Not even in a liberal way. I'm open-minded. This is the worst event I've ever been to in my life. I cannot believe this piece of shit fair is real.
You think the baptism guys are peeing in the pool? Oh God, horrifying.
That's in the Bible.
Piece of shit. Everything is crappy here. This dump. Oh my God, AI.
Well,
This
more
took
flags.
up the vast majority of the
More flags from Scott. There's the Scott original right there. A flag flowing in the wind. As opposed to a flag not flowing in the wind. Different. Different but same. Same but different.
American artist Scott Libido. My goat. My goat. Walkie Talkie Sam Brown belt. $50 for this hat?
Jesus Christ.
They didn't give a shit looking at this. Everybody's miserable. Every MAGA event, save CPAC, has been an absolute blast. This one sucks. Lifelong MAGA liberal. More funny state fair content. An attendee of the Great American State Fair says none of the booths had air conditioning, so she had to go to the baptism pool in one of the tents.
Over in your medical tent being treated. Tell us about how you're feeling.
Now I'm fine, but previously, none of these booths have air conditioning. We don't know what happened, but I started
We don't
seeing
know what
stars.
happened.
Oh, really?
You know what happened? They didn't plan ahead. That's what happened, stupid. I don't know what happened. What do you mean you don't know what happened? They didn't think ahead about any of this stuff. They like hijacked this celebration for themselves, but didn't plan ahead. It's like a bunch of people in hot ass tents with no air conditioning.
I'm telling you, they're setting up for Boomer side, like straight up.
I'm staying in the race.
Up, dude. Incredible work. They uncovered wire fraud that the admin is committing through Freedom 250. What is this? Every American should be outraged by what Trump has done to our nation's 250th birthday celebration. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I think everyone's just kind of giving up on America a little bit. Like, doesn't it feel like people just kind of gave up? Like, this is just it. And most Americans are just trying to, like, look away. Like, this is the drunk uncle. The drunk MAGA uncle at...
Sadly, we can't just look away. I mean, first off, these are our tax dollars being used for this goddamn event. You got... You know, the fact that this is supposed to be our celebration of our country, and he's just making it about himself, and he's doing a terrible job while he's at it. He's just endangering elderly people.
Between Hassan and the fat electrician, please make this happen. Is this the guy? I also like how Hassan keeps switching back and forth between I'm a brown man and no, I'm actually a privileged white dude. I am a privileged white dude, except this quite literally shows that whiteness is totally conditional for these guys. Hello? What white guy would they make an argument about like this? Yeah. I say I'm white. These guys don't think I am. It's kind of the point.
Have their kid born here, whisk them away to train them to demoralize.
Oh wait, I forgot that this goes off the rails with these fucking crazy dudes who are talking about how Hassan is like some like plant or something. I don't know. It's not even quite clear, but they just think that he needs to be deported. God, these people are wild. Let's check in with Stephen Miller. See how he's doing. You know, even though he's Nosferatu, he also, you know, he still wants to be able to enjoy America's 250th. Let's see what he had to say in honor of America, the semi-quincentennial.
I think it would be unfair for us to paint the entire Republican Party with this racist brush.
Sure. Yeah. How rude. How dare you, Sam? How dare you? Okay, I'll be right back.
Just because of what Ron DeSantis did. Let's get another perspective on this from, this is number 17. This is a different perspective.
Okay.
Just because
we need that.
We try and be fair here.
Fair and balanced.
This is Laura Ingraham and Stephen Miller. They're having a great time out on the at the
Great American State Fair.
Great American State Fair. They're the only people there this day. They literally.
No, there was that masturbating streamer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they should take,
Dress as Uncle Sam.
They should take a tip from the left and start bussing people in, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Well, Charlie Kirk's not around to do that anymore,
Right.
which he did for January 6th.
Okay, here is Stephen Miller and Laura Ingraham trying to show folks that it's all about America, and there's we're all Americans, and if you're not, then well.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Mike DeWine, Stephen, the governor of Ohio. See, we know each other so well, I can just throw that name out and he starts laughing. Mike DeWine said we'll essentially cease to have healthcare workers in his state if you deport all those Haitians. So we'll have no we've never had healthcare workers in the country until we had Haitians.
So I'm just going to say this. If I have a loved one this is going to be very politically incorrect, but if I have a loved one who's in the hospital in emergency medical care, I'm going to take the licensed American nurse, not the illegal alien from Haiti. That's just me.
All right, Stephen, it's great to see you. Thank you.
You don't have any love. No one loves you. You don't have any loved ones.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
Your family hates you. Your family hates you. You have no one to take care of.
If I were to have loved ones, and then he continues on.
Exactly. In a hypothetical situation in which Stephen Miller had loved ones, he would, in a very bigoted fashion, decide that a white nurse would be better than a black nurse. Just, you know, because he's just a hateful douchebag.
We should also say that if you are Haitian and you are working as a nurse in a hospital, you are licensed.
Right.
If you hear on temporary,
these rogue nurses.
we only hire
they just want to be around old people.
licensed nurses. No, temporary protected status meant actually that you could go get licensed.
Yeah. It's like, I recognize that. Weren't you selling fruit in the park last week?
Yeah.
Come on in and.
What are you doing with Grandma? By the way, when you take away the healthcare sector, basically every other sector of our economy is collapsing, and there's been no job growth. That's the only area where there's been job growth, and it's because there's a desperate need, because we have an aging population that is like we're in the baby boomer era, right? And
Phosphate lollipops.
Everything else is contracting. Manufacturing's collapsing. Every other part of the economy is collapsing except the healthcare sector. And his one big ugly ass bill privatized everything, so there needs to be more workers in that area. So he's just lying.
I mean, what's going to happen in 5 years? Because the boomer, my parents and my parents' generation, they're rapidly going to be entering into hospice and elder care and all kinds of problems. Like, that's already starting.
But
They're already in their 80s.
We're already seeing this because of the cuts in Medicaid in particular. It is cutting funding. 2/3 of our elderly in nursing homes are there being paid for by Medicaid. When you get up there, you'll go through this whole thing with your parents. I went through it with mine. And the rural nursing homes, there are standards that the U.S. government has as to how many, the ratio of workers to patients you have. Because one of the things that like these private equity owned nursing homes do, many nursing homes, the ones that Cuomo sort of like got his campaign funds from, they will over-medicate their patients so they don't have to have people actually going in and dealing with them. So if you put them on a bunch of antipsychotics or whatever it is, the patients become like near vegetative.
Right.
And therefore, you don't have to go in because they don't need something to eat. They don't need whatever it is. There's a minimum number of workers that you have to have patients. And RFK has been pouring out waivers to that. He'll say it's because otherwise they're going to close, but it's also because Medicaid is cut back so much so that there's not Medicaid eligibility in a lot of these places, and these hospitals can't afford to stay open.
The other side of that is a lot of the boomers, I would say, like I'm thinking of my dad, they want to live for as long, they want to live forever, and they can keep, if they're healthy, they are going to live for a long time. So
Yeah.
it's all,
Yeah. It's really shocking. Old people are like, I'd rather not die.
Would you jump up?
I know, it's surprising. I know everybody's like, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. It is a revelatory piece of information, but I'm glad that we could at least avail you of such, so you don't continue on thinking that people walking around like, I don't know, like Joni Ernst, for instance, thinking that everybody's just fine with dying because it's inevitable. People would prefer not to die. It's kind of a phenomenon.
You know, look, we
Oh no, what happened? The United States semi-quincentennial C-SPAN live stream was taken down. I bet it was taken down because of goddamn copyright. God damn it. Oh. It just went straight to another Majority Report clip. You can't do that. Let's let's see. Let's talk about some other Trump's projects that he's been taking on lately. Of course, it's communism now. It's a big project of his, apparently. Anti-communism, that is. He's been Mar-a-Lago-fying D.C. with his name, emblazoned on every building, his image on every facade, gold shit on every wall, ballroom incoming, helipad incoming. I don't know if you heard, but there's a helipad coming to the White House lawn. And he's apparently, everybody's wanted it, okay? Look, listen. Everybody wants it. Everybody's saying it. But he's got one other focus, a new focus it's taken on this week. That is the beautification of Washington, D.C.'s public golf courses.
The president also seems to be eyeing a new project, building a golf course on the Potomac River. He spent Sunday afternoon touring the East Potomac golf links and later said on social media the course would be shut down for renovations.
The developer-in-chief says he's shutting down the historic East Potomac public golf course, promising to transform it into a venue capable of hosting major pro golf events. But critics warn the president's plan has serious trade-offs, citing the cost, environmental concerns, and fears the public could lose access to low-cost golf here in the nation's capital. Phil, and fellow golfer, is here with me now. So,
Okay. Now, I've thought about this. Thought about this for a second. And I think I'm willing to make a trade-off, as was mentioned. But the trade-off I'm willing to make is Trump resigns as president. No, hold off, follow me. He gets to continue to design golf courses across the country. And we will change all of them, their names, to Donald Trump, whatever the name of the city or town is, blah, 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 course, right? But he resigns from president. Like, we all have to celebrate him and his golf courses once a year and play a round of golf in his honor. Kind of like Hunger Games, to never forget type of thing. I just think it'd be better than having to deal with this for another 2 years. If we just get him focused on something else that he really enjoys. And we know how much he loves golf and golf courses. I think we could make it, I think we could sell him on it, honestly. I don't think we should rule this out as a possibility.
Environmental concerns and fears the public could lose access to low-cost golf here in the nation's capital. Phil and fellow golfer.
You think the heat is boiling our minds? What, you think I'm saying crazy things now? What, you don't like my golf course idea?
This is ridiculous.
Come on! Is here with me now. So, Trump spent his Sunday touring East Potomac Golf Course, shutting it down. It was raining, so we'll see how many people were actually out there at that time. And going with the golf course architect Tom Fazio, who has designed some Trump courses as well, along with the Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. There's a war going on.
Yeah.
Why is the president so obsessed?
I don't have a great answer for you other than it very much tracks with a lot of things we've seen in the midst of a conflict that over the course of the 48 hours of this weekend, including the time he was visiting the course, seemed really kind of on the brink of getting back to a hot war, seems to have pulled back a little bit. Look,
it was just hours after he said that Iran would cease to exist if they violated this.
Yeah, but when you think about exactly that, we go back and forth a lot. It kind of depends on the day. I think that the degree to which I have tried to understand it, and I'm not doing a great job, maybe I'm more of a policy guy, I guess, but is the reason you're seeing all this is he cares so deeply about legacy and what he's going to leave. And if the second term means anything to him, and if he's proven by his actions what matters the most to him, it's whether or not he can leave his imprint on not just Washington, D.C., not just on the federal government or the White House, but really
more like his ass print on the planet. Anyway, Donald Trump spending a whole bunch of time renovating this golf course now instead of on anything else. However, apparently, some people are rubbed wrong by his interest in the DC courses.
Works really good.
Washington, D.C. has long been the home of 3 low-cost public golf courses, but now they are battling a Trump takeover.
Get in the hole. Help, I'm being repressed.
And fighting a president who has 16 golf courses to his name, with 5 more on the way.
Best of the day there. Yeah. That was really good.
The impact is felt nearly everywhere, including on East Potomac's 4th hole near the Potomac River. Now a dumping ground for debris from the White House's demolished East Wing.
Tell us about the dirt mound.
So that's the excavated dirt from under the East Wing.
Oh, wow.
Okay, this part was wild. I was like, wait. So he's beautifying the golf courses, but also simultaneously using them as a dumping ground for the Epstein ballroom. Those two things seem a little bit sort of contradictory, don't they? Turn into like, we're going to beautify the golf courses for the poors. We're going to make these public courses so great you don't even know. We're going to do that by dumping the dirt, the excavated dirt from the Epstein ballroom all over it. Just a massive pile, so big you'll be able to see over it. Just really, really big. No grass, just a big brown mound with a wire fence around it. It's very scenic. You'll be out there, you'll be enjoying nature, and then you'll be enjoying the mound. And it'll be good that way. Everybody's saying it.
That's the excavated dirt from under the East Wing.
Oh, wow.
And
from the demolition of the East Wing, all dumped in here.
Yes. And it started in sort of late October, early November of last year, and it's been going continuously since then.
Mike McCartan is a co-founder of National Links Trust, a nonprofit focused on improving golf courses.
I mean, you can
122, it says, to the flag from here.
The group had a 50-year lease to restore the courses of East Potomac, Rock Creek, and Langston.
I took a golf clinic here,
but 5.
That's a good question. It might be full of asbestos. I actually don't know the answer to that. It could very well be full of asbestos. I can't say for sure.
Into the lease, Trump's Interior Department abruptly moved to cancel it, alleging the
Immediately,
group was
if
in
not
default
sooner.
over unpaid rent and failing to implement capital improvements.
Oh, that you can show.
There you go.
All being fought in federal court.
Is there any legitimacy to that allegation?
We dispute absolutely everything associated with it.
Trump told the Wall Street Journal he would renovate the courses, quote, beautifully. The paper reported the president hopes to have a professional golf tournament in the D.C. area in the years ahead.
Why is that not a worthy goal? Is there anything wrong with that?
I don't think on the face of it there's anything wrong with it, but at this particular site, it really poses some problems.
Why is
So, first problem is there's only about 200 acres of golf course here. And in order to host a major championship, you need at least 350 acres.
And it would cost a lot of money.
And it would cost an enormous amount of money. You would be building a ton of infrastructure that would be just for a tournament that doesn't really benefit the everyday golfer here.
Where's your ball? Is it over here?
I think I'm over here.
Yeah.
Renovations at the course have also come to a halt.
So we've spent $11 million on our improvement projects across the 3 golf courses. It's all wasted. We stopped projects in progress that if we are able to restart, it's going to cost us more money than it would have if we had just kept going.
But interior.
Yep. Somehow the government, supposedly obsessed with efficiency, is causing local public golf courses serious headaches and expenses, unnecessary. Talking about of course, we're talking about this guy, so, you know, what are you gonna do? He's kind of a psychopath. And nothing he does makes any sense. Especially when it comes to our government. But let's not forget, he also bankrupted a bunch of casinos and hotels before ever becoming president. And his entire empire was literally based on a name and a fiction. And that's the guy that we now have as president. And that doesn't scare you.
You know, look, we covered the state fair a decent amount yesterday, but this really requires... I saw some old clips of people talking about the bicentennial in 1976. And, you know, I've talked about how I experienced that as a young kid. I remember going to the bicentennial train outside of Boston. I remember when the tall ships came into Boston Harbor. It was a big deal. Maybe 250s, not as exciting as 200. People are also more informed generally, and so they were also, a lot of people are also a little bit more cynical about this type of stuff.
Also, we've been gorging on patriotism for like this entire century so far.
Yeah, it's all been like just sort of like, yeah, exactly.
People are unhappy with the direction of the country, so that's part of the issue.
But
There's an
I
old
have to say
saying in Tennessee,
that
I
if
know
you
it's in
had
Texas,
asked
probably
me
kind of
a
cool,
year
but-
ago, will people, just generically speaking, will people completely avoid the 250th birthday celebration on in Washington D.C. in June? It's not that hot there. It's certainly not that much hotter than here. I don't think so. On the Washington Mall, I would have been like, no, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people there. It's not necessarily going to be like, you know, it's not going to be Woodstock or something, but there's going to be a lot of people there. I wouldn't have disagreed. You know, that's what I would have thought. This is stunning. And it's also awesome because Fox they thought they were getting like the prime position.
Oh, yeah.
Where they're like, we're the only ones getting a broadcast box.
We got the World Cup.
We are not. We are on the 50-yard line. We are splitting. We like directly. Our camera will be directly pointed at the Washington Monument. We will see the throngs of crowds in the Washington, and it's going to be electric. And then it turns out to be this.
Okay.
Incidentally,
Are the doors open yet?
Want to let you know that yes, it's open.
Oh. So people must be flooding in.
Now, to be fair, it's 8 a.m., so it's early in the morning.
No, don't get me wrong. This is funny and entertaining to me, but not in the ways I think Trump and or the country intended. And I just keep wondering, why are we doing this? Right? Like, I mean, I love watching Trump fail, but how much is this failure costing us right now? I mean, he apparently just sort of unilaterally just redirected millions of dollars. I think a bunch of them were privately donated, but like, so it's interesting. I wonder, I think we should look into that a little bit, probably, because this is sort of embarrassing.
People are, I guess the early morning rush is not so dramatic.
Beautiful. We're kicking off a week of special shows celebrating America's 250th live from the Great American Fair.
It's so great there's nobody there.
Great to see you here today. There's a lot of energy.
Live from the Great American State Fair. So great that nobody's there. Look at it. It's all memorial reflecting pool green. From sea to shining sea over here. I mean, holy shit. I don't see a single person traversing the lawn.
Beautiful. We're kicking off a week of special shows celebrating America's 250th live from the Great American Fair.
Not a single person behind
Mark,
them.
great to see you here today. There's a lot of energy
This is
down there.
amazing.
What's the latest?
Sandra, it sure is. And welcome back to Washington. So good to see you.
Oh,
personally.
Potsy, I'm
As
sorry.
you've
Can
seen
you go back?
Yes. By the way,
And
credit to Aaron Rupar for this montage. We didn't put this together.
I want you to look at the guy's face.
Yeah.
When the host says a lot of energy there, and you can
that smile from Kilmeade is look at that. It's the most awkward smile from Kilmeade I think I've ever seen. Oh,
when
boy.
the host says a lot of energy there, and you can quite easily tell there is not a lot of energy there, and he has to go, yeah, there sure is, and there you go.
Much
fair.
Mark, great to see you here today. There's a lot of energy down there.
Don't go to the wide.
What's
Don't
the
go to
latest?
wide.
Sandra, it sure is. And welcome back to Washington. So good to see you personally. As you've seen
Sure is,
yourself,
Sandra.
there is a big energy here on the
Look at
National
energy.
Mall. The crowd size
There
is-
are dozens. I say dozens of people here at this multi-million-dollar extravaganza. I think I counted at least 30. So many people. The energy is overwhelming. It is a buzz with over a score human beings all in the same place. 20 or 30 of them in this one shot. We did our best to get them all in the shot.
in the morning. It has
I think it's good.
The State Fair generating a lot of headlines, and we have seen more people come to see it for themselves, including right to the Ferris wheel. You'll
Tens
zoom
of
in here
people.
and see the
Exactly.
crowds that are lined up for a
Wait,
chance to see
zoom in to see
Washington,
the
unlike
people.
any other.
Wait, I just realized. Wait for it. I have the sound shot for this. Where is it? Found it.
Oh, stop booing. There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us.
Dozens. Dozens of us. There are dozens of us.
way. But people told us this isn't
Tighter.
about politics, but a chance to
Tighter.
celebrate what America offers coast to coast. And this morning, 4 younger Americans put their stomachs to the test with a pancake eating contest. That's tough on any day, let alone in this kind of heat. The winner was determined by audience applause. The guy who won appeared really worried he wasn't going to be able to keep the pancakes down, but in the end, he made it.
He kept the pancakes down.
That was great. Thanks for inviting us. I haven't seen the elephant food booth
Wait,
yet.
I'm sorry. We have to go back to the man nearly. I don't like seeing people nearly
Throwing
throw
up
up because it makes
pancakes?
me sick, but the Chiron says Great American State Fair celebrates MAHA movement, which means Make America Healthy Again. And they're showing sweaty people nearly vomiting as they shove pancakes down their gullet.
Yeah, you could like see the cold sweat on this guy's forehead.
I mean, honestly, we should bring in Joey Chestnut for a picture of
Doug
American
Burgum's going to
nutrition.
address this.
Yeah,
in just
Mr.
a moment.
America, Doug Burgum. We all love him.
Oh, yes, bring in the fire.
The tech guy from North Dakota.
Really worried he wasn't going to be able to keep the pancakes down, but in the end, he made it.
Mr. Secretary, Yeah, it was great. Thanks for inviting us. I haven't seen the elephant food booth yet, though. I've seen the elephant sandwiches.
So each day has got a
Charisma.
theme. Today's theme is Make America Healthy Again, and I'm wondering, how does a pancake eating contest comport with Make America?
No red food dyes, right? It's just all natural
All
ingredients.
natural. Eggs, milk, butter. What else do you need?
Pause it. You know what? This has the real.
No red food dyes in your pancakes? Whose fucking pancakes have red food dyes in them? What kind of pancakes are they eating over at Fox News? All pancakes I've ever eaten have not, from my understanding, had any red food dyes in them. Like I had different kinds of pancakes too. All sorts of different kinds. Chocolate chip pancakes, banana pancakes, blueberry pancakes, regular buckwheat pancakes. I mean, there's so many kinds of pancakes. But I've never had one that was red, where I was like, is there red food coloring in here? Like, that's never happened to me one time.
Feeling that interview it has the real feeling of like a hyped up like Monday night football game where the score is like 49-7 at the halftime.
Yes.
And the commentators are just like, the crazy stuff happening.
Well, they go into like anecdotes about, this coach went through this really hard time and he used to work on this at this team.
How are they still talking about the pancakes?
I mean, what's
They have to.
What's that?
What's going on?
There was 4 people.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Like, what else are they going to talk about? These two guys walking across the lawn. Oh, and we got 2 guys walking across the lawn here. Both wearing red shirts. I mean, if Fox starts talking about that, honestly, now that I just thought about it, it can only go in bad places right now. I guess they could start a story about 2 brown guys wearing red shirts at the rally.
There, and they were all shoving pancakes into their mouths.
That was crazy, the pancakes.
What's that white-haired anchor's name who was like getting a little bit fed up here? This guy, he's been there for forever. I'm forgetting,
I don't know that
he's
guy.
more of a daytime guy. He can't even keep up the pretense of the Maha pancake eating contest.
So yeah, the pancakes.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to
let's
be-
Circle back to that.
Now that's it. Let's be clear. 11 o'clock Mountain Time. That's what one in
1 Eastern.
1 Eastern, and so midday, and there's no one there. Now, schools are out, incidentally. I just let you know. There are no schools in the country that are in now in regular session. So it's a perfect opportunity for families to travel to Washington, D.C. and check out the nation's 250th fair.
Is there a tent where you can shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk?
That's where everybody is.
Yeah, we didn't market this correctly. We should be able to stage a January 6th attack.
And there are people, a lot of these people who are just have spent so much money to rent a booth there, and they thought this was going to be it.
To go look at an empty Idaho booth with a chair inside of it.
Or the North Carolina one
but,
filled with Confederate flags.
Some of the photos we've seen are wild. Just like nobody's even cooking the food because no one's there to buy it. It's wild. This is such a flop. I heard numbers like $100 million was originally donated to this. I don't know exactly how much went to this fake account that Trump put together for the Freedom 250 event, but man, This is such a failure.
Who went there and expended money? What a disaster.
They saw a guy almost throw up pancakes. I mean, what do you
What's more American than that?
Come on.
No red food dyes, right? It's just all natural.
Eggs, milk, butter.
now.
What else do you need? Great American State Fair.
the fakest ass laughter I've ever heard.
Music down.
Down.
Like she's just faking her laugh so bad. It's painful to listen to. Oh god, I am tempted to hear it again though.
Oh, look at all the people.
Yeah, just really excited to go. And what's GU?
Okay, wait. Go back.
Sorry, but what does GU mean?
Guam?
Guam, okay.
Territory.
Oh yeah, we gotta have Guam.
That's so woke.
Help me out. I want to be a part of this.
We gotta have Guam here while we're celebrating Maha. Hopefully that makes up for RFK Jr. peddling anti-vax conspiracy theories that led to the deaths of hundreds of people there. Probably makes up for it. It's probably fine. It's like even. It's even now.
Well, it's a great day for it, Larry. Good afternoon. Perhaps now that the closing bell is here, we're going to get more people coming out here now that work is done. You mentioned.
Oh yeah, no, people are going to stop by there after work. You're not like we built this not for tourists. Right. We built this for just average Washingtonians.
For federal employees.
All the ones who lost their
been fired. Come out for
They're just building in excuses. Like
I love
now that the bell is over. Now that the stock market has stopped trading, we're probably going to see a lot of people come down to the to the National Mall to see the
400 whatever congressmen people are coming by.
Oh yeah.
Larry Kudlow acting like he's gonna go there after he's done in the studio. Like, no, you're not, bro. You're going straight home.
Oh my God!
They're calling up Randy Fine.
He desperately wants to be there. He's looking at that excitement. He's
I
going,
just
like,
wish
I
I
would love
could be
to
there. I mean, we can get you a car, Larry.
Right.
Do you want to know? Yeah, no, I can't.
Oh, he wants to be there so bad. I mean, if he only could get there, you know. I'm sure he doesn't have like vacation days that he could use. Because if he did, he'd be there, right? Like we all accept that. We all accept it. If he had any way of getting there, because he wouldn't just like say something disingenuously to a national audience about wanting to beat a place that doesn't look any fun at all, just to make it, just to kind of like talk it up, but not with any like actual, real, genuine enthusiasm. What? Media? What? No. Fox News would never do that. I'm actually a little offended that anybody would even suggest that, or even bring it up, or like talk about it for any extended period of time. Come on.
How rude.
Very rude of you. Do such a thing. I don't understand. It's weird.
Who can sit to that kind of music? You have to dance.
Exactly right.
Let's go to number 12.
BPM.
Because this is when things started to get really exciting. This is when Dr. Oz is talking to Dean Cain. That's right, Superman.
Whoa.
Superman.
Hey, everybody, let's not crowd the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is like Woodstock. Ladies and gentlemen, please back away from the stage. We have to stop pushing. We're going to stop playing right now unless you stop pushing.
It's like all eyes on the least famous Superman ever.
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded as the week goes on.
Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have
This is great cinematography.
This is because
TMZ's got to win an Oscar for this.
I love them.
Beautiful manual pan here.
And it's because there's
tons of people. This really requires.
I'm sorry, but I love that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to click that. I meant to pause it. But I just love the woman looking for the people and they're not there. There's something about that, about the being over there going, look at the huge crowds here, and you got one lady looking off into the distance where there is not a crowd, and it's just Something about that. Oh, it's the copium is like on like max. Like everybody is hooked up. They are just mainlining. It's the only way they can get through this right now.
As the week goes on. Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have people.
This is great cinematography.
This is because
that one lady, she's
got to win an Oscar for this.
Like this lady,
I love them.
That one lady just looking off into the distance, she just cooks me, dude. It's like there's something about that. Oh, God. And I don't know if she's doing it sarcastically or not. Doesn't really matter to me, actually, when it really comes down to it, because it still adds up to the same hilarious moment.
This is because TMZ.
It's about it really, when it comes down to it, it's the juxtaposition of the sentence and the actions being witnessed in front of you. Somebody looking for a crowd and somebody talking about a crowd. And then, of course, the conclusion. No crowd.
Got to win an Oscar for this.
I love them.
Beautiful manual pan here.
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded as the week goes on. Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have people that you want to have here, like Stacey Garrity. That woman's going to be next governor of Pennsylvania. There we go.
Stacey Garrity's there?
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge
Garrister.
God.
They just repeat the clip twice, so it's the same thing. But yeah.
That is amazing. And honestly, kudos to that camera person. The timing of the pan is amazing.
Here's the Michael Knowles debating.
But the one area.
Oh.
But the one area. But the one area where the Salem witch trials went a little far is, I would say, they weren't organized enough.
No.
So you had these like random judges, kind of burning these ladies. I don't know if they were guilty or not. But I think if it were more formalized, built up a little bit more, maybe with like a Grand Inquisitor or something.
If we could just get a Grand Inquisitor, that would have solved the Salem witch trials.
This is ridiculous.
I couldn't think of anything dumber.
Give me a joke.
I struggled to come up with a dumber sentence than that. The Salem witch trials are pretty good. They just weren't organized enough. The Salem witch trials, you're talking about the ones that, I mean, first off, what a premise in 2026. A grown man, like a 40-year-old man, saying out loud in public that actually witch trials may be a good thing. Like, we gotta weed out the witches. It's just how you do it. You can't have all these courts running around. You gotta have a Grand Inquisitor deciding these things from on high. Because witchcraft is, of course, a serious problem. Like, what? Who could possibly say this out loud? He's saying it to like a 12-year-old child, too. I'm talking about the trials that literally were led. I mean, I don't know how much people know about this, but were led by, in some cases, like children and like scorned, angry, like Karens, basically. It was basically a bunch of Karens and children of Karens who were accusing other people, women specifically, and women of color, of being witches for doing things that are just, today, we all, just take for granted as just like normal human stuff. But like literally, I mean, there was some crazy fucking shit. And as well as like outlandish, like nonsense claims like, oh, like she came to me in my sleep and poked me with a stick. And she was hovering over my bed. Forcing me to, like all these fucking, like, it is insane that he is like, yeah, actually we gotta think big picture on this fucking witchcraft stuff. It is a problem, but courts aren't the solution. It's a Grand Inquisitor.
If it were more formalized, built up a little bit more, maybe with like a Grand Inquisitor or something, that would have been a better way to do it.
He's making a process-based argument against the Salem witch trials.
This is a 10-year-old that's there?
That's what I've been looking all over, and I can't find a confirmation of her age, but they're all calling her a child. People.
Oh, yeah, right. No, the thing is this is the sort of thing you would hear from a 12-year-old child, 10-year-old child. Like, for a second, I almost thought we were talking about Michael still, because this is the sort of thing you would hear from a 10-year-old child. Like, I don't know, witches are real, and we should do something about it, like on a government level. It's like some of the dumbest things I struggle to conceive of something a dumber concept. Thankfully, we have the opportunity for a little bit of sanity on this Independence Day.
Years, let alone a quarter of a millennium.
Oh, wait. This isn't the whole thing. How did this happen? You did enjoy the Warlock movie? Which Warlock movie? I feel like there's been multiple Warlock movies. Like in the 80s and 90s. And then, of course, you got Charmed. You gotta worry about those ladies. Oh, God. I think this must be the full one. What is happening?
Good morning, my fellow Americans. Season after season, year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon, captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers. And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed through the Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life. They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move. They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles, Selma to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do each year. Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration. 250 years presents a rare opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive
that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now, but were revolutionary then, establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill. The British did not take it well. War broke out, and that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned, we were outmanned, and we were soundly defeated. After only a few months, it appeared our fledgling attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued in New York City. George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn. As he waited at the river's edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since: an opportunity to begin anew. Those opportunities, like everything in New York City, are not given. They are won. In 1838, 11 years after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the name of James Weeks sought to begin anew as well, and to help hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself the right to vote, and sold lots to others newly freed. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had something waiting for them that they had never had before: a home. Yeah! Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be, a place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew. Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City.
Never surrender.
That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. It carried millions of black Americans north during the Great Migration. It drew hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans to New York City after the Second World War. It invited countless others from the West Indies and South Asia and West Africa and across the world. And it is what brought my family to this city when I was 7 years old. My family did not arrive by boat, although we saw the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. Even from the air, we could make out the promise of America, the promise of the beautiful patriotic work of rendering America, year after year, a little more faithful to its founding ideals. There is a term so often used to describe our nation and those who have shaped it: American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, the conventional wisdom tells us, makes our freedom a little more free, is how we dug the Erie Canal and irrigated the West, is why children in faraway lands grow up dreaming of one day moving here. And yet the irony is that the story of America has so often been written by those who were told by others with power and influence and wealth that they were anything but exceptional. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong people. It sent peasants and serfs from slums and shtetls who were treated as less because they hardly owned clothes, let alone land. It sent immigrants from whom power was something someone else had. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. The frontier may be closed. We may have walked on the moon. but the work of fulfilling the values first enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. That work endures, and it belongs to us all. It belongs too to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, too many of our leaders do not believe in a vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. Yes, we see America in a health insurance industry that exploits the sick, but that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it too in the nurse who works a double shift and then stops on her way home to check on an ailing neighbor. Yes, we see America in corporate landlords for whom negligence is a business model. We see it too in the father who tucks his children into bed beneath a ceiling stained with leaks, who wakes before dawn to go to work and still believes his country can do better by his family. Yes, we see America when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts, when we sell our elections for the highest bidder. Yet we see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors, without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. There are some who respond to those who ask for more from America with a simple refrain. Love it or leave it, they say. But patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. It is every march led under the heavy sun. It is every protest held a decade before its time. It is precisely because we love this nation that we will not leave it. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Today, I think not only of the 4th of July, I think too of the 9th of July. 5 days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, it arrived here in our New York City.
Immediately,
Redcoats had disembarked on Staten Island. More than 100 British ships loomed just offshore. Across this city, the Continental Army prepared for an invasion. George Washington commanded his brigades to assemble just a few feet from this building. It was known then as the Commons. Today, we call it City Hall Park. There, within range of British guns, Washington ordered his generals to read the Declaration aloud. And with the world's mightiest empire poised to attack, Washington told the people of New York City what we will celebrate tomorrow, that we had declared our independence, that freedom was within reach. That evening, danger loomed. Conflict was not a question, but a certainty. And yet when those early New Yorkers marched toward the statue of King George III that stood in the Bowling Green, a statue they would melt down into bullets for their young army, they walked in unison, grounded not in the pursuit of plunder, but in ideals that for the first time had a name: America. Those ideals upon which our nation was built, they are strong enough to endure any authoritarian regime, but only if we reach for them. Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived. A nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America. The striving, the bettering, the reaching towards perfection. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. What a responsibility each of us possesses to prove ourselves worthy of all those who came before. What power each of us holds to bring America ever closer to the greatness so many have seen when they looked upon these shores. The greatness that, for 250 years, has been America. Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
There you have it. A message from the mayor's office, New York City, Zohran Mamdani, with a message of inclusivity. A stark difference from the message we heard from Donald Trump earlier, one of finger pointing and exclusivity and of fear and hate. Honestly, I only got a chance to hear Zohran's message before I kind of just knew generally what would happen today, very generally. That Trump would make it about himself. I had no idea just how unhinged he would really be today. Okay, let's go to some people trying to enjoy the holiday weekend. Sailing from New York City down to... Actually, I think these guys... I don't know, I can't remember exactly how far they're sailing. But there's like a whole plan. I think they go down to New Jersey first and then somewhere else. But I don't know where next. Sail forth 250. A parade of ships. Starting in New York's East River. That's the east one. You know it's the East River because that one's east.
The East River, as today's parade of sail is just starting to get underway. This is the parade of sail for the Class B tall ships. Generally those ships that are 130 feet or less in length and have traditional rigging for their sails. As we can see, this one ship starting to make its way through the Hell Gate area. This is the first one that we've seen start to enter the area. The rest of the ships are still starting to line up and get information on the northern end of the East River.
Yeah, as you can see, another one coming up on the bow, the stern, whatever we're calling it. The back of the goddamn ship. You see, over here, under the bridge. It's a big-ass ship. It's almost touching the bridge with the mast. Bunch of ships going down the East River, celebrating America with sails.
And now we have some additional ships beginning to make their way towards the Arcade Triborough Bridge.
And if you like sails,
those that live
this was
near
epic.
any of the waterways.
If you're not a maritime type of person, I get that.
Numerous Navy ships from all.
I can understand that. Not everybody has a clipper ship to sail in this parade.
As those tall ships are making their way down the East River, the Class B tall ships, 130.
Yes, indeed. Now let's go down to the shore.
Tomorrow, dozens of tall ships from around the world will head north for the Sail Forth Parade. But right now, they are anchored off Sandy Hook Bay. Christine Sloan is there live with more on the big celebration. Christine.
Well, Jessica and Christine, that's right. Those ships from around the world are anchored right here in Sandy Hook down the Jersey Shore. There are people gathered around the water, some with binoculars, trying to get a glimpse of the stunning sight. Now, we were able to interview some of the captains of those ships, many traveling on several oceans to come to the U.S. to celebrate our 250th anniversary. Governor Mikey Sherrill welcoming the commanders and crew members earlier today. As you know, Sherrill is a former Navy helicopter pilot.
Of course.
She reminds us George Washington's army drove the British away.
Of course. We all know that he's a former helicopter pilot. Everybody knows that. Duh. Come on.
Come on!
Be real, CBS New York. We all know that. Don't even have to. Why remind us? Why even remind us of something so obvious? Duh. Well, there you have it. People celebrating by boat. And a special light show and celebration expected at the Statue of Liberty. Eyewitness News ABC 7. From earlier this evening.
As we continue our coverage of events for America's 250th year, tonight a special celebration of light and sound.
And it's happening at one of our country's most iconic landmarks. Entertainment reporter Joelle Gargiulo with a preview.
There are places you visit, and then there are landmarks, ones that represent something far bigger. Lady Liberty, a symbol of freedom, democracy, and enlightenment. A gift from the French in 1886, a promise in comfort.
Now that promise gets a new glow. Another gift from France, this one celebrating America's 250th birthday.
It's called Liberty Lights, first of its kind illumination, and it is spectacular.
We wanted to make something special for our American friends.
You'll get to see it up close and personal during Disney Celebrates America. 24 hours, 50 states, one country. The people and places that make it so very special.
We're making history and marking history while we're at all of it. What does it mean to you personally?
You know what this means to me personally? I mean, the thing that really speaks to me most about this is that Disney company that I think is now, right, is part of the Larry Ellison Media Group, gets to host this part of our celebration of America's 250th as well. Like, he got to do the Paramount live stream, like had, like, you know, and now Disney has like the exclusive rights to America's 250th. I'm just glad billionaires can enrich themselves and paywall our supposed celebrations. That's what really brings warmth to my heart. Now, while some Frenchman was involved in these lights here, France was making threats around this time last year about taking the whole thing back. I don't know if you remember this. Here's France 24 from, I think, March of last year.
Financial cuts at the top of Donald Trump's political agenda and his decision to spearhead a plan to end the war in Ukraine. Party leader Raphael Glucksmann took aim at supporters of the US president in the French political sphere.
Let's make sure we never, ever let the Trump and Musk fan club into our country. Give us back the Statue of Liberty. We gave it to you as a gift, but apparently you despise it.
How rude! Glucksmann's words echo those of Claude Maluret, a French senator whose speech in Parliament in March strongly criticised Trump's decision to distance himself from his long-term allies.
Yes, indeed. Last year, France was talking about taking that statue back, since we don't seem to love freedom and liberty anymore. But they did not take it back. And just to remind you of how Caroline Levitt felt about that at the time.
There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So.
Oh, snap. Don't forget, Caroline Levitt saved you from the Nazis, France.
Come on!
You never forget. Oh, God, so stupid. Okay. Yes, incredibly petty. Let's go here to the semi-quincentennial Times Square ball drop. While we're talking about New York celebrations. C-SPAN, live stream, 3 hours ago. And it is hot. Oh, I totally forgot. I've been trying to ignore this all day. But yeah, the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift wedding is happening at Madison Square Garden. Apparently Shannon here had to switch clothes because she was partying too hard. An MSG, I guess? It's not clear. Okay, hold on. I didn't get to watch this because this was a live stream that was happening like while we were going here. Okay, here's the ball. Here's the ball. Let's do it. Well organized event. There we go, America. We did it. 250 years. And counting. That was the scene in Times Square. When the ball dropped. America's 250th. All right, let's go to Philadelphia. For another extravaganza of light and American greatness. A drone show. We got flags. We got buildings. We got bells. We got Abraham Lincoln and a flag. We got the Statue of Liberty and a flag and a boat. I don't know what that is. Iwo Jima. Luther King Jr., maybe? Hard to say for sure. That's pretty vague, but yeah, okay. Maybe? No. It's unclear who that's supposed to be. An astronaut with a flag. Another flag. This one going up a slightly diagonal pole. More flags. One of them a pride flag. And the Supreme Court. And a map of America with a flag inside. Oh my God, so many flags. Was that Obama? You think it was Obama? It could have been. Hard to say for sure. You think one just fell out of the sky? I didn't notice. Suffice to say, drone show, Philly. Pretty good. Most of the pictures recognizable. Like a 95% hit rate or something. I knew what most of them were, I think. Pretty good. Pretty good. A lot of flags. As I've said before, this is the time when all the flag perverts can let their pervert flag fly. They get all covered in flags, go around showing everybody all of their flags, even though some of us might not want that.
Well, next year tonight, over the years, we featured Dave Shovelman, a local homeowner known for his incredible 4th of July display with flags and patriotic decorations transforming his entire property. But this year's celebration looks a bit different after losing his father last November. 7 News reporter Adam Beam has more tonight on what was once an activity to spend time with his father is now an honor.
This 4th of July display is a tried and true tradition for its owner, celebrating our country year after year. But besides this 4th of July being America's 250th, this year's display is special for a different reason.
There's many traditions associated with the 4th of July, whether it's fireworks, barbecue with family and friends. But for Dave Shovelman, his tradition is a vast display of the stars and stripes.
I've been doing this for 6 years. 4th of July is when the community comes together. 4th of July is when families spend time with each other.
But this year's display almost didn't happen.
We actually relocated to a different house because we had a fire in our house in Cheektowaga. To make it even worse, people broke into the house after the fire happened and stole things.
This year is also different on a personal level.
My dad passed in November. Last year, Channel 7 came out and interviewed me and my father.
It makes me feel proud that my son does this. You know, it's nice to carry on the tradition of Mr. Cryer from down the street.
There was a point in time where I said to myself, this may not happen this year, because I was really cutting it close by getting everything up.
But through
oh God, tragedy averted. Mr. Shovelman's flag extravaganza not canceled in Buffalo, New York. Oh, phew. That was close. America saved. Thank God we saved America. And all of his flag-covered stuff continue to be I'm sure enjoyed by absolutely everybody in the neighborhood. And no one, and I mean no one, I'm sure, has any issue with that. Because it's Flag Pervert Day. We support Mr. Shovelman letting his pervert flag fly. His deranged love of the American flag. This is his time to shine, and he's doing it. And he's doing it so hard. We can only support him in this time. All right? It's the only thing we're allowed to do. Look at that guy and go, great job, pal. You are embracing the holiday in a way no one else is. And for that, you've won. We don't know what you win, but you win. We don't have a medal for you or a trophy, but a sense of accomplishment, sir. Where is my community? You don't see people swarming to see We Are Star Spangled Awesome. What does that mean? To me, where's my community? Why aren't they swarming to see me? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. You tell me, where are they? Ah. Oh, the flag guy. It's a small community, you know. It's got a small, but very dedicated community. Can't name a single person, but I'm sure they exist. Now, people have been trying to celebrate this holiday, but unfortunately for most of the country, life-threatening heat waves, a heat dome has put half of the country under extreme heat alerts.
We begin tonight here with this life-threatening heat wave now spreading across the U.S. Authorities tonight are warning of dangerous heat expected to last for days. In New York City, it'll soon feel like 108 degrees or more. The Midwest already suffering tonight. It feels like 106 degrees in Chicago. Tonight, more than 175 million Americans, roughly half the country, under extreme heat alerts from the Gulf Coast to the Midwest to the Northeast. The heat index well into the triple digits. Philadelphia to New York to Boston, it'll feel like 110 degrees in parts of the Northeast for the start of the July 4th holiday weekend. And tonight, we're also watching massive wildfires burning in multiple states, red flag warnings in 6 states tonight. The Snyder Fire burning tens of thousands of acres along the Utah-Colorado border. Also this evening, heat advisories across the Deep South. And in the Northeast, these extreme heat warnings start tomorrow and right through Friday. Lee Goldberg has the forecast and Alex Perez with the warning tonight from authorities to take this heat seriously. He leads us off from Chicago.
Tonight, record-breaking heat bringing life-threatening conditions to millions.
We're bracing sort of for impact.
Chicago's first major heat wave in full effect, feeling like 106, even hotter than yesterday. Dr. Jane Wilcox from Northwestern Memorial says in these temperatures, heat stroke could begin in minutes.
Right now, the right thing is to stay inside and let this heat wave pass.
Ice cold water. Heat patrols handing out water in real field temperatures up to 109 degrees and looking for warning signs.
If somebody's not sweating, they're in heat stroke, which is a life and death emergency.
A life and death emergency unfolding at a gas station in Dearborn, Michigan, after a mom accidentally locked her 1-month-old baby in her car. Officers getting that baby just in time.
Oh my God. Trying to celebrate America, but America's literally melting in front of our eyes. And extreme heat interrupting U.S. Independence Day celebrations.
Gaisford has more from Washington, D.C.
Well, it is 38 degrees Celsius here in Washington, D.C., but when you take the high levels of humidity into account, what they describe as the real feel is almost 10 degrees hotter, just under 48 degrees Celsius. And with that in mind, they've taken a decision today to temporarily close this great American state fair here on the National Mall, which is a centerpiece, really, of the 250th anniversary celebrations here.
Oh my God. Yes, that's right. Climate change. And this extreme heat causing America's 250th to be canceled. Oh, it's a disaster.
In the heart of the US Capitol. We've been seeing scenes of people getting medical assistance here on the ground, being taken away by ambulance crews. I've been talking to people who've been telling me that their own health conditions are exacerbated by this heat. It's made it very difficult for them to enjoy their visit here. They will hopefully, they say, reopen it a little later today, but this heat dome that sits over half of America at the moment is having a real impact on July the 4th celebrations. Many communities have cancelled parades, firework displays have been postponed. Here in Washington, a big firework display and event tomorrow evening on the National Mall has been pushed back, hopefully to make it cooler so more people can attend.
Oh, there's something... What is the word about this? So ironic and yet so almost deserved. You know, Donald Trump has been doing everything he can to ignore climate change and like make it worse because he's got some weird obsession with oil drilling because he loves like oil, like a concept of like oil barons. And like, you know, he had this big plan to, you know, hijack the 250th, make it all about himself, and then it gets spoiled by the climate. We're gonna postpone it till later. But as was mentioned, 4th of July festivities canceled across the country. In New York City, gripped by a heat wave ahead of July 4th celebration, some things canceled, some things postponed. Everyone just trying to stay cool.
And good evening to you. I'm Christine Johnson.
And I'm Jessica Moore. We begin with this extreme heat, now officially a heat wave as the tri-state area gets ready to celebrate the holiday weekend.
We have team coverage here for you tonight at 5. Addie Guajardo has more on how the city is responding, but let's begin with Lonnie Quinn, because in addition to the heat that we are dealing with, we're also talking about the possibility of some severe weather. Lonnie.
Yeah, starting to kick in right now, KJ. I actually thought they'd be kicking a little bit later today, but I'm seeing isolated spots. I'll show you everything. It has been another hot one out there. So certainly hazy and humid. It's 98 degrees right now. That's actually now the high temp of the day. We just bumped it up a bit, feeling like about 106 degrees outside. So elsewhere, we're still 101 degrees in Somerville. You're 95 out around Montauk for the East End, but you factor in the feels like temperature with all the humidity that's in place. Everybody now, first time so far during the heat wave that everybody feels like the triple digits. Look at that.
Oof. That's no good. It is hot out there, people. It's going to stay hot through the weekend for much of the East Coast. In fact, this is 2026. It's going to be a hot year. We have to accept that. We kind of just have to accept that a little bit. And do what we can to protect ourselves. And maybe think about making some new life choices as a species. Vis-a-vis things like energy production.
We've got people rushing the ER. Sweltering temperatures that feel like triple-digit heat snuck up on even the most prepared New Yorkers.
Very hot, very hot.
How did you prepare for this run today?
Tons of water, tons of water. I had tons of water yesterday. Still wasn't even enough.
On July 1st, the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene tracked 43 emergency department visits for heat-related illness.
Super hot. Look at my face, you see? I'm damn sweating, is it?
The city says they activated roughly 500 cooling shelters, and 200 are available at any given time. Mayor Zohran Mamdani says the city is also working to ensure the most vulnerable have access to stay cool and hydrated.
What we're bringing for the first time in city history are a number of vans that are both providing New Yorkers in need with water, with electrolytes, with a cool place to be, as well as with transport to cooling centers. Because as you said, we're facing the hottest temperature the city has seen in more than a decade.
Hottest temperatures in more than a decade for New York. Zohran Mamdani mobilizing a literal mobile unit of vans to help cool the city. Yep, and there's a lot of danger that comes with things being really hot, especially for older people and babies, people with things like cardiovascular, respiratory diseases.
Welcome to the News Hour. Americans across the East Coast are preparing for one of the hottest Independence Days in recorded history. A brutal heat wave is bringing dangerous temperatures to some 160 million from Mississippi to Maine. Record-breaking triple-digit temperatures have disrupted travel, strained the energy grid, and forced some communities to change or cancel planned celebrations. Yesterday, more than 100 people in Pennsylvania were treated for heat-related illnesses at an event tied to the 250th anniversary celebration. In the capital, today's events on the National Mall were postponed for hours because of the extreme heat. And in New York City, where the heat index was expected to reach 110 degrees today, Mayor Zohran Mamdani urged residents to take precautions.
Zohran Mamdani.
What we ask New Yorkers to do is to be mindful of the danger that accompanies those temperatures. That means make sure that you stay hydrated, make sure that you're putting on sunscreen, make sure that you're taking as many breaks as possible from being outside, and if you can, to stay indoors and to stay in air conditioning.
Meanwhile, health authorities in Europe have now linked thousands.
Speaking of hydrating, I need more tea. I'll be right back.
Of excess deaths to record heat. To unpack it all, we're joined now by Jeff Goodell. He's a contributing writer at Rolling Stone and the author of The Heat Will Kill You First, Life and Death on a Scorched Planet. Jeff, welcome back to the News Hour. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So there's heat advisories in effect in almost 30 states. The National Weather Service said today's temperatures are extremely dangerous. What are the risks here and who's most vulnerable?
Well, the risks are tremendous. I mean, anyone who goes to the doctor knows the first thing they do is check your body temperature to see when things go wrong. Our bodies are very sensitive to changes in heat, and it makes these kinds of outdoor events on weekends like this all the more dangerous. I mean, being out in extreme heat puts a lot of strain on your heart. So anyone with any kind of heart conditions, often that means elderly people are most at risk. Young children, especially before the ages of 2 or so, have not fully developed an ability to sweat, so they're very vulnerable. People who are on certain kinds of pharmaceutical drugs like antidepressants they mess with our body's ability to regulate temperature. They're at risk. And finally, I really urge caution to any women who are pregnant or think they might be pregnant, because a lot of recent research has shown that the risk of miscarriage during extreme heat is much higher.
So, Jeff.
Yep, a lot of dangers associated with these fucking heat waves. We gotta try and stay safe. Meanwhile, we should, of course, continue to consider, I don't know, doing something about climate change before this becomes the new normal, or worse, or where we get to a time where we look back on this time fondly. Like, remember when we were only sweating our balls off during the summer? Yeah, that was a nice time. Like, right? Like, we could basically get to that point, too. Oh, God. Might actually be this winter. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with the El Nino. All right, now people trying to celebrate the Independence Day in Philadelphia were forced to brave extreme heat. Colonial reenactors out there sweating. Probably some of the most uncomfortable clothes to be sweating in.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's a historic week in Philadelphia in more ways than one. You know, as the city celebrates America's 250th birthday, it's also enduring a record-breaking heat wave right now.
That's right. Few people are feeling it more than the colonial reenactors who are here from out of town. CBS News Philadelphia's Madeline Wright shares how they're staying cool while keeping history alive.
The sound of patriotism filled the courtyard at the Betsy Ross House Friday morning. The Colchester Continental Fife and Drum Corps performed in full colonial attire under the blazing sun.
It is a little toasty. There's about 3 or 4 layers underneath. It's
You're
soaking up all the sweat right now, and we're making the best of it.
That dude is sweating so hard. Look at him. Dude, oh my God. Yeah. Hell no. You couldn't pay me to wear all of that and then go out there and perform in 100-degree heat. Not got that.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Some people said not got that. And that was Philadelphia's 4th of July parade. Whole thing canceled due to heat.
Well, Philadelphia's Salute to Independence semi-quincentennial parade, that was canceled today because of the heat, leaving floats empty and many folks feeling very disappointed. Organizers say they tried to find a solution, but heat-related emergencies yesterday contributed to their decision today. Our Nikki Dementri spoke to participants about this decision.
Performing in front of a hotel off of City Avenue. It might not be the place the Louisiana Lunatics of Northeast Louisiana thought they'd be on the morning of July 3rd.
We're just going to make the best out of a situation. That's what we do.
Around 1:30 Friday morning, hours before the Salute to Independence semi-quincentennial parade kicked off in Old City, it was canceled, leaving floats empty and dozens of groups in limbo.
So 2 years in the making, we're finally glad it's here. So like Stacy said, we're going to make the best of this opportunity.
Today's disappointment is really out of anyone's control.
Director of Bands Charles Pizzera from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Well, out of an abundance of safety. Maybe not even an abundance, but out of a sense of precaution, organizers forced to cancel this event. Independence Day canceled. Awful.
Awful, awful, awful.
But what are you going to do when you got climate change? Making things literally just like inhumane, like conditions that are just unlivable. Well, maybe we don't have to worry about that, because the more the ocean rises, the more stuff just starts disappearing. Like this old piece of history in Jamestown, Virginia, disappearing as the seas continue to rise.
As the country celebrates its 250th anniversary, a growing threat is putting some of America's most historic places at risk. Rising seas and coastal erosion are reshaping the landscape where our history unfolded. Special correspondent Ben Tracy with Climate Central takes us to Jamestown, Virginia, where archaeologists are racing to uncover America's past before it's washed away. It's part of our ongoing series, Tipping Point.
When we know that it's shallow.
If you spend your days digging through the past,
I think it might be a gate.
Sean Romo says this is the place to do it.
You can't put a shovel in the ground without finding something.
Romo is director of archaeology for Jamestown Rediscovery, at the site of America's first permanent English settlement, founded in 1607.
What took place here and why does this matter? Well, for American history, it's harder to have more of an impact in Jamestown. This is the first place that when English colonists come over here, they end up staying. And without Jamestown, there is no modern United States.
This is where America's first representative assembly met, where Pocahontas married John Rolfe, and where the first enslaved Africans were forced onto these shores.
And they are kept enslaved by the English colonists. So in one place, here at Jamestown, we have our ideals of American democracy and our biggest mistake in slavery. So this is a place where many different cultures interacted, many different cultures have a claim on this site, and the history is pretty complicated.
The ruins of the original fort were discovered in 1994.
You can just open this up a little bit.
And archaeologists have unearthed 5 million artifacts that tell the stories of the people who lived here.
This is a chain that was found at the bottom of one of Jamestown's early wells. And you can actually hold it if you like.
So this is from how long ago?
This is from the beginning of the 17th century.
Now they're using ground-penetrating radar to map out what still lies buried.
Now, if it shows up, that would be really cool.
Because this has become triage, a race to save as much history as possible before it's lost.
When I think of archaeology, I think of a very slow...
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hey GSL, not to sound like I am doing actually, but wasn't Independence Day cancelled in January of 2025 when Trump moved back into the White House? Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. But we're going to pretend like that's not the case, just for the narrative. I see what you're saying.
Painstaking process. You, however, don't have time on your side here.
Have the artifacts thought of moving? Oh, there's a thought. We could just ask the artifacts to politely move themselves to a place that's not getting overtaken by the ocean. Very, Now we're thinking.
No, we always have to be meticulous, but we do need to pick the pace up because we are under severe threat from climate change. And the real big one for us is flooding.
Jamestown is under siege from rising waters. Sea levels here have risen 1.6 feet over the past century and could rise another 3 feet or more by 2075. The James River is battering the shoreline on one side.
That swamp is really close.
Yeah, and it didn't used to be.
While an expanding swamp on the other regularly floods the excavation sites.
So what happens on a day where you get a lot of rain or it's high tide?
On a day with a lot of rain or high tide, we are in the water.
And so when you talk about history being washed away, it's a literal thing.
Oh yeah, that's not hyperbole. It's actually happening right here.
And it's not just here. Our burning of fossil fuels is rapidly warming the planet, causing ice sheets to melt and ocean water to expand as it heats up. 2.5 million Americans and many historic sites could be at risk of severe coastal flooding by 2050.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, but I mean, those are low estimates. I mean, we've seen numbers closer, somewhere in the tens of millions of people. Yeah, it's a bad thing. It's not helping us celebrate America, I know that much. To have us be slowly entering some sort of a Kevin Costner Waterworld type of scenario. You still want the day off? Yeah, well, that's fair. You know, doesn't everybody? Okay. Good God, I'm getting hot. Been trying not to run the air conditioning on the space station all stream because that's like, pretty long. But I'm also running so much like gear, like trying to keep everything going here. Oh, it's getting so hot in here. I think I might be dying. No! Okay, I'm kidding.
You are not funny.
I'm kidding. Everybody settle down. All right. So that's it on the July 4th, well, July 3rd, the Independence Day portion of the stream. That's 6 hours of Independence Day. But if you were here at the beginning, you would know that since we completed the galactic content goal earlier today, we still got other stuff to talk about. We're going to stay on the environment and keep talking about the horrifying stuff that's happening all across the country. And just move away from the nationalist talk here with the Independence Day. I think we've all had enough of that for today. We're probably going to have to be bombarded with this for the rest of the weekend, I'm afraid to say. I can almost guarantee, I'm predicting the future as the guy who literally makes the agenda for these streams. Let's do as we normally do, go across the country, west to east. Hawaii, where local officials are very concerned about this fire season this year, seeing as Hawaii is smack dab in the middle of the El Nino. It's gonna be hot, hot, hot in the islands, urging people to do what they can to help in fire prevention efforts.
At first at 4, prepare now to prevent a dangerous wildfire season.
That's the message from emergency leaders and their partners ahead of the dry summer months. Dylan Ancheta has more.
Smokey the Bear and Kaleo the Pueo are adorable fire mascots, but they come with a serious message of safety ahead of wildfire season.
The more prepared our communities are before a wildfire starts, the safer our residents, our neighborhoods, and our firefighters will be during an emergency.
Emergency crews want everyone to do their part to prevent the start of disastrous wildfires. They know that preparation can avoid a repeat of the Lahaina catastrophe or even the tragedy in Ma'ili last summer.
Yeah, and hopefully people in Hawaii can do what is needed here to prevent another tragedy happening, but it's going to take a lot of effort from everybody, including this cute-ass owl. Does Hawaii have their own Smokey the Bear? They're like, Smokey, they're not enough. We need our own mascot for fire prevention. He'll be a native owl species. We'll call him Kaleo. Okay? Okay, Hawaii, I see you. Maybe that'll do it. You think he looks shit? Wow, hurtful. Say that to Kaleo's face. Say that to Kaleo's face. I dare you. He will peck your eyes out. I can almost guarantee it. Yeah. Alrighty then. Now, of course, wildfires have been raging across the country and state of Washington, California, Utah, New Mexico, Colorado. And shit just keeps getting worse. Yeah, let's get the latest on what's happening in Colorado. We've been watching multiple fires in the last 24 or 48 hours spring up in a place that already had enough fires going. And at this point, Colorado is heading towards a potentially historic wildfire season. Yeah, that's how bad it's getting there. Let's go here to CBS Colorado from yesterday to Aspen. With the Aspen Acres fires continuing to burn and completely unchecked.
Mandatory evacuations today in the Aspen Acres fire.
And people who live in Wetmore and Colorado City are being told to leave now.
That fire has now scorched more than 35,000 acres, making it the largest fire in our state, and there is zero containment. The Aspen Acres fire has already destroyed more than 180 homes and other structures in both Pueblo and Custer counties. And the fire already forced the entire populations of Beulah, Rye, and San Isabel to evacuate. Your reporter Michael Abeda is in Pueblo tonight, where evacuees as well as their pets and livestock are being told to go.
A serious situation here in Pueblo County as the Aspen Acres fire continues to burn and even more evacuations have been ordered. Maybe that's why the community has come together to help each other out in their time of need. Wednesday at the Pueblo County Parks and Recreation Administration building, people stopped by to drop off supplies for firefighters and pets that are being sheltered there. The Humane Society of the Pikes Peak region says they are at capacity and are going to have to open another shelter. But thanks to the community, they aren't running low on supplies. One woman we caught up with drove up from Colorado Springs to donate 450 pounds of pet food. So the Humane Society is asking for anyone who wants to help to make a financial donation. The county sheriffs say evacuees need all the help they can get.
And a lot of people have called in to offer to donate, and right now we have everything we need for the responders. But the victims, the people who have been evacuated, those are the ones that need it. And so if you own a hotel or a restaurant and these people are customers of yours, you may show a little extra compassion to understand the grief that they're going through.
Yeah, appealing to the capitalists. Please, hotel owners, be nice. Yes.
8 now, and Colorado is ground zero for some of the nation's most intense wildfires, scorching more than 100,000 acres in total. The largest and most destructive is the...
Some of these fucking photos are insane. Like, oh my God.
Scorching more than 100,000 acres in total. The largest and most destructive...
Look at the size of the freaking cloud of smoke. I can't stop it on the exact spot that I want. But you can just see how massive this thing is. Where is it? Yeah, look at it. Oh my God. Oh my, and this is like in a valley. Like you can see, like it's like gotta be like 1,000 feet in the air or something. There's so much smoke coming off of it.
Most destructive is the Aspen Acres fire. It's on a rampage through southern Colorado. Right now, it's burning uncontained about 48,000 acres. Flames have destroyed more than 155 structures. At least 55 homes have been lost near Pueblo. Several communities are under mandatory evacuation orders. And we're hearing from families that have had to flee their homes and lost everything. They're facing an uncertain future this morning.
Am I going to be able to retire now in 3 years? Am I going to work until I'm 75 years old? Because we have to, fund a whole new lifestyle that we didn't ever count on.
The widespread fires are also affecting the 4th of July holiday weekend. More than 50 fireworks shows in Colorado have now been canceled.
Yep, 4th of July canceled in Colorado too, because why would you have a fireworks display when the entire landscape is a tinderbox? Well, you wouldn't do that unless you're an idiot.
Fire alert tonight, the Aspen Acres fire near Pueblo.
And no, I'm not segueing into somebody doing something like that. This is just more on this fucking fire in Aspen Acres, which just continues to get worse and worse somehow.
Now the 8th largest wildfire in state history, and it is showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Here's a look at the latest information. As of tonight, the Aspen Acres fire has burned more than 74,000 acres. At least 55 homes have been destroyed, and more than 11,000 people in Pueblo and Custer counties have been evacuated. A small portion of Huerfano County is now under evacuation orders as well. That fire is 0% contained. Crews on the ground say the mountainous terrain and sheer size are making it hard to get control of.
I mean, that's like nearly 100, like 6. There's like multiple fires of like 100,000 acres burned or more in Colorado right now. Like, there's so many states that are just getting like burnt to the ground. Just the whole state. Just might as well it's a loss. Just get rid of it. Just skip it. Oh God. Well, where it's not on fire, it is of course underwater, as we know. This is the way of the climate collapse that we are living in. Up in Iowa, storms leading to serious flooding Here's KCCI from 9 hours ago.
Well, about a foot of rain sent 4 Mile Creek spilling far beyond its banks today. This is aerial video coming to us from Justin Rogers, taken over Ankeny this morning. You can see the flooded roads, parks, and neighborhoods just submerged under all of that water. The rising water even forcing people to evacuate their homes, apartments, even a hospice center in Des Moines. And KCCI's Amanda Rooker shows us just how quickly the water took over.
Roads like these in East Des Moines have been underwater all day, turning pavement into a pond, blocking off intersections and overflowing into nearby neighborhoods. After hours of relentless rain, 4 Mile Creek burst out of its banks, spilling straight into Bill Johnston's backyard.
I didn't think I'd wake up to this.
Instead of grass,
I was like, wow, it's crazy.
he found fast-moving floodwaters.
It was rising like 2 inches every 5 minutes, and it's been consistent like that since this morning.
It stopped just before his garage, mostly sparing him of damage. But where Bill used to ride his four-wheeler,
Yes, this is my backyard. And this is my backyard.
is now waist-high water.
See how it starts dropping down? See? It starts dropping down. That's how deep it gets.
Just a few miles away, the flooding forced evacuations. Some waiting nearby, watching the water rise.
This home was evacuating all of their patients, as well as the hospice center that's across the way there.
Amanda Lucero with Providence Reformed Church says she ran to get sandbags.
Came back, and by the time I came back, the parking lot was flooded.
Hanging out. Damn, dude. Oh, that's the worst. Trying your very best to try and prevent that situation. It's still too late. Roads closed all over the place here in Iowa. Here's another quick clip.
Weather has been the big story today. Heavy rain this morning, still causing problems across central Iowa. As we come on the air, this is drone video showing flooding earlier affecting two different areas along 4 Mile Creek. One was in Ankeny in an industrial area between the creek and Interstate 35. At one point, firefighters say something sparked a fire in a building surrounded by floodwaters, causing significant damage. The second area of flooding along 4 Mile Creek was in Des Moines. This is near an apartment complex off Hubble on the city's east side. You can see water was up to the windows of some cars there. The city of Des Moines says they proactively evacuated about 100 people in the area as we are expecting more.
More what? Please don't say rain. I'm afraid to say that is what she's going to say. I just got to stop it right there. All right. God damn. Yeah. You know who else got rain? Just a little bit north in Manitoba, Canada. Severe flooding putting dozens of communities in a state of emergency. Here's CBC News.
We continue to track the latest on the flooding in western Manitoba. Local leaders are calling the situation unprecedented. Ottawa says it has received Manitoba's request for help as widespread flooding continues to wreak havoc. These are images from the town of Swan River. It's one of the worst hit communities. The community is still recovering from serious flooding last month. Parts of the town are under an evacuation order. The CBC's
I could swear we were just looking at this picture down in Iowa, but that says Manitoba over here. It's weird.
Flooding last month. Parts of the town are under an evacuation order. The CBC's Ian Fraze has more from Winnipeg.
Water levels are receding in some parts of the parkland, including in the city of Dauphin, after torrential rains dropped as much as 200 millimeters of rain in just 2 days. Let's take a look at a map now showing some of these waterlogged areas dealing with its second major flooding event in under a month. It's really in the Swan River area where it's still an active emergency situation. A lot of roads in the area washed out or closed. And within Swan River, 150 homes were evacuated. Also, highway access has been cut off, leading the mayor to warn that food and fuel may need to be airlifted in.
Food and fuel may need to be airlifted into Manitoba, Canada because of flooding.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Ay, ay, ay. It's almost like we've been saying all year that we're going to see extreme weather. One side, heat waves, other side, terrible, horrifying storms. It's almost like we're seeing all of that come to fruition. Let's go here to CTV News Canada for some tips on staying safe amidst all of this heat.
The city of Toronto has extended its heat warning through to Saturday as we head into our 6th day of extreme temperatures and humidity.
Our health reporter Pauline Shan has some tips on how to handle the heat.
You don't have to be playing World Cup level soccer to feel the effects of the heat.
We go into our first hydration break.
Across the city, soaring temperatures are prompting officials to urge Toronto residents to stay cool and stay hydrated.
The fact that I'm able to keep myself cool in the summer, especially on a hot day like today in the middle of this heat wave, best thing that I could have right now.
Just cold water, shade.
And we're getting a lot of calls to EMS. Patients are calling to get triaged in our clinic. They're coming through our emergency departments. Heat stroke is a medical illness, and it could be life-threatening.
Dr. Raoul Jain says these are the signs of heat-related distress.
Classic symptoms of heat stress on the body could be things like headaches, feeling tired, dizzy, excessive sweating, excessive thirst, even a rapid heartbeat. We have to recognize, heat exhaustion.
And apparently not sweating can also be a sign of heat exhaustion or whatever we're talking about. Your body runs out of moisture and you just stop sweating. All right, now Europe is also experiencing a heat wave, leaving much of Western Europe for slightly cooler temperatures, but in places like France, Spain, Portugal, wildfires popping up all over the place as that heat wave continues to make its way east across the continent. That was in Portugal. This clip is from France. Well, there you go. French firefighters doing everything they can to put out wildfires blazing in the country. French lawmakers, specifically Prime Minister Le Cornu, getting a lot of heat over the government's response or lack thereof in Parliament.
Inside France's National Assembly, politicians came out swinging at what was set to be an ordinary round of questions for the government.
Under your government, the heatwave has turned into political violence.
France's Green Party kicked off the meeting with a harsh attack on Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu. Many in the party have said that France's recent spell of sweltering temperatures likely caused 10,000 deaths. It's a long cry from the figures recently reported by the French Public Health Agency. They say that 1,000 more people died during the heatwave than over the same period last year. Visibly irritated, the Prime Minister pushed back on the Greens, saying that their sweeping claims of a killer heatwave had gone too far.
Where are you getting this figure of 10,000 deaths? You and your colleagues, including your colleague President Gontard in the Senate and Representative Rousseau, have been appearing on television for more than 3 days now, presenting a death toll that is false.
Now, while Prime Minister Lecornu may take objection to this 10,000 figure being presented by the Greens, the number that is being accepted is that it is at least 1,000 right now. A number that I still think utterly shocking in the 21st century for a supposed, Western civilization, whatever you want to call it. I can't think of the words right now. God damn it, like a modern democracy, big economy having country like France. For a member of the EU to have 1,000 people die because it was a little hot outside, or not a little hot, it was really hot outside, but still, it just sort of breaks the brain a little bit. Is that number just in France? Yeah, that's in French Parliament right there. The Assembly. Yeah, somewhere between 1,000 and 10,000. I don't know which one is closer to the truth, but regardless, it's a disturbing figure. Over 1,000 dead in France as a result of this heat wave. They have a serious lack of air conditioning in that country. That's part of the problem. But of course, the other reason is that everything was created for a different time when the temperature was multiple degrees centigrade Celsius lower than it is now, planet-wide. And we gotta deal with that somehow. Some taking to the beach here in Eastern Europe.
In Kiev, Ukrainians flock to the banks of the Dnipro River to cool off. The intense heat wave and forced power cuts as the energy grid collapses under heavy demand have pushed them to the edge. Despite the risk of strikes and no shelter on the beaches, they indulge in long swims and sunbathing.
Whether there's no electricity or no water, you still have to get on with your daily life. You can't escape it. At least when it's cold, you can put on more clothes or find a way to warm up. But there's nowhere to hide from the heat, except maybe staying in the water.
The heat isn't really that big of a problem, if you ask me. I'd rather have this kind of problem than war.
It's not as big of a problem as a literal war. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're living on the front lines of an actual war in Ukraine, extreme heat seems perhaps like a smaller issue. Some submerging themselves underwater, others in a sense of, I guess, context. Whatever, I don't even know what to call that. Of comparative suffering. It's like, yeah, but is it as bad as the war? Yeah, good point, ma'am. Good point. Perhaps not as bad as literal bombs falling from the sky. But it's still shitty. It's still pretty bad. Oh. All right. Let's go to Venezuela. The number continues to climb there. UN gave an update on Monday. 1,500 dead at that time. That was the last we heard. The last number as of an hour ago is 2,700. Nearly doubling in that time. I've been avoiding talking about it since then. Like all week, essentially, because like I just knew this was gonna keep climbing. Like we talked about it, but like Monday, I just knew that it would be best to talk about this only sparingly until we get some more information. Because we're just sitting here waiting for more information, right? That's literally all it is. It's just a waiting game. And I knew inherently these numbers are just going to keep climbing and get more and more troubling because of how many people were missing. So you can't have 50,000 people missing and have that be a good sign. However, the United States could have really, helped out in this situation. If we still had an agency focused on helping people, like aid.
And
U.S.
recognize
aid.
Mr. Pocan for any questions for 5 minutes that he may.
I'll be right back.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Vogt, for being with us. I think many of us disagree with the first time in 250 years history of the country, the unified executive theory. So let me drill into one area to ask. Do you concur that multiple studies have shown that people, both adults and children across the globe, have died because of cuts to programs like USAID?
I do not concur with the validity of those studies. They are based on
Do you
projected
agree that people have
fake
died
methodology.
across the globe because of our
I
cuts?
believe these studies that people are banting about.
My question
are
is,
based
do you
on-
believe people have died because of the cuts to USAID? It's simple, yes or no.
I do not believe that the administration.
You don't believe anyone's died?
Let me finish the question.
No, it's a yes or no.
It isn't,
Doctor, it's
because
really simple.
our
Do you think
cuts-
people died or
our
not?
Cuts are aimed at.
All right, you're not going to answer it. I would
weaponization
claim my
of foreign aid
time. I
and
thought
other
you were going to be a little more helpful, Director Vogt, but that's fine. So this is Boston studies, Lancet studies. Others have said hundreds of thousands to millions of kids and adults will die because of this. One of your co-conspirators, Elon Musk, recently has been going nuts trying to claim no one's died, and he has to name names. So let me mention a few people who've died because of these cuts. Rovina Naboy in Kenya, her little daughter Jane died of starvation in a refugee camp because we cut back on their food and the food rations. She got sick and died. Ugana Balama in Nigeria, USAID-funded program, Babies a Special Nutrient-Dense Paste to avoid malnutrition. She had twins, 6 months old. The program ended abruptly because of cuts to USAID. 2 weeks later, one of the twins died. I've got a bunch more. Are you familiar with any of these stories?
13.4 million for civic engagement.
Are you familiar with any of these stories? There's no number involved in that answer, Director Vogt.
You're citing.
Are you
fake
familiar with any of these stories? I just gave you 2 examples. Are you familiar? It's a yes or no.
I am
Don't
familiar.
dance. You're not a tap dancer. Are you familiar with the stories? It's really that simple.
I am familiar with the press that you are citing. The reports that you are also referring to are fake
I take my tie back. You're clearly not going to answer questions today. I thought you came to answer questions. You're not. So will you commit to reach out if I submit some of these names of people who have allegedly died due to cuts? Will you personally reach out to find out if they have, since you're saying no one's died?
I will personally read all correspondence that Congress gives me and do everything I can to be responsive to them.
Yeah, and could you reach out to them to actually verify whether or not someone's died because of a cut to USAID?
We're monitoring all of these studies to see.
He can't be bothered. He can't be bothered to actually reach out to anybody. Like if correspondence is given to us, he'll look at it, but he's not gonna like take the time out of his day to like look into people dying. That would be too much effort for us.
There's validity, but there is nothing about those studies that has caused us to think differently about ending
morally,
4.6
that's all right.
million to build climate resilience in Honduras.
Take my time back, please. Morally, isn't it wrong to facilitate the death of children?
Isn't it morally wrong to
That's a question coming back with
Zimbabwe?
Look, you're not Confucius or whatever you think you are, answering a question with a question. I said, is it morally wrong to facilitate the killing of children?
You're basing
Simple question.
You're basing it on a premise that is false. I'm not going to answer that question.
Take my time back. You wrote in a 2021.
Russell Vogt was really struggling here in this testimony this week. Unable to answer very simple questions. Like, is it good or bad to hurt and or kill children? Couldn't give answers to stuff like that. Kind of makes him seem like a heartless ghoul. Yeah. So you have another place that could be the beneficiary of U.S. aid. Let's go down to Africa. Because in Africa, there is a continuing crisis happening with the outbreak of a new Ebola strain with no vaccine, and without USAID dollars being given to the WHO and to other organizations and the USAID or itself, being on the ground and helping in the monitoring of and active prevention of this outbreak, it's continuing to get fucking worse. I know that's probably shocking to everybody. But more than 400 people have now died in the DRC since we first started talking about this. 400 dead. Not 400 cases, like we were talking about at the beginning of this. It's now 400 dead. Here's France 24 from earlier on Friday.
Hello, you're watching Eye on Africa on France 24. I'm Clarisse Fortuné. Coming up on the program. Ebola is spreading beyond its original hotspot in the DRC. A new case has been detected nearly 600 kilometers away, raising fears about the outbreak's reach. We speak to Dr. Jean Casseya, Director General of Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Another human rights catastrophe is unfolding in Sudan. That's from the UN sounding a red alert about possible atrocity crimes in the organization. At least 452 people have died to the Ebola virus in the Democratic Republic of Congo as of July. That's the latest according to the World Health Organization. Africa is confronting a series of public health challenges, from the latest Ebola outbreak in Central Africa to the growing threat of emerging infectious disease. At the same time, declining international aid is forcing countries to rethink how they finance healthcare and respond to emergencies.
This is fucking disturbing. Number of cases continues to rise and the number of deaths rising somehow even faster. I think because the number of cases being reported is way under the actual number. You see, the resources here to track the cases just doesn't exist. People were disbanded as a result of the closure of the USAID program last year. And the World Health Organization has had to divert funds to make this even possible. The effort that they're putting in right now. But it's only I don't know, I couldn't give you an exact figure, but it's a third of what needs to be done right now. And so we got a real problem here. Because people are traveling between countries, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, the surrounding areas, if you will, and it's going to just get out of hand really quickly.
Jean Casseya is with us. He's the Director General of Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So, Dr. Casseya,
Hasn't it only been a month? It's been, yeah, it's been like a little over a month, I think. You're right. You don't want Ebola, Mitty? Oh. Oh, that's sweet. But it's 2026.
Africa is once again responding to an Ebola outbreak. So more than 450 deaths. So how concerned should Africans be today?
Yes, this outbreak is serious. This is why yesterday Africa CDC managed to bring President Ramaphosa in DRC in his capacity as the African Union champion for pandemic preparedness, prevention, and response. I want to thank President Ramaphosa and President Tshisekedi for hosting a number of people. And today, we have to admit that this outbreak is serious, but we still have opportunity to control that. And this is why Africa CDC, working with other partners like WHO and others, we are at the same time supporting government to respond, but also we are moving with the clinical trials for treatment and vaccines.
So I was saying earlier that the virus is still spreading. There was one case confirmed in the town of Kisangani. So have we reached the peak yet? Or?
No, we didn't reach the peak yet because where we are currently, you know, when you have this Ebola outbreak, what is critical is what we call the contact list.
We haven't hit the peak, says the Director General of the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, aka the CDC. Yeah, that doesn't sound super optimistic, not gonna lie. Another place with a lack of optimism is, of course, Palestine. Let's talk about one journalist who's been very consistent in their fighting for Palestine. You might know her.
I was born into a family that survived and didn't survive the Holocaust. And so that phrase, never again, I grew up with. Never again for anyone, anywhere.
That's Amy Goodman. She's a prominent Jewish American journalist who spent decades highlighting voices that are often excluded from mainstream US media coverage, especially those of Palestinians.
More than 310 Palestinians have been killed. The US-backed Israeli military continues to carry out attacks in the Gaza Strip. We're joined by Dr. Hanan Ashrawi, Palestinian diplomat, Palestinian journalist Mohammed Omer, Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, an independent Palestinian lawmaker.
Now, the reason I want you to know about Amy is this. If you're looking at US news media from outside the country, you might think all we have is this.
This population in Palestine is hostile, it's uneducated.
Your family home is slated for eviction. What is the scene right now?
To start, it's not really an eviction, it's forced ethnic displacement.
But I've been watching Amy hold power to account on her audience-funded news program, Democracy Now!, since I was a teenager.
Corporate media has completely failed us. Can you tell us what you think about President Trump saying climate change is a hoax?
While some folks consider her progressive or left-leaning, what Amy's doing is just really unapologetic journalism that puts grassroots voices, people's voices, front and center. The people who are actually affected by the policies of the rich and powerful. It's the kind of approach that's inspired a lot of us at AJ+, myself included.
بس ليش مسكرين علينا يعني؟ يعني هلا أنت عارف إنه سوري بحرب.
¿Y qué es su mensaje para las empresas estadounidenses?
Que nos paguen el daño que nos hicieron.
Amy and Democracy Now! Are the subject of a new documentary, which is why I wanted to talk to her.
There was a part of the film where you talk about your Jewish upbringing and how it's influenced your journalism.
I grew up questioning. That's what Judaism was to me. Being intensely curious, questioning everything. And that is what has led to my beliefs on all of these issues, especially around human rights. Throughout my upbringing, I would be amazed when I'd hear stories of non-Jews who risked their lives to save Jews, for example, to hide a child in their barn. And I'd always wonder, why would someone do this, risking their own lives to save people that perhaps they didn't even know? And so that phrase, never again, I grew up with, that really has informed my sensibility, my humanism, my concern about humanity today.
Yep, Amy Goodman, the GOAT. Always standing up for the oppressed. A woman whose family experienced the Holocaust firsthand. Grew up with the belief never again meant for everybody. Unfortunately,
Since October,
the latest genocide still ongoing, and a horrible, well, I don't know if realization is correct, maybe perhaps for some, something that we all, I think, have been aware of this whole time regarding the premise that set off this genocidal spree from Israel is October 7th. One thing the mainstream media has, I don't think, ever really talked about: the Hannibal Directive. And leaked October 7th tapes have exposed this disgusting military practice and decision.
Let's talk about Israel, Ryan. A new video from October 7th, including this Ben-Gvir, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, Ben-Gvir showing up in this video, and we'll kind of read some of the, because it's in Hebrew. So there's a documentary crew news crew who's in there filming on the morning of October 7th as the army is putting together its plan for a counterattack and for a defense and then a counterattack. So let's roll this, and then we can kind of read it for you. Right now, one person says, "I would bomb the entire Gaza border, hit them with a blow, so they'd have a real problem. It looks like they're on it," somebody else says. I wrote this to Amir. "They're not even getting fighter helicopters." He says, "No, on Gaza, break it all apart, along with the soldiers who were abducted."
Yeah.
Like that, and the helicopters were then were dispatched, and you see a lot of the result of what those helicopters did. And then Ben-Gvir comes in and says, wait, are you filming me? You could film when I give you permission.
Please take this out.
So that's when they shut that down. We know we have other evidence of there being hostage situations in a kibbutz where they tank shell everyone in there.
Yeah.
Killing the Israelis inside as well. There's all
Something I think a lot of us are already familiar with, this Hannibal Directive, Israel's completely callous treatment of their own citizens. Seen as a means to an end. Really disgusting. Now, earlier this week marked 1,000 days since October 7th. That's basically 3 years. We're getting close, people. I mean, July, August, September. What's that, 3 months and a week? Not even. We're a week in. We're already a week into July. It's almost 3 months and a day. Children growing up, 1,000 days without school, without play, without anything.
This is Camp 1 and Camp 2, and that's the Camp 3 and Camp 4.
At 10 years old, Banias Humaid knows the displacement camps in her neighborhood the way other children might know nearby parks or schools.
Unfortunately.
Israel's war on Gaza has changed the language of her childhood. From her balcony overlooking rows of makeshift shelters, Banias writes some of the words she had to learn. Tent camp, ceasefire, displacement.
During the war, I heard so much terms that I never heard before in my regular life before the war, such as rebel, destroyed building, drones, quad capture. Quad capture actually is one of the most terrifying words I ever heard in the war.
Banias is part of a generation of Palestinian children here in Gaza growing up with limited access to formal schooling.
I always think of the children, how they're displaced, how they left without education, left without playing. Kids just in my age now are supposed to be focusing on education, on their life, playing. They should be eating food, living in homes, having sweet dreams, but now no, they're living in tents.
Children.
Yeah, absolutely. She's absolutely right. They should be having play and sweet dreams and education. And not bomb and food, right? Food and not bombs and tent camps, right? Oh, and quadcopters. Jesus Christ. Fucking children. It's like an entire generation that's just being just lost in this war. I just said war. I should have said genocide. But I mean, everybody keeps using the word war. Very frustrating. It's like it's incepted into your brain. I mean, even that Al Jazeera English title says war. Language of war. But if there's a war, where's all the Hamas troops walking through the streets? It's just an entire population that's being occupied and kept in what is effectively a massive detention center. Nobody allowed to leave. The yellow line supposedly now surrounded by cranes fitted with robotic arms fitted to machine guns. I mean, it's as dystopian as it fucking gets here. All right, I think we'll do a couple more clips and then call it a night here. I'm blazing hot. I'm like sweating so bad. I even turned the air conditioning on. Still is not doing what it needs to do yet. I honestly thought all that would take a little bit longer. I figured by now we'd be 8 hours in. We're only 7 hours in somehow. I undershot it or overshot it, however you want to think of it. I fucked up. But U.S.-Iran talks have been put on hold again. Shock of shocks. Iran this week closed the Strait of Hormuz, leaving thousands still stuck with no plans to get out. Seen in Lebanon earlier this week, I think Wednesday, horrifying blast. Kyle Kalinske here to help us out with that. God. I am beat. Heat is fucking me up.
All right, so we got to talk about this, man. This is so crazy, and it's not getting nearly enough attention. But these bombs that Israel is dropping in southern Lebanon, still to this day, remember, there's an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that's supposed to make it so there is no bombing that happens in Lebanon, and Israel's supposed to get the fuck out of Lebanon. They're not doing that. In fact, they're escalating, and they're dropping these, like, mega bombs on Lebanon. And nobody cares. Nobody's talking about it. They're acting like it's not a thing. So look at this. Israel warns...
By the way, I was just like, and I don't know if how much Kyle's been focused on this, but let's not forget, it's not just the MOU, right? It's not just the memorandum. Israel and Lebanon what's the word? I can't think of the word right now. They like there was a ceasefire earlier this year between Israel and Lebanon after fighting broke out, right? After Operation Epstein Fury started. Then there was another one, which was like, it was done the exact same way, right? No Hezbollah, just pro-U.S. Lebanese officials and Israeli officials signing a document. But there's another one of those too, right? So it's like double ceasefire, and Israel's doing this shit.
Northern settlements of massive explosion in South Lebanon, quote, will be felt by many, especially northwest Israel, may trigger earthquake alarms. They told people beforehand, we're going to drop a bomb that is so big and so powerful that the ground is going to shake and it may trigger earthquake alarms. That's what they're saying. Which, by the way, I don't know about you guys, I think this is kind of creepy to do shit like this, period, but especially to do it as, like, we've had, 7 major earthquakes within the past week. There's, like, volcanic activity as well happening. Like, you would think things are very unsettled right now. Maybe don't drop mega bombs that almost register as nuclear fucking weapons. So look at this. Nuclear-like blast in southern Lebanon after the IDF strike on underground Hezbollah route. This is their cover story, right? Oh, it's to get the tunnels. Yeah, where have we heard this one before? The fucking tunnels. Hundreds of weapons and 4 launch shafts reportedly decimated, more than 200 meters long and 25 meters deep. A bomb that's 200 meters long and 25 meters deep. Do you have any idea how powerful that is? So look, we have a video here. Let's take a look. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at this. Look at this. Guys, that's a fucking town. That's a whole ass town. How many civilian buildings did they just vaporize immediately? These are the same people, remember, who used...
Yeah, that looks like a war crime. But what is it that Israel does anymore that isn't a war crime at this point? Oh, God. When is the insanity going to end? All right, let's check in with the vice president, see how he's doing. J.D. Vance. By the way, great job, everybody. Final clip.
You know, the Daily Wire is in some real trouble. Yeah. They're not doing very well. There was a story on the Daily Wire that Shapiro hired a young black kid. Did you hear about this?
No.
A 19-year-old black student who ostensibly was out there to defend against Nick Fuentes, to promote Israel and everything at the Daily Wire and push back against Nick Fuentes. But the kid's 19 years old. He's getting paid like $15 a video or something. And he, apparently, like, his chat, somehow he put it on the screen, one of those type of deals. And he's just getting mauled by all the groypers because, you know, Ben Shapiro was too afraid to go out there himself.
Right.
But so here's Michael Knowles on some type of like
Sports
news
Center.
set.
Looks
Or,
like
yeah,
a
exactly.
Sports Center.
And he's talking to
C-SPAN.
J.D. Vance. That's
awful.
Look at that pattern.
That checkers board under there.
That is
oh, buddy.
What is that?
I know. That is not a good color scheme.
What is
Michael
going on
Knowles
in the middle?
show.
There's two separate images.
Such a strange.
That is a mess.
It's an
That's
M.
worse than this.
It's very hard to read, but I think it's an M, and then when you look at it from a certain angle, it looks like a K. But then there's some words which are completely illegible that make this weird X pattern, checkerboard pattern going on here. It's very sort of muddled.
That is, yeah, no, definitely, without a doubt. All right, let's go to this. But this is what he's saying. Right now, there was a leak that Trump was seriously considering all-out war with Iran, as opposed to the non-all-out war that we had with Iran, which depleted like 75% of our missile arsenal.
Yeah.
There are rumors that we actually had ships that were seriously under attack.
I'm sorry, that's just a very funny still.
Yeah.
It's about to get pissed in the mouth.
Yep. That's what Trump sees when he looks down.
Sorry.
But here is J.D. Vance explaining what the strategy has been all along.
Okay, can't wait.
So I think what the president has told us. So I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is.
So let me ask you this. Tim, do you realize what an MOU is?
Memo of Understanding.
Yes, but are you aware?
It's what we had saying that we were going to be nice to each other today.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
And then you'll review it in 2 weeks.
We'll review it in 2 weeks.
Me and your producers flew to Islamabad and struck a deal.
If you take an MOU though, and you turn it like this, where you go, one hand goes in one direction, one goes the other, oil comes out.
Oh, like a rag.
What do you say? Refill oil stocks?
Yeah, we're going to restock our oil. Now, here's the problem: is that the number of ships coming through the Strait of Hormuz is at the most half of what it was prior to the war. We are now at the lowest level of our strategic reserves since 1983.
Thanks, Biden.
There is
exactly.
Actually, that's a whole nother story. But Biden manipulated our reserve in such a way that broke the entire oil cartel's pricing ability.
Yep.
That's long gone.
But yeah, no, we talked about this story the other week. Like how low the U.S. strategic reserve is. It's in like Oklahoma or something. And like the tanks are nearing tank bottom. When we do that, then we hit shortages all of a sudden. Something we've avoided for this long because we had this massive reserve.
And we are probably 3 weeks away at this point from like getting into the real sort of catastrophe zone in terms of like world oil reserves.
What's it, like $6 gas in LA right now?
It is, yeah.
$7?
Yeah.
And that's with the oil, the barrels of oil have come down a little bit because of the futures, because everybody assumes Taco Trump he's going to settle. But Iran has the strength here.
What are you saying in 3 weeks?
Well,
I know it's hard to know.
The reason why we haven't had oil shocks, just prices going up, is because oil refineries and producers and distributors are seeing the future and saying, okay, there could be some scarcity. We have been using the oil reserves that all the countries have to fill the gap.
Even,
exactly.
Keep things up, yeah.
But at one point that runs out. And then all of a sudden you're dealing with, we're only getting half the amount of oil that comes out of that region on a daily basis. So that means like the oil supply of the world drops by 10% and there's no reserves anymore. So if anybody wants to mess with the price, much easier to do.
Right. Okay, well, what am I supposed to do about it? You're looking at me like it's my problem.
I would tell you what you got to do is start stocking up on your motor oil.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you think you can check that onto your plane if you go down to the gas station and fill up some tanks?
Yes, I'll put, like that, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, they did an episode where they just started collecting gasoline and trying to sell it out of the back of their car.
Yeah. I do like how J.D. Vance here is just completely undercutting any possible negotiations by admitting that they're just using this as a ruse. reload, which is going to take a long time because we burned a ton of expensive military equipment, and we're just going to restart the war because Iran is winning.
I think he's got to say that. First of all, it'd be the dumbest thing in the world to say if that's what you're doing.
It would be, but I mean,
I think it's just his way of.
It's how Trump wants him to position himself.
I think he's trying to get. He is afraid that he's going to get blamed for this Iran war loss.
Yep. We're just a couple of oil men in from Dallas. Looking to sell you something you want.
All right, well, just let me do the talking.
Well, I feel like you gotta at least talk with a southern accent.
I'm not gonna talk in a...
Okay, I'm not going to actually do it. This is anybody who knows the reference. That is where Charlie, Mac, and Dennis try and sell gasoline door to door. It does not go well, as it turns out. Not a good plan. Don't do that. Well, Space Fams, we made it through another stream, it would seem. Another week. Another crazy freaking week. Well, it wasn't a real weekending report today, mostly just because we're doing freedom celebrations all weekend. Or the facsimile thereof.
Subscribed for 9 months.
Well, we just got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget these people. Your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godgat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Wayland Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, and Sweet Chewy Forever. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of $3 US a month on Patreon.
It's the enemy of July 4th,